Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel, Shadow Slave, Chapter 1096, Murder of Crows. They defeated the swarm. However, the smell of the blood attracted a migrating horde, so the expedition force had to fight their way through the flood of nightmare creatures as well. Eventually, the column broke free and escaped into the vast plain, but the peace was short-lived. Very soon, they had to fight another skirmish, which grew into another battle, which grew into an unending onslaught of enemies that threw themselves on the speeding vehicles without reprieve. The mundane soldiers fought admirably. Although not as experienced as the veterans of the First Army, these men and women had also tasted their fair share of bloodshed and strife. Everyone was calm and collected, performing their duties with deadly efficiency and poise. Their performance was immaculate, and their morale seemed unshakable. Was it because the Second Army had not lived through the same hopelessness as the soldiers in the Antarctic Center? Or was it because Effie and Kai were able to inspire them better than Sonny had been able to inspire his soldiers? He was not sure. Regardless, the Wolves and the Night Singers were a spirited bunch. The Awakened were as resolute as the Mundane. Although fewer in number, the impact they had on the battlefield was immeasurably higher. All kinds of aspects worked in harmony to create an impenetrable death zone around the column. The abominations that managed to survive it were promptly dispatched by the melee fighters, and, of course, the influence of the Four Masters was even greater. Still, Effie was serving as the vanguard of the expedition force, cutting a bloody path for the vehicles to follow. Her lustrous figure weaved through the mass abominations, leaving devastation in its wake. The bodies of the creatures she killed were left crumbled and broken, as if an invisible colossus had crushed them under its feet as it walked across the vast plain. The blows raining on her sculpted steel body in turn rang against metal without ever slowing her down. Kai was soaring high in the sky, observing the rolling battlefield in its entirety, and taking out the most dangerous creatures before they could approach the column. His arrows seemed to have a mind of their own, unfailingly slipping through the tiniest cracks in the armor of the abominations. Usually, one arrow was all it took to bring even the most fearsome creature down. His secondary role was to protect the expedition force from the aerial attacks, and in that task the archer performed admirably as well. Jet was protecting the rear of the column, holding the pursuing enemies back. Her throwing stars fell like iron hail, seemingly numerous. Each carried the same dreadful ability as her melee attacks, striking directly at the soul cores of the abominations. Such a manner of fighting was bound to burn through essence with terrible speed, but that was what made Soul Reaper Jet so frightening of an opponent. As long as she kept killing, her essence would never run out. And in such a furious battle, Jet was free to slaughter as many enemies as she could, and finally there was Sonny. He was sitting on the roof of an APC with his eyes closed, controlling numerous shadows. All across the column, inky black hands made of darkness appeared out of nowhere to protect the soldiers and press nightmare creatures down into the ground, making them easy to slaughter. For now there had not been a single casualty thanks to the watchful shadows. Keeping the whole expedition force safe was not easy. In fact, the length of the column was well beyond the reach of his shadow sense, and therefore out of the area where he could use shadow manifestation. But Sonny was using a little trick. He had stationed his 5 shadows throughout the column, each serving as an island of his consciousness. His senses and his ability to control wild shadows were extended manifold that way. He could summon Saint to help out too. But for now, Sonny was holding back from calling upon the taciturn night. The truth of the matter was that he wanted to keep her existence hidden. More or less everyone who had learned of their connection in the Antarctic Center were either dead now or could be trusted to keep the secret. Here in East Antarctica, he had mostly acted alone in the wilderness or side by side with Jet, so Saint had not been exposed. The only exception was Song Seishan, but she had last seen the taciturn night in the catacombs below the Dark City. Saint had changed a lot since then, both visually and in terms of rank. Connecting her past and present self would be almost impossible. As for the legend of Mongrel, no one knew who he was and where he had come from in the first place. More than that, after the events of Falcon Scott, many people believed that Mongrel had fallen heroically while protecting the last siege capital. From what Sonny had heard, there was already an epic propaganda film about the life and tragic sacrifice of the mysterious swordsman being cooked up back in the NQSC. He shuddered at the thought. In any case, Sonny was handling the battle fine for now, and he wanted to keep Saint as his hidden ace for a while. That was why he had only summoned her within the sphere of darkness created by the Shadow Lantern during the battle against the malignant Graveroot. Although, I'm not sure if I can keep this up much longer. As the siege capital drew nearer, the onslaught of the nightmare creatures only grew more intense. Sonny was already struggling, and his reserves of essence were swiftly reducing. Something had to change. And soon it did. He smelled it before he felt it. A sweet, sickening scent was suddenly carried over by the wind now. There were numerous thousands of them, all circling like a giant whirlwind of darkness. As he watched, the countless crows pivoted with eerie synchronicity and dove down. Their black beaks and vicious talons emanated a sense of deadly sharpness. The myriad of crows was Wake of Ruin. That was his transformation. What came in the wake of a bloody battle? A swarm of carrion birds. The Saint had arrived to guide them into the city personally. Chapter 197, Special Envoys. Ever since coming to Antarctica, Sonny had been to so many underground strongholds and attended so many meetings in windowless rooms that all of them started to blend together. They all looked the same and felt the same. Even the people inside the rooms started to seem the same after a while. This time, however, he found himself in a stately and luxurious hall, which was a nice change of pace. The interior was tasteful, but lavish. The tall windows let in natural sunlight. The filtered air was cool, crisp, and fresh. What was there not to like? He was relaxing in a comfortable chair, idly waiting for Wake of Ruin to arrive. Jet was nearby in a similarly laid-back pose. The Transcendent had summoned them immediately after the expedition force had reached the siege capital, and yet he was running late. Neither of them minded. They had barely had time to wash the dirt of the road off themselves before coming to the spacious hall. After weeks spent in the wilderness of East Antarctica, every moment of leisurely peace was like a precious gift. Sonny was lazily thinking about the outcome of the latest battle. After the swarm of crows had descended on the nightmare creatures, hundreds of them were torn apart in an instant, and the slaughter did not stop until the column was safely behind the city walls. The sight of it was frightening and magnificent in equal measure. What a powerful transformation. Of course, he wouldn't go so far as to say that Wake of Ruin's transcendent form was more powerful than that of, for example, St. Tyrus. Rather, they were best suited for different tasks. The government saint excelled in battles against large numbers of nightmare creatures or potent adversaries that did not possess a lot of physical defense. He was also extremely hard to kill, since that would require exterminating every single one of the myriad of crows, although there would probably be some repercussions for St. Cor if the swarm sustained heavy losses. Sky Tide, on the other hand, could deliver a much more dire punishment to a single powerful enemy. Her ability to control wind and lightning also made her a more versatile and well-rounded St. Sunny tried to imagine what would happen if the two transcendents clashed. The mental image of a giant thunderbird being swarmed by a vast whirlwind of black crows in the dark skies was truly an awesome one. Who would win? He was not sure. St. Tyrus would be at a slight disadvantage due to being robbed of one of her trump cards. True, she often relied on aerial superiority to slay her foes. But then again, St. Cormac had also been a flying beast that had not prevented her from tearing off his wyvern head. Jet glanced at Sonny and smiled. "You're thinking about murder again, aren't you?" He turned his head and gave her an impassive look. "Yes. Why?" Soul Reaper laughed. "No reason." Sonny studied her with a contemplative expression. Come to think of it, her crow echo was a strange one. Was there perhaps a connection between it and the Saint of Carrion Birds? He wanted to ask, but at that moment the doors of the palatial hall opened, and Wake of Ruin himself walked in, looking as tall and gaunt as ever. A subtle scent of rot and slaughter followed the old man like an invisible mantle. St. Cor was wearing an austere military uniform that had an insignia of 4 stars emblazoned on its sleeve. His sharp, pale face was framed by unruly raven-black hair, and his dark eyes were staring at them with bleak dullness. When he looked at Jet, however, a hint of cold fondness appeared in the weathered lines of his unfriendly face. Soul Reaper, ascended, sunless. Welcome. His voice was hoarse and a bit grating. They had both stood up when the saint walked in, so he gestured for them to sit. Then Wake of Ruin took a chair opposite them. How did your last mission go? They glanced at each other. Jet was the one to respond. It was all right, sir. We scouted out a corrupted tyrant, met up with the wolves and the night singer, and helped them take the creature down. Casualties were minimal. He nodded, seemingly indifferent to the news of a powerful creature being slain, which was only expected. As the field commander of the entire operation, St. Cor must have been receiving reports like this quite frequently. His next question, however, was a bit surprising. How do you like it in the SRU? Jet lingered for a moment. I like it just fine, sir. The old man shifted his gaze, subjecting Sonny to a piercing stare. What about you, young man? Sonny shifted uncomfortably, suspecting that there was a hidden meaning to the question. He shrugged. I feel like it's a good fit for my abilities. Wake of Ruin studied him for a few seconds, then nodded. Good. You've performed admirably as advanced scouts. However, it's a waste of your talents. Consider yourself reassigned effective immediately. The proper paperwork is already being delivered to the SRU headquarters. What? Sonny stared. Just like that, they got a new job. Without even being asked, Jet cleared her throat. There were many questions burning in Sonny's mind, but she asked the most important one. Sorry, sir, but reassigned to where? St. Cor stared at her for a moment, then pointed to himself. My personal retinue. That's officially. Unofficially, however, you'll be acting as special envoys assigned to the Legacy forces. Each of you will be a contact person between the evacuation army and the great clans. Sonny suddenly hated how opulent and lavish the spacious hall was. He frowned. With all due respect, sir, I get it why Ascended Jet might be considered a good candidate for such a position, but what do I have to do with any of it? Surely you must know that my relationship with the great clans is a bit rocky. That is, nor even mentioning whether I want the job or not. He had spent 6 months hiding in the waking world to avoid the wrath of clan valor, after all. Had the old saint gone senile or what? Wake of Ruin turned his heavy gaze back to Sonny and calmly raised an eyebrow. On the contrary, I think that you are the best person for the job, Ascended Sunless. You are quite close to one of the leaders of the Valor delegation. No. Sonny tilted his head a little. That depends on who that leader is, I guess. St. Cor smiled slightly. The smile made his gaunt, pale face look even more unnerving. The old man glanced at an antiquated wristwatch adorning his hand and then said, his voice sounding cold and aloof, Why, it's young Lady Nephis of Valor, the changing star, of course. He looked away from the watch and added matter-of-factly, She'll be arriving alongside Valor's other emissaries soon, actually. I think they'll be there in a few minutes. Sonny's eyes widened. Chapter down 98. Appalling Curse. I certainly knew that Neph was coming to Antarctica. But why is Wake of Ruin calling her one of the Lee, huh? What, in a few minutes? Sonny stared at the veteran saint, dumbfounded. He had been anticipating meeting Neph again for a long time, but now that it was mere minutes away, his thoughts were in disarray. Did she check out my runes recently? Does she know that I'm a tyrant now, too? Wait. No? Why do I care if she knows or not? I shouldn't. Jet seemed a little surprised, too. Weren't they supposed to arrive in a couple of days? St. Cor shrugged. They were. But with Tyrus receiving some free time due to the 3 of us being beaten black and blue in the last battle, the schedule has been moved up, Ascended Sunless, and you arrived just in time. Sonny tried to digest the information. He knew that the legacy reinforcements would be coming in 2 waves. The second one consisted of the bulk of their forces, traveling by sea, while the first one was supposed to be the vanguard and consisted of just a few people. They were going to travel to Antarctica through the dream realm. The process was both simple and complicated. They needed a saint who had already established a tether in the southern quadrant, in this case, Saint Tyrus. The members of the vanguard had to either already be anchored in the same citadel as she or be brought there by a different transcendent. Then, Sky Tide would be able to bring them with her to the waking world, thus transporting the necessary people to Antarctica. The vanguard had to be small because saints were limited in how many living creatures they could carry with them between the two worlds, just like masters were limited in how much inanimate weight they could bring. Usually a saint could only transport 1 or 2 people at a time, and that consumed a fair amount of essence. Coming to a sudden realization, Sonny looked around. He was starting to understand why such a lavish place was chosen for their impromptu meeting. The opulence of the grand hall was not for the benefit of 2 ascended. Wake of Ruin was rolling out the red carpet for the powerhouses of the great clans. He looked at the old man, thinking. Saint Cor smiled. "I'm starting to suspect that you are not of a very high opinion about the great legacy. Clans, young man." Sonny gritted his teeth, trying to hide contempt and anger from seeping into his gaze. "That is putting it lightly, sir." The old man studied him with a bit of curiosity. Why? Sonny gathered his thoughts, trying to come up with a convenient answer. Eventually, he said evenly, "I guess it boils down to the fact that they are traitors." Wake of Ruin raised an eyebrow. "Traitors? Interesting. How so?" Sonny sighed. "Awakened are supposed to be humanity's sword against the spell. No, the legacies are the greatest of the awakened, and yet they have seemingly given up on challenging the spell. Much worse, they refused to come out of the sheath when we needed them. This whole disaster could have been salvaged if they had done their duty." He had not mentioned the millions of people who had died in the Antarctic Center, and neither had he mentioned the tens of thousands of soldiers that perished with them. He doubted that such numbers could touch the heart of St. Cor. The old man was one of the leaders of the government after all. People like him viewed the world in terms of billions of lives, spread across many decades. If Sonny told him that he was burning with anger toward the great clans because of the death of just 3 awakened, the old man would have probably thought him crazy. Wake of Ruin sighed. "I see indeed. As long as you know anything about the world, it is easy to dislike the great clans. It is even easier to dislike them if you know a lot. But forgive me for sounding like a grumpy old man, ascended sunless. Young people like you really lack perspective." Sonny looked at him somberly. "Do we?" St. Cor nodded. "It's not your fault, of course. One hand to be there and live through the worst of it to understand. You see, ascended sunless, and you too, Jet, people of your age were born in a stable world. It might be a cruel world and a harsh world, but it is a stable one nevertheless, because it has been built that way by your predecessors. Many tend to look at the flaws of the world, but very few stop to question its foundations, and those foundations. Why? They might have been better, but they could have also been so much worse." He leaned back in his chair, looking into the distance with a neutral expression. "The fact of the matter is that the great clans emerged from the chaos of the past, but they weren't the only ones fighting for power and dominance back then. There were other clans, other forces, and people with entirely different ideas about what the world should become. The things they did, it is a blessing, really, that those old monsters were buried in the past and that the great clans ended up victorious. So, yes, you lack perspective." Sonny frowned other forces. "Different ideas, no offense, sir. But you have some nerve saying such things to 2 people who grew up in the outskirts. Others might now feel the same way, but we enjoyed the premium experience of living in this stable world you praise so much. I struggle to imagine what ideas could have been worse." St. Cor looked at him coldly, then suddenly laughed. His laughter sounded like the caws of a hungry raven. "Ah, you are a direct person, ascended sunless. I like it." He looked at Sonny with his dark, harsh eyes, the hint of mirth that had appeared in them for a moment dissipating without a trace. The gaunt old man shook his head. But you should make an effort to imagine it. A dying world ravaged by war, people who had all but forgotten how to be proper humans. And then an even bigger disaster, but one that presented a great opportunity. An opportunity for some of them to become unimaginably powerful, unmistakably superior, entirely unrestrained and all but unstoppable, free to make whatever they wanted from this new era. Freedom, young man. Freedom can be the most appalling curse in the world if it falls into the wrong hands. It is a terrifying thing. Wake of Ruin grew silent for a few moments and then smiled sarcastically. Here I go rambling again. Jet, you should have stopped me. In any case, our guests should be arriving any second now. The emissaries of valor will come first, and the emissaries of song will follow in a few hours. Help me welcome them, you two. He paused, then looked at Sonny and added in a neutral tone. For better or worse, the great clans are all we have now. We'll need their help to see this operation through, so keep that in mind, young man. Sonny lingered for a bit, then reluctantly nodded. I can play nice, or at least pretend to play nice. We'll see how it goes. Chapter 1099, Vanguard. Before Sonny could answer, the atmosphere in the lavish hall seemed to change slightly. It was as though a wave of invisible energy rolled through it, making the air feel colder and sharper. Wake of Ruin sighed and turned around, looking at the empty space in the middle of the spacious chamber. It had been empty before, but now 4 people were standing on the lacquered floor, surrounded by the scent of the dream realm. For a moment it felt as though they were simply a memory of a forgotten nightmare. But then the feeling disappeared, and they were simply there. It was not often that Sonny saw saints enter the waking world, and he had to admit that it was an eerie thing to witness. Were awakened and mundane people as startled when he suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of them? That idle thought streaked across his mind and disappeared without a trace when Sonny realized who exactly he was looking at. His eyes widened slightly. 4 people, and by coincidence, he knew each of them. The first one was Skytide. The saint of the White Feather clan appeared as she always did, tall, slender, with a posture like that of an arrow. She wore a light armor of lustrous steel, and her hair fell like a cascade of pale gold. Tyrus looked austere and beautiful, but also slightly inhuman because of her strange amber eyes and vertical pupils. She stood apart from the other 3, who all wore intricate suits of lusterless black armor. The first of the 3 immediately attracted Sonny's gaze. His heart moved slightly. Nephis looked different in the colors of House Valor. The black armor created a striking contrast against her ivory skin, silver hair, and cool gray eyes. She looked like a beautiful, dark spirit that took the form of a deadly knight to sow the seeds of discord and ruin in the mortal world. The second person was Morgan of Valor. Every time Sonny saw her, he was unnerved by how much she resembled her older brother. However, although Morgan and Mordred looked very much like reflections of each other, her demeanor was entirely different. Morgan had black, wavy hair and alabaster skin. Her suit of armor was adorned by a vermilion cape, which was the same vibrant color as her vivid scarlet eyes. Her entire being radiated the feeling of lethal sharpness, as if she was a living blade. However, it was the third person that made Sonny's eyes widen in guarded shock. He was a tall and severe man, with sharp facial features and even sharper eyes. His hair was black as Morgan's. In fact, there was a lot of familiar likeness between them, and touched by silver at the temples. His strong figure radiated an almost palpable feeling of authority and pressure, and his steely blue eyes were calm and piercing. The armor he wore was simpler than that of the other 2, as though the man did not need its protection. A deep frown appeared on Sonny's face. Saint Maddock? What the hell is he doing here? Indeed, the man was none other than Saint Maddock, the Whispering Blade, brother of Anvil and the nominal leader of the great clan Valor. As Sonny watched, Sir Maddock turned his head and smiled calmly, somehow making his smile look both friendly and demanding submission. Wake of Ruin. The gaunt old man was standing in front of Sunny and Jet, staring at the newcomers with a neutral expression. He lingered for a moment before saying in his hoarse voice, "Whispering Blade, I have to admit, your appearance is a bit of a surprise." Maddox's pleasant smile widened slightly. "Isn't it only right for me to be here? My clan announced its full support for the brave men and women of the evacuation army. That, of course, includes my personal assistance." Sunny tried to read the silent conversation that was happening between the two transcendents. Surely their words had other meanings. St. Cor was probably trying to understand why the Sovereign had gone as far as to send his own brother to Antarctica. Maddox, in turn, was letting him know that Anvil was putting a lot of importance into what was about to happen in the southern quadrant. Whispering Blade laughed slightly, then raised his hand. "However, you shouldn't be addressing me. I'm just here to offer support and make sure that nothing untoward happens. The true leader of this expedition is my niece, Morgan. She will be in charge of everything." She gestured toward Morgan and then threw an even gaze at Nephis. "And, of course, my other niece will be supporting her in this endeavor. I trust you know, Changing Star, the three of us are the vanguard of the Valor Force." Wake of Ruin remained silent for a few moments, then nodded slowly toward Morgan. "In that case, welcome to Antarctica, Lady Morgan. Lady Nephis." He threw a heavy glance toward Whispering Blade, and then said evenly, "How curious that there are two saints in your group, as well as the granddaughter of Immortal Flame, and yet all three of you seem to be subordinated to a young woman with no known achievements to her name. Some could see it as a sign that Valor is not taking this matter seriously." Morgan looked at the fearsome transcendent and then smiled. It seemed that his barely disguised provocation had no effect on her whatsoever. Her voice was calm and indifferent. "You are mistaken, St. Cor. Clan Valor takes this matter extremely seriously, which is why I have been entrusted with considerable power and authority." Wake of Ruin sighed. "Forgive this old man for being frank, Lady Morgan, but what kind of authority can a mere ascended wield? I have 6 Titans wandering the continent, and 27 cities to protect. What can you actually do to alleviate my problems?" Morgan shrugged silently, and then took a step back. Maddox, Tyrus, and Nephis remained motionless as a whirlwind of sparks suddenly filled the spacious hall. 15 harrowing nightmare creatures filled it, each giving off a sense of vast and dreadful power. Sunny stared, suddenly feeling cold. Transcendent. They are all transcended echoes. How many thousands of corrupted nightmare creature had to be slaughtered to produce these echoes? The weakest of them was a transcendent demon, while the most powerful was a transcendent tyrant. And that was only what Morgan had chosen to show. Who knew what she kept hidden? The Princess of War smiled politely as she looked at Wake of Ruin. "These are my credentials. Are you satisfied, Transcendent Core?" Chapter 130, Accumulation. 15 transcendent echoes, most of them devils. Sunny simply stared, mentally recalculating the threat level of the Valor Force and of the great clans in general. I knew, of course, that the hidden power of the sovereigns is vast, but it seems that I've been concentrating on their personal might too much, mostly because it is both mysterious and phenomenal. However, there is the mundane power of accumulation as well. I've been a fool to neglect it to everyone else. A corrupted abomination was a dreadful nightmare, even to saints. Transcendents fought against the corrupted and were more than capable of slaying them, but every such fight was a risk, especially against the creatures of higher classes. The Supremes, however, were equal to the great nightmare creatures. Sunny had been under the impression that the sovereigns mostly stayed within the confines of their domains, but maybe he was not entirely right. Someone like Anvil or Ki Song could slaughter corrupted abominations with the same ease he could butcher awakened creatures. It only made sense that they had accumulated a legion of powerful echoes over the decades, including scores of transcendent ones. Sunny suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Hell, who says that transcendent echoes are the limit? Since the sovereigns could fight on equal footing with great nightmare creatures, then didn't it mean that they could possess supreme echoes as well? To this day, Sunny had only seen two great abominations. One was the unborn spawn of the vile thieving bird, and the other, most likely, was the dark sea of the forgotten shore. What would it look like if a creature like that was turned into an echo? Was Morgan in possession of a supreme echo? Did she have an echo of a titan slumbering in her soul sea? He lingered for a moment, then glanced at Nephis, who stood in front of the army of monsters with an impassive expression on her calm, beautiful face. "You want to destroy this?" He closed his eyes for a moment. "Damn that lunatic. She must have infected me with her madness, because I really want to make these bastards pay, too." At this point, it was hard to say whose madness was more virulent. Sunny shook his head, then looked at Wake of Ruin, who was staring at Morgan with an unreadable expression. Eventually, the old man said in an even voice, "Put those things away. They'll ruin the floors." "What?" Morgan tilted her head a little and silently dismissed the echoes. St. Cor nodded. "Good. I see that your clan is as shrewd as ever. These echoes will be of great help, if used correctly, of course." Sunny was thinking feverishly. St. Tyrus is a vassal of Valor, but the reinforcements they sent are all direct members of the clan. Maddock, Morgan, Nephis, and one more saint, who is escorting the main force across the ocean. With these 15 transcendent abominations, they alone could be considered on par with the entire evacuation army, if not more powerful than us, and the forces of Song will be just as powerful. There was already one Saint of the Song clan in East Antarctica, a vassal just like Skytide. 2 more were coming, both direct members of the clan, as well as several hundred awakened and several powerful masters. Who would these people be? What hidden aces would they bring along? Is that guy coming? Surely he was. Mordred had joined Song to avenge himself on Valor in the first place. He wouldn't miss a chance to make his former clan bleed. The Prince of Nothing alone was more frightening than 15 transcendent echoes. Sunny almost groaned. These bastards are going to destroy the entire continent. Even though Antarctica was meant to be merely a prologue to the War of the Great Clans, that prologue was already promising to be the most chilling of disasters. It would be a cataclysm. Everyone in the hall must have understood the magnitude of the approaching collision. However, no one seemed rattled by it. Wake of Ruin and Jet seemed a bit somber, but calm, too jaded to be shaken by the promise of appalling bloodshed. St. Tyrus was reserved and stoic, Maddock and Morgan. They hid it well, but Sunny could see bloodlust and readiness in their eyes. As for Nephis, she appeared the calmest of them all. She might have fooled everyone else, but he knew what kind of hatred dwelled in her burning, murderous heart. The more the members of the great clans killed each other, the more exhilarated she would be. As he thought about the grim prospects of the nearest future, Morgan looked around with curiosity. Her voice had a hint of anticipation in it. "I see that our colleagues from the great clan Song have not arrived yet." Wake of Ruin nodded. "Indeed, they'll only be here in a few hours. Really, that makes things awkward for me. There is a lot we need to discuss regarding the current situation on the continent and your future role in keeping it in human hands. But what am I supposed to do? Repeat myself all over again when the Song vanguard arrives?" He shook his head with resignation. Sunny could just imagine that war meeting. 3 sides discussing important matters of strategy, with everyone present perfectly aware of the fact that most of the gathered powerhouses were actually planning to kill each other, and with the few bystanders only wondering about how to make them kill each other in the most convenient way, all the while pretending not to know anything, of course. What a joke. It was really funny. He barely held back laughter. At that moment, St. Cor suddenly threw a glance toward Jet and Sunny. His grating voice resounded in the spacious hall. "So, make yourself comfortable for the moment. We'll convene when the other party arrives." "These are 2 of my best people, by the way, Ascended Jet and Ascended Sunless. You all know Soul Reaper, so I won't say anything. Young Master Sunless, however, has only earned his reputation recently. The soldiers are calling him the Devil of Antarctica, from what I hear." The veteran saint chuckled. A fitting nickname if I ever heard one. In any case, these two will be my envoys for your two great clans. Timeliness has to be rewarded, so pick one. I'll send the other to accompany the song people. Both Sunny and Jet stared at him, not sure how to feel about being handled that way. It was as if they were livestock, a precious livestock, but still, what a rude bastard. Sunny turned to look at the emissaries of valor, frowning slightly. Morgan glanced at him, then studied Jet for a while. Eventually, she smiled. Why, we'll take Master Sunless. He's my dear sister's former companion. After all, I feel like we're good friends already. Chapter 1101, Strange Bedfellows. Soon after, Sunny found himself in a very strange situation. He was left alone with 3 emissaries of the great clan Valor, Changing Star, Morgan, and Whispering Blade himself. 2 of the most powerful people in the world were right there in front of him, speaking with each other casually, and, of course, Nephis was there too. The waiting room they had been led to was comfortable and spacious. Food and refreshments had been served by the staff members, and it seemed as if the 4 of them were having a friendly get-together back in NQSC. The only difference was that everyone was wearing armor. Well, except for Sunny himself. Still, he fit right in with the members of Clan Valor due to his black tunic. He sighed. Speak about strange bedfellows. That is what they call sleeping with the enemy, huh? Wait. Neither of these sentences sounds right. Lamenting the poor sense of whoever had come up with these idioms, Sunny reached for a plate and loaded it with all kinds of food supplies were a sore point for the evacuation army. But Wake of Ruin must have decided to go all out today. There were a lot of things on the table that would have been almost impossible to procure anywhere in Antarctica, except maybe on the black market. The pile of food attracted the attention of Morgan, who observed him for a few moments, and then raised an eyebrow. Her vermilion eyes had a hint of amusement in them. Are you very hungry, Master Sunless? He glanced at her somberly, then shook his head. Well, if you must know, I spent the last couple of weeks in the wilderness scouting out the migration routes of a horde of nightmare creatures. Then I had to lend a hand in a battle against a corrupted tyrant, and came to meet you pretty much immediately after that. But no, I'm not that hungry. He leaned back and raised his heavy plate. However, one of the first things Antarctica teaches you is to eat when you can. Who knows when I'll have a chance to have a proper meal again, whispering. Blade chuckled. So, not too different from subjugating the dream realm then. Morgan is a bit too young to remember, but back when human territory was actively expanding, it wasn't rare for Awakened to spend years in hellish conquests of untamed regions. Good food was more precious than soul shards. The saint looked at his niece with an outwardly benevolent expression and smiled. Morgan grimaced, then sighed. What a frustrating day. Everyone seems inclined to point out how young and inexperienced I am. Sunny made himself busy chewing. At the same time, he sent Nephis a mental question through the blessing of dusk. What's up with them? She showed no sign of having heard him, playing her part perfectly. However, a moment later, he received a response. Don't mind their games. They're just playing. It only helps Morgan to be seen as an inexperienced beneficiary of nepotism, and for Maddox to be seen as an envious man who is full of bitter resentment toward his younger brother. In truth, she is probably the more formidable of the two, and Valor's unity is like a monolith. Sunny poured himself a cup of strong coffee. More formidable of the two? Really? Nephis was looking in the window. Not in terms of combat power, but she is young once Morgan becomes a Saint Maddox, or any other saint perhaps, won't stand a chance against her. That makes me feel a bit better, actually. So I'm not too much of a loser for being crushed by her in less than 40 seconds. Their short duel in the dreamscape was still fresh in his memory. The exchange of thoughts with Nephis only took a couple seconds. It was just enough time for Morgan to turn to her and ask, What about you, sister? Do you perhaps consider me unworthy of leading this expedition as well? Well, it's true that I'm not quite as distinguished of a leader as my dear sister. Do you think you should have been in charge instead? As Sunny shifted uncomfortably, Neff looked at Morgan, calmly held her gaze for a couple of moments, and then said in an even tone, I think you should take a look at. If I wanted to be in charge, I would have been. The heiress of valor fell silent, then suddenly laughed. Ah, that is why I like you, changing star. Am I not blessed to suddenly get such a wonderful little sister? Although she was smiling, her eyes remained sharp as a cold blade. Morgan looked away from Nephis and turned her attention to Sunny. I hear that a lot has happened to you after we last met Master Sunless, the devil of Antarctica. It has a nice ring to it. Who would have thought that such a pleasant young man would earn such a fearsome reputation? It does make me regret the fact that you had turned down the invitation to enter Clan Valor, though. Sunny glanced at her over his plate and smiled. I am not going to lie. I did regret that decision myself, a couple of times. Then he shrugged and turned his attention back to the food. However, what's done is done. And hey, that's fate for you. Despite everything, we are still going to end up fighting side by side, and maybe even against each other. When that happens, your regret will only grow. Morgan nodded. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little cold. Indeed, life is truly unpredictable. The first time we met, it was because you had caused a certain person to escape his prison and played a role in the death of one of Valor's saints. And now we might be seeing that person very soon, and you are enjoying a meal with me. What a funny turn of events. Sunny looked at her for a few moments, then shook his head. You're right, it's kind of funny. However, you are wrong if you think that we'll see that guy. Knowing him, you won't see him coming up until the moment he plunges a knife in your back. Whispering Blade's face slowly grew dark. Looking at Sunny, he said in a neutral tone, From your words, it's hard to understand whether you despise that abomination or admire him, ascended Sunless. Sunny laughed. No matter how I feel about that guy, the point is I would prefer to do it from a distance. St. Maddox studied him for a moment, then nodded. Wise. Hearing that, Morgan chuckled. Indeed. Then, Master Sunless, let's wait and see how good your luck is. Chapter 1102, Opposing Forces. After that, all casualness drained from Morgan's voice. When she looked at Nephis, her face was just like it had been the moment she tore Sunny's heart apart in the dreamscape, cold and sharp, emanating a sense of lethal danger without her even trying to. How much does he know? Hearing that question, Neph shrugged slightly. Her answer was simple. Enough. Morgan sighed, then smiled from the corner of her mouth. I see, that makes it easier. I'll speak comfortably, then. Sunny studied the two of them for a few moments, then asked with a bit of curiosity in his voice. Really? Aren't you concerned that I'll report everything you say to St. Cor? Whispering Blade chuckled. He was mostly keeping silent before, but it was impossible to mistake him for a passive observer. Just by sitting there, the elder of Clan Valor radiated a sense of overwhelming, domineering power. It was as though he owned this room, or every room he found himself in, rather. St. Maddox glanced at Sunny with indifference. So what if you do? And that was it. That was all he had to say to make Sunny understand that Whispering Blade did not care if Wake of Ruin knew all about their conversations. Not because there was nothing to hide, but simply because the government was not anywhere near being in a position to act on such information. It was irrelevant. Sunny suddenly felt a compulsion to cut the indifference off the saint's face with the blade of the sin of solace. However, he did not let any of it show on his face. Instead, Sunny smiled pleasantly and nodded. Makes sense. Sorry, it was a stupid question. Morgan leaned back, considering something. Eventually, she said, whether that person comes or not is unclear. However, the rest of the force the Queen of Worms has sent is all but confirmed by now. It's good to know who we are dealing with, but there were some last-minute changes. We must be ready to adjust our strategy accordingly. The Queen of Worms? Sunny wondered if that was Ki Song's true name, her title, or simply a derisive nickname Valor had given her. Morgan and Whispering Blade were seemingly ignoring his presence, speaking mostly for Neff's benefit. They were both looking at her. At least St. Madoc's voice was a bit listless. One of her vassal saints, Dire Fang, has been here in the southern quadrant for a while now. He is a ferocious fighter, but we don't need to be too concerned about him. Sky Tide alone will be enough to keep the brute in check. He lingered for a moment, then added, "But the other two are Ki Song's daughters. They are worthy of our concern. We already knew that Silent Stalker is escorting their awakened across the ocean. She is a dangerous one. Stalker is a huntress, so she is both strong and cunning. Dealing with her will be hard, but we can manage that as well. I think you should take a look at." Whispering Blade looked at Nephis and Morgan heavily. "However, it is the third one that we must be wary of. Beastmaster, that demoness, is the true horror. In terms of personal power, I alone am her equal. Even then, that depends on the battlefield. Here in Antarctica, she will have a tremendous advantage." Sonny, who had been keeping his mouth shut, finally couldn't help himself and asked, "How so?" St. Madoc spared him a glance. For whatever reason, he even decided to answer. Both Silent Stalker and Beastmaster are Song's adopted daughters. However, not all of them are the same. Stalker is deadly, but Beastmaster is more than that. She is one of the most feared saints in the world. That is because she is an enchantress of sorts. Beastmaster can enthrall people. Much worse, she can also enthrall beasts and even nightmare creatures. I hope I don't have to explain how such a power can be advantageous here in Antarctica. Sonny grew quiet. That was right. Madoc didn't have to explain. With myriads of abominations flooding the continent, a saint with the power to subjugate them would be a nightmare to fight against. Who needs transcendent echoes when you can have corrupted creatures serving you? Still, there had to be a limit to Beastmaster's power. No one was invulnerable. Suddenly, Nephis sent him a mental message. "What do you think?" Sonny sighed. He knew a bit about Dire Fang, the vassal saint of Song who had been sent to the southern quadrant at the start of the campaign. He was a savage and tremendously lethal fighter, and also an aloof and reticent loner. In terms of power, Sonny would have put him above Cormac, but below Tyrus. So then the opposing forces were like this. On one side there were Dire Fang and two adopted daughters of Ki Song, Silent Stalker and Beastmaster. There was also Mordret, most likely. On the other side there were Saint Tyrus, Whispering Blade, and one more transcendent of clan valor. Since Madoc did not mention the latecomer, that person must not have been on the same level as him, perhaps comparable to Silent Stalker. There were also Morgan and Nephis and Cassie. People who underestimated the unassuming blind girl were doomed to end up in early graves. He lingered for a moment, then responded. "It seems like the odds are stacked slightly in Valor's favor." Nephis looked at him calmly. "I agree. And that is precisely why we should feel nervous." Sonny blinked. "Us? Since when do I care about what Song has in store for Valor?" Granted, he was a special envoy now. He would be accompanying the forces of Valor across East Antarctica, and maybe even beyond that, put him in a wonderful position to keep an eye on the actions of the great clan. But it also meant that should Song stage a sudden attack on their enemy, he would be directly in the way. But what exactly are they hiding in their sleeve? At that moment, Morgan suddenly looked at him and said, her voice tinged with a bit of curiosity, "Oh, there's also going to be a third daughter, an ascended, Song Seishan. Little is known about her, considering that she had spent close to a decade lost in the dream realm. The two of you would know her better than me, since she also comes from the Forgotten Shore. So, what is she like?" Sonny and Nephis glanced at each other, feeling unease. After a few moments of silence, he answered, "Trouble. If I had to describe her with one word, it would be that she's trouble." Chapter 103, Beautiful Monsters. Before too long, it was time to meet the emissaries of Song. Sonny found himself feeling a bit curious after all. He was not too familiar with the great clan that ruled the northwest reaches of the human territories in the Dream Realm. By all accounts, the Song clan was no less storied and powerful than Valor. Its foundation had not been as great, but after Ki Song rose to prominence and became one of the first humans to transcend, the power of her clan utterly eclipsed that of the older, better established legacy families. As far as Sunny could remember knowing anything, Clan Song was one of the three most exalted powers in the world. Their influence spread far and wide, and their home in the dream realm, Ravenheart, an ancient palace built between the snowy peaks and smoldering volcanoes of an impregnable mountain chain, was universally considered one of the great citadels of humanity. With a population rivaling that of Bastion, Ravenheart was a beautiful and severe place from what Sunny knew. Strangely enough, it was not nearly as popular and well known as the colossal castle that Clan Valor ruled. In fact, the whole great Clan Song was a little mysterious. The image of Bastion was etched into the minds of all humans by countless dramas and films, with countless stories of romance and valor taking place in its stone walls. The land of snow and ash where Clan Song ruled, however, was rarely depicted, and when it was always to show something distant and exotic. Whether it was because Ki Song did not care about mundane fame, or because Anvil put more effort into building the public image of his clan, Sunny did not know. He did, however, know that through pure coincidence, his own path had also mostly crossed with the representatives of Clan Valor. Valor were the ones in control of the northernmost territory carved out by humanity in the Dream Realm, where it brushed against the Hollow Mountains, and so that was where he had gone after becoming an awakened. From the sanctuary of Noctis to the Night Temple, Sunny had met many servants of Anvil of Valor, killing some of them, and then had the misfortune of meeting the Sovereign's son in the flesh. With the complications that followed, it was fair to say that he knew Valor pretty well. The same could not be said about Song, though all his experience with that domain was limited to having met Seishan in the Dark City. Even then, Sunny was not at all close with the former leader of the Handmaidens. So it was not like she had shared stories of her clan with him. So, naturally, Sunny was curious. His curiosity was mixed with a bit of dread, though. This time, it was Wake of Ruin who had been waiting there for some time, speaking quietly with Jet. The staff member who had escorted Sunny and the emissaries of Valor tactfully disappeared, and the gaunt saint greeted them with a curt nod. "You're here. I hope you rested well. There is a lot to discuss, so we probably won't be sleeping tonight." Whispering Blade smiled coldly.
"Wouldn't dream of it."
Sunny blinked a couple of times, startled. Was that a pun? By the dead gods, I hope it wasn't. The conversation died before receiving the chance to start, because right at that moment something imperceptible seemed to change in the world. A cold breeze blew through the hall, and then 4 people were standing in the middle of it, just like the 4 emissaries of Valor had a few hours ago. Sunny involuntarily held his breath. He had seen Dire Fang from afar once, some time ago. The grim man had not changed much, except for the fact that there were ugly bruises and half-healed lacerations on his body this time. He was of medium height, with an angular face and powerful muscles rippling under his dusky skin. The Transcendent wore a sleeveless vest that left his broad shoulders and powerful arms exposed. His hair was dark and disheveled, like the fur of a wild beast. A thick beard covered the lower part of his gloomy face, and his eyes were harsh and piercing. Saint Dire Fang emanated a feeling of wildness, savage power, and ferocity, as if the world turned a little more primal wherever he appeared. Dangerous, Sunny studied the man for a moment, then turned his attention to the next newcomer. His heart trembled. The woman standing next to Dire Fang was not outwardly seductive, but for whatever reason, she seemed almost irresistibly alluring. Where Whispering Blade was dignified and domineering, she was breathtaking and tantalizing. She was tall, with fair skin and red, sensual lips. Her cold beauty was only made more striking by her inviting dark eyes, which were full of strength and willpower. Beastmaster had long hair that fell like a waterfall of black silk and wore a simple dress of carmine fabric, which nevertheless looked regal and mesmerizing on her slender figure. Her face was a little aloof and a little humorous. It was a kind of face one never wanted to look away from. Sunny felt a pang of fear when he saw her. Now he understood why Madoc had called her a demoness. The daughter of Ki Song did, indeed, resemble a beautiful demon. Even if he had not known that she was one of the most terrifying saints in existence, he would have felt it, simply from the fact that he immediately wanted to discard that knowledge and step closer to her, snap out of it. Maybe Sunny would have fallen for Beastmaster's enchanting beauty if he was young and inexperienced, but after meeting beings like Solvane and Hope, he was somewhat immune to such charms. He shifted his gaze to Song Seishan, also known as Blood Lord, to distract himself from the enticing visage of Beastmaster. Bad idea now that she had become a master. Seishan's exotic beauty was even more striking. Hers was a different kind of beauty, though. It was poised, reserved, graceful, and exquisite. Seishan was one of the awakened whose appearance had been changed by their aspect. Her skin was of a strange gray color, which made her look both inhuman and riveting. However, Sunny could not forget her other monstrous face. He had seen her transform into a hideous creature during the siege of the Crimson Spire, after all. And even before that, he had seen what her victims looked like after being drained of blood. He sighed mentally.
Monsters, beautiful monsters. Are all of Ki Song's adopted daughters like that? What the hell has she done to them? And speaking of monsters.
Finally, he looked at the fourth member of Song's vanguard. It was a middle-aged man in heavy armor, his face bleak and unfamiliar. His eyes, however, were perfectly human, with not even a hint of a mad prince hiding in their depths. Sunny frowned. Yeah, I am not fooled. There's no chance that Mordret would miss on an opportunity to come and wage war against Valor. It's you, isn't it, bastard? He lingered for a few moments, and then addressed the bleak man. Long time no see. The bleak man looked back at him, a masterfully crafted expression of confusion appearing on his face. His lips parted in a polite smile. I'm sorry, I don't think we've met. The smile almost looked mocking. Sunny shook his head, then looked away. Uh-huh. Wake of Ruin frowned slightly. His grating voice sounded a little irritated. Now that everyone is here, let's skip the introductions. I extend my gratitude to the elders of the Great Clan Valor and the Great Clan Song for coming to our aid in the time of need. Come, let's start. We need to discuss the war. Chapter 1104, Devil's Advocate Sunny had been relying on Army Command to keep him alive for about half a year now. But weirdly enough, he had never been to the actual headquarters of the evacuation army. To be fair, Army Command had no definite location. It was spread across many siege capitals, strongholds, and even continents, all of them connected into a seamless network both by technology and aspect abilities of the awakened officers. Most of the staff was here in Antarctica, like the members of the department where Kim was currently working, but not all of them. That said, the underground fortress below the building where the reception hall was located seemed like the closest thing to the heart of Army Command. It was a hive of activity, with countless people, both mundane and awakened, hurrying feverishly to accomplish a myriad of tasks in a timely manner. Their work might not have seemed as dire as what the soldiers on the front lines were going through, but it was nevertheless just as vital. Without efficient and timely support and management, the evacuation campaign would be doomed to end in a bloody disaster. From updating the status of various areas in relation to the strength of the call in them to compiling data about countless nightmare creatures and guiding troop movements, Army Command was the brain of the army. Without the brain, the body would be utterly useless. Somewhere in here, there was also an office where the allocation of contribution points was decided. In any other circumstances, Sunny would have felt his heart start to beat faster. But right now, he was fully concentrating on something else. His eyes were glued to the bleak man who was walking behind Beastmaster and Seishan while acting perfectly unassuming. Or at least as unassuming as a master could be. Army Command was, indeed, absolutely vital to the war effort. It was also a treasure trove of access and information. It would certainly be a shame if a particular psychopath got loose in its very heart. But what can I do? Sunny might have known who Mordred was and what he was capable of, but as far as stopping the Prince of Nothing went, there was little to be done, which was both unnerving and incredibly frustrating. Luckily, Sunny was not alone in his frustration. Morgan and Maddock also threw somber glances at the unassuming master from time to time, their eyes cold and sharp. Sky Tide had a complicated expression on her usually stoic face as well. Only Naphis seemed unconcerned, and why would she be? Of the 5 of them, she was the only one who had never met the Prince of Nothing. She would learn to be wary of him soon, though. Probably. In truth, their goals were closely aligned. There was no telling what Changing Star would do if she met Mordred face to face. Actually, the same went for Sunny. Despite his wariness and hostility, the Prince of Nothing was not necessarily his enemy. It was just that Sunny knew how inhumanly ruthless and blood-chillingly cruel Mordred could be if it suited his goals, and how cunning he was. That was why Sunny could not remain calm at the prospect of someone like that going on a rampage across Antarctica. Would Mordred care how many innocent people burned in the flames of his retribution? Most definitely not. But what can I do? The same question returned, gnawing at Sunny. There were many things he could do, actually, just not any that would not end in him being killed at the spot by Wake or Ruin or Beastmaster. He could prematurely start a direct clash between Song and Valor right here in the Army headquarters, even, first of all, calm down. You don't even know if that is really Mordred. The guy might really be a random master the emissaries of Song chose to bring along for whatever reason. Sunny could see the soul cores of humans and nightmare creatures, but that ability was useless against the Prince of Nothing. When Mordred possessed a body, he also possessed the soul, or at least enough of it to mimic how it was supposed to look like. Right. I shouldn't rush to conclusions. Wait for now, observe, act later. St. Cor led them to a large chamber that was filled with all kinds of equipment to display information, much of it being updated in real time. Sunny looked curiously at a large projected map of East Antarctica, with countless symbols denoting masses of nightmare creatures moving across it in a seemingly chaotic manner. There were also numerous static marks showcasing the location of nightmare gates. He paled slightly, suddenly faced with a stark reminder of how many of them there were. The marks littered the entire map like pustules, as if the continent was being slowly devoured from the inside by a lethal disease. There were a staggering amount of them in the wilderness, but the concentration grew exponentially in the vicinity of the siege capitals. The moving symbols were all congregating toward the human settlements, too. The paths of the hordes of nightmare creatures might have seemed aimless at first, but if one looked at the bigger picture, it was painfully clear that all of them were slowly drawing closer to the 27 cities. It looked like an inescapable avalanche of death and despair, a nightmarish chain of doom and destruction that was tied around Antarctica's neck, its cold embrace becoming tighter with each day. That was what the evacuation army was facing. Feeling a chill creep up his spine, Sunny lingered for a few moments and then glanced at the people walking in front of him. His eyes grew darker, and the shadows nestling in the corners of the strategy room grew deeper, too, unforgivable. His hands would have turned into fists if he had not made a conscious effort to appear calm. His heart, however, was dark and heavy. Noom. Even knowing what was happening in Antarctica, these mighty people had come here to make it all worse. Sunny thought back to what Wake of Ruin had said about the comparative benevolence of the great clans, trying to remember the crumbs of sense he had found in those words. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. In a sense, it was no different from the outskirts. The whole world was like that. No one cared if you lived or died in the outskirts, and the people who had the power to help you all chose to do nothing, or at least as little as possible. In the same way, the people who held the true power were comfortable doing nothing to save the population of Antarctica. The chain of nightmares had happened in the southern quadrant, but the next time it might happen somewhere else. Then, too, they would remain indifferent. To those who lived in the outskirts, citizens seemed like people who inhabited a distant paradise. But to the great clans, the citizens were no different from the outskirt rats. Of course, one could object and argue for the other side. The government was not malicious at its core, and its treatment of the people in the outskirts was born out of necessity. The outskirts existed because the planet could not sustain the whole human population. Someone had to be sacrificed to make sure that the rest survived. Otherwise, there would not be enough resources to save anyone. And it wasn't like the unfortunate souls in the outskirts were completely abandoned. There was a constant supply of cheap synth paste. There were jobs, there was electricity, access to entertainment, and so much more. People were not being left to die. They at least had the means to survive, if only barely. It was just that their lives were more or less doomed to be short and bitterly hard. In the same way, the great clans were not entirely heartless. It was just that their plans for humanity were aimed at the dream realm and not the waking world. Even then, they made a little bit of effort. They had sent Sky Tide and Dire Fang. The House of Night might not have taken part in the ground operation, but they did supply enough Saints and Nightwalkers to guide the naval convoys to and from Antarctica. But still, Sonny could not forgive them. He didn't want to. All of it was a load of crap, as far as he was concerned. He might have found a way to excuse the great clans if remaining passive was all that they had done, but they did not stop at that. Not only had Valor and Song abandoned Antarctica to the chain of nightmares, they even planned to use it as a private battlefield and fight each other while countless people suffered and died around them. That he could not forgive. Sonny glanced at the back of the bleak man and smiled slightly. You want to slaughter the entire clan? Valor, wonderful. Slaughter them well. Then he looked at Nephis. You want to destroy all of them? Even better. I'll cheer you on. Sonny was not a forgiving man. In fact, he was quite spiteful. Let's see how their little war goes. Chapter 105, Step by Step. The strategy meeting dragged on. The emissaries of the great clans seemed to be well aware of the situation on the infected continent. In fact, they seemed to have a clearer picture of what was going on than even Sonny did, but their understanding of the nuances of the Antarctica campaign was purely theoretical in nature. Only Sky Tide and Dire Fang possessed practical knowledge of what it meant to fight against the land that was slowly being devoured by a tide of nightmares. The others were going to have to catch up, fast. Still, they were not inexperienced people. Whispering Blade, especially, was a veteran of many wars. He had led the Knights of Valor into plenty of untamed regions of the Dream Realm, spending years in lengthy and harrowing campaigns of subjugation to expand the borders of human territory in that inhospitable world. From that perspective, it was easy to understand why Anvil had chosen his brother to helm the conquest of the tomb of Ariel. Beastmaster was at least a decade younger than Saint Medoc, but she seemed no less of a seasoned tactician. Her exalted reputation had not appeared out of nowhere after all. The lands controlled by the Song clan might not have expanded as dramatically as those ruled by Valor in the past 2 decades, but every region they did conquer had been a much more dire hell to surmount. The tantalizing saint was surprisingly soft-spoken and cordial. Sonny had expected her to be arrogant, aloof, and unapproachable, but she was actually quite easygoing. Her husky voice was pleasant on the ear, and her red lips were quick to twist into a small but bright smile. That smile was absolutely beguiling. Seishan was actually not that much younger than Beastmaster. Even though she was not a saint, she had spent more time braving the horrors of the dream realm than most transcendents. A decade of surviving on the Forgotten Shore made her more than qualified to participate in this meeting. The same went for Nephis. She might not have remained there as long, but her singular achievement of surviving close to 2 years of solitude in one of the most dire regions of the dream realm, eventually escaping it through a nightmare seed, earned her some respect from everyone present in the strategy room. As for Morgan, no one except for Maddock knew much about her achievements and experiences, but they also did not really doubt her competence. Her mind was as sharp as her eyes, and her knowledge of warfare and strategy seemed almost supernatural. The blood of war god flowed through her veins, after all. Sonny wouldn't be surprised if the Princess of Valor ended up being the most talented strategist among them. So each of them was more than capable of absorbing the new information about the perils and nuances of the chain of nightmares at a staggering speed. Except for the unassuming bleak man who had been introduced as Ascended Bast, even his name was dull and unmemorable. From what had been told about him, Ascended Bast was simply a retainer of the great clan's song. He was a part of their advance party because of a rare and useful utility aspect. No one bought that explanation, though. Sunny and Jet had been relegated to the role of silent observers, but even they spoke up from time to time, answering questions or sharing their personal experiences of fighting on the front line. Bast, however, had not said a single word from the start of the meeting, remaining placidly in a corner and watching the proceedings with relaxed, aloof calmness, like a cat playing with a mouse. Sunny had never seen a cat, but he had met a few rats in the outskirts. As far as vermin went, rats were pretty scary, so a creature that made a hobby out of hunting and torturing them must have been really terrifying. Still, there was a limit to how much he could stare at the bleak master. The discussion Wake of Ruin was having with the emissaries of the great clans was not that interesting either. Sure, many important things were being talked about, but Sunny knew most of them. The rest he could absorb by allocating a small part of his mind to the task, which was only made easier by the blessing of mind. Eventually, his eyes settled on Nephis. Sunny lingered for a while, then asked her through the mental link, "What are you planning to do?" He knew what the great clans wanted. He knew what the government wanted. He definitely knew what the nightmare creatures wanted, and he even somewhat knew what he himself wanted. "I think you should take a look at Ro Papde Snuffle." Corm Changing Star, however, was a mystery. Her endgame was absolutely clear, but here and now. Sunny was not sure what Nephis wanted to get out of Antarctica. She glanced at him briefly, then seemingly turned her attention back to the discussion of which force would be responsible for which area of East Antarctica. Her response came a few moments later and was very simple. "Survive." Sunny tilted his head a little, quite a sober answer coming from you. "Where's the real Nephis, and what have you done to her?" The corner of her mouth twitched upward. That small change was so subtle that he doubted anyone except for him noticed it. Neff lingered for a while. Eventually she spoke, or rather thought, in her usual even tone. "Sunny, don't you think that life is pretty strange?" Sunny blinked. What has gotten into her? He wasn't used to hearing such questions from Nephis. "Yeah, sure. Why?" She maintained her poised appearance, pretending to pay attention to the conversation about the disposition of clan forces as she answered. "You've been through a lot in these past 6 months. The time before that must seem like a lifetime ago for you. But for me, when I wake up, I still think that I'm in the nightmare sometimes. For me, it feels like I was lost in the dream realm just yesterday." Changing Star paused, then continued after a few short moments. "But I am not. I am a member of Clan Valor now. I have a citadel of my own, and dozens of awakened are ready to follow my orders. That was yesterday. Today I am in the southern quadrant, preparing to wage war both on countless nightmare creatures and on the best of clan song. Beastmaster is here, smiling at me politely. Whispering Blade is also here, watching my every move. All of it. It's a bit overwhelming." She turned her head and looked at him, her clear gray eyes looking a little burdened. "So, my plan is to take it one step at a time, one little step after another, until all my enemies are dead, and that is why my first step is to survive." Nephis shook her head, then looked back to the map of East Antarctica, which was currently being carved between Valor Song and the government. A few moments later, her voice resounded in his head once again, this time tinged with a hint of amusement. "Why do you think that surviving this mayhem will be easy? It won't." Chapter 1106, Status Quo. Sunny was a bit thoughtful for the rest of the long strategy meeting. Indeed, it wasn't going to be easy to survive the mad maelstrom that was brewing in Antarctica. He was strong and cunning, but in front of monsters like Whispering Blade and Beastmaster, all that strength could end up meaning nothing. In fact, even the 2 tyrannical saints were not guaranteed safety. When people like that had to be careful not to lose their lives, someone like Sunny or Nephis could only pray to the cold skies. Sadly, the gods were dead, so their prayers were doomed to remain unanswered. So they had to ensure their own survival. Luckily, if there was one thing Sonny excelled at, it was staying alive and biding my time. A legion of nightmare creatures on one side, two murderous armies of the great clans on the other, with Mordred hiding somewhere in the reflections, waiting to strike. It was really time for Sonny to show what he was made of and hope that it was enough. No, he had to make it so that what he could do was enough. And if it wasn't, he had to change himself in a way that would. But my task is not as ambitious as what these legacies have to accomplish. That was perhaps the only saving grace in this grim situation. Valor and Song wanted to crush the enemy and conquer the Black Pyramid. Nephis simply wanted to survive and earn the trust of her enemies by being a good soldier, and maybe a little more than that. As for Sonny, he simply wanted to make sure that their war did not spill out into the streets of the siege capitals, and that as few soldiers and civilians as possible were hurt by the clash of the great clans, and if he managed to hurt the bastards in the process, that would be even better. Still, it was not an easy thing to accomplish. He listened to the discussion of strategy, thinking the whole meeting was both fruitful and ridiculous. The representatives of the great clans knew very well that they were going to be killing each other soon. However, they maintained an illusion of camaraderie, pretending to take the issues of the evacuation campaign seriously. They had to keep up appearances, after all. That was possibly the most important advantage Sonny had. Other than that, the broad strokes of what the near future would look like had been decided quickly. Officially, everyone would work together to resist the chain of nightmares and make sure that the evacuation proceeded smoothly, with every human in the southern quadrant leaving the cursed continent eventually. The territory of East Antarctica would be divided into 3 regions. The first one was going to remain in the purview of the government, with the 2 legacy saints that had been participating in the campaign from the start continuing to assist Wake of Ruin in resisting the tide of abominations. Reading between the lines, that meant that Sky, Tide, and Dire Fang were going to remain on the sidelines for most of the clash. The main job of these 2, at least for now, was to keep an eye on each other and make sure that the opponent could not be of assistance to the enemy side. The other 2 regions would still be protected by the evacuation army, but for all intents and purposes, the expedition forces of the great clans would be in charge. They were supposed to keep the siege capitals safe and hunt down especially powerful nightmare creatures. If one of the Titans moved toward a human city, all saints were supposed to join forces and eradicate it. I think you should take a look at Rop Das Novel Comb. Of course, Wake of Ruin would not stop Whispering Blade and Beastmaster from trying to take down the Titans in the wilderness before that even happened. What it really meant was that the government was washing its hands and giving the great clans carte blanche to kill each other as much as they wanted, as long as it was done outside the walls of the siege capitals. The true goal of Valor and Song was out there somewhere in the wild reaches of Antarctica, after all. What they wanted was to find a nightmare gate that would allow them to safely ferry their forces into the dream realm, and eventually establish a stronghold that would serve as a staging ground for the conquest of the Tomb of Ariel. But it wasn't that simple. They also needed to make sure that the enemy wouldn't get to the citadel first, and the easiest way to accomplish that was to destroy the enemy. There were more complications as well. For example, both Valor and Song announced a startling intention to permanently close as many gates that had appeared within the limits of the siege capitals as they could. The hundreds of Awakened that each great clan had sent to Antarctica were almost all meant to challenge the seeds of nightmare. Certainly, their true purpose was to send as many soldiers into the hellish desert as possible, to scout it out and find a good entry point for the main force. But nevertheless, even if the scouts having to enter their second nightmares was just a side effect, that decision could forever change the balance of power among the Awakened. There were not that many masters in the world, and their number was already starting to swell because of the chain of nightmares. The Awakened Song and Valor had sent were all absolute elites. If dozens, or maybe even 100 or 2 of them ascended, it would have an explosive effect on everything. But that was not what Sonny was concerned about. What worried him was the prospect of these scouts actually finding a great entry point behind one of the nightmare gates located inside the siege capitals and not in the wilderness. If that happened, all hell could break loose. And if they found not just an entry point, but a crossing to a spot that would serve as the key to reaching the Black Pyramid, nothing would stop the other party from making sure that the siege capital in question changed hands. They would much rather see it destroyed even than remain under the control of the enemy. There will be 3 stages to this disaster. First, the clans will scout for a good entrance to the desert. Second, they will enter the Dream Realm through that entrance and launch an expedition toward the tomb of Ariel. Lastly, they will build strongholds in the vicinity of the pyramid, gather their forces, and launch their final attacks. The first stage would probably mostly consist of covert ambushes and small-scale skirmishes between the forces of valor and song. The second stage would be where the true bloodshed started, and the last would be pure hell. Sonny was now clear on the overall shape of the clan war, but he still had a lot of questions. He lacked information on what exactly they were going to do, when, and how. So, just as Nephis had said, he was going to take it one step at a time. The first step he had to take was to gather information. Sitting silently at the back of the meeting room, Sonny glanced at the people who were gathered there, the high and mighty saints of legendary renown, and smiled a little. "Would you look at that? After all these years, it seems that I'm finally going to get a chance to act as a proper spy." Chapter 107, Spycraft. Spying on the saints of the great clan sounded like an interesting method of killing himself. But Sonny was willing to try. His aspect was tailor-made for stealth and infiltration. After all, it was just that he had not used that side of its powers as often as he would have wished to. Sonny could not say that he was truly a master of stealth, but he was also not an amateur. He had relied on staying hidden a lot throughout the years of being an awakened, from the ruined streets of the Dark City to the airy expanse of the Chained Isles and the cold hellscape of East Antarctica. In these past 2 months, especially, he had tried to remain unseen as often as possible. The duties of a military scout demanded it, and through that necessity, Sonny had been able to develop his mastery of all things clandestine a notch further. A person could only rely on stealth that much, though. The most dire conflicts he tended to find himself in were almost all direct, violent confrontations. Still, it was an exceptionally useful ability to have, and now Sonny needed to exercise it to its fullest extent. He had been thinking about how exactly to approach that task for a long time now, and the conclusion was that he needed to be in several places at the same time to achieve the best result. Thankfully, he was capable of doing just that to a degree. Sonny had 5 shadows now, and the range at which he could control them was quite large, exceeding 20 kilometers, which meant that he could keep an eye on representatives of both valor and song, at least for the next few days. Once they departed for different siege capitals, he would be forced to concentrate on only the former. So Sonny left himself with 1 shadow. Otherwise, he would look really conspicuous and sent the other 4 to spy on the champions of the great clans. The naughty shadow, as the new guy, remained glued to his feet. The haughty shadow was following Morgan. The happy shadow was following Maddock. The gloomy shadow had been sent to spy on Beastmaster. And lastly, the creepy shadow was assigned to Ascended Bast, the man whom Sonny suspected to be possessed by Mordred. Keeping track of what all of them saw and heard put a bit of strain on his mind, but mostly Sonny could manage the pressure, although it was hard not to appear absent-minded and clumsy in his personal interactions. Considering that Sonny was in charge of managing a lot of logistical tasks as the middleman between the forces of valor and the government, that was proving to be a challenge. But the hardest part, of course, was not being caught by the people he was trying to spy on. Sonny was not nearly naive enough to think that the glorious great clans had no means of detecting his shadows. Even if his aspect made them nearly imperceptible when hidden in darkness, or even absolutely imperceptible for mundane humans, there were all kinds of memories and exotic aspects out there. For example, the first time he had met Noctis, the sorcerer was instantly aware of the presence of a hidden shadow, and that was without even knowing who Sonny was. The great clans, on the contrary, were well aware of his capabilities. I think you should take a look at Ro-Pap's novel. Co-Arm, they might not have known the exact details of his aspect, but they certainly knew of his affinity to shadows, as well as the general shape of what he was capable of. Shadow users were rare, but not so rare as to be unfamiliar to the domains. Shadowblade Kurt had belonged to one of them after all. Therefore, it only made sense that the great clans would have countermeasures prepared, just in case. Sunny's goal was to overcome these countermeasures, or at least pierce through as many of them as he could and identify all the rest to stay away from them. What helped him a lot in that task, surprisingly, was the experience of serving as a military scout. He had learned the basics of the necessary skills from Effie in the Dark City, as well as his own travels, and now developed them even further in the wilderness of East Antarctica. Powerful nightmare creatures, much like powerful awakened, had all kinds of strange abilities. So the scouts had to learn a few strange rules and a lot of odd tricks to remain unseen by them. For example, many creatures could feel a gaze directed at them, so Sunny had learned to never look straight at dangerous abominations, instead keeping them on the periphery of his vision. Other creatures could feel if someone was thinking about them, or hear if someone spoke their names aloud. So Sunny had to learn how to keep his mind empty and choose his words and thoughts carefully. There were a lot of tricks like that, but most importantly, one simply had to be smart and careful about it, which was why no matter how much he wanted to just go all out and listen to every word his mark said, Sunny took things slowly. He kept his shadows at a safe distance at first, gradually getting closer and closer to the four legacies. There was also a difference between how they acted in normal circumstances and how they acted when something important had to be discussed. The former was easier, while the latter could be nearly impossible to overhear. Even legacy sleepers like Castor possessed memories that could make it hard for anyone to listen in on important conversations. Back in the Dark City, he had used one to create a cone of silence around the room where they talked. Someone like Morgan or Beastmaster, without a doubt, would have much more potent tools to prevent anyone from learning their secrets. Sunny almost got caught a few times because of these measures. For example, both Valor and Song used special memories to create bubbles of evenly diffused, bright light while having meetings. Since the source of light was omnidirectional and its brightness was perfectly the same, no shadow could exist within the bubble, a fact that he had learned the hard way, only avoiding a disaster thanks to his paranoia and caution. And still, despite it all, Sunny managed to get closer and closer to Whispering Blade, Beastmaster, Morgan, and Bast. Although he was not able to infiltrate the most important meetings, he was still able to learn a lot and piece together even more from small and seemingly unconnected pieces of information they let slip out. He might not have managed to learn their most guarded secrets yet, but he did learn a few interesting things. Chapter 1108, Gathering Information. Sunny was mostly interested in the details of what each of the two feuding clans had prepared for Antarctica. But those plans were tightly guarded by those who had been entrusted with them. He suspected that learning the specifics of their strategy would become easier when the main forces of Valor and Song arrived in Antarctica. The more people involved in something, the harder it was to keep things secret. However, for now, only a handful of emissaries were here, all busy with rather transparent preparatory work. That did not mean that he had failed to learn anything of use, of course. Knowing the enemy's next move was immensely valuable, but knowing the enemy themselves was much more important. By observing his four marks, Sunny was slowly becoming familiar with how they acted, felt, and even thought. When Beastmaster was standing on the city wall, observing a horde of nightmare creatures, assaulting it with an eerily serene expression on her exquisitely beautiful face, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. When Whispering Blade stopped to look at the mundane soldiers, a hint of detached pity finding its way into his calm eyes, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. When Morgan practiced her swordsmanship, moving with grace and speed that would make the most famed warriors feel heavy in their hearts, Sunny's shadow was there, watching. And when the bleak, unassuming, ascended Bast spent hours doing nothing, sitting like a corpse in a dark room, his shadow was there as well. Of course, the small nuances of their personalities were not everything that Sunny learned. He gained a much better understanding of their abilities as well. Beastmaster was, indeed, a frightening being. Her powers lay in mesmerism and manipulation. From what he could tell, simply looking her in the eyes could be a death sentence. She could make her enemies defenseless by luring them into a state of deep trance or bedevil them with insidious illusions. And, above all else, she could completely dominate someone's mind, making them an eternal thrall. Whispering Blade was just as fearsome. Even though his powers were not as fiendish, they were just as deadly. His quintessential ability was to make all weapons he wielded invisible, and his saint transformation was to be unseen as well. Since Saint Madoc was not nearly as mysterious and secretive as his counterpart from the Song clan, it was widely known that when he fought it was as though the world itself was slicing the bodies of his enemies apart. There was no escape. Morgan, on the other hand, had a rather strange aspect. If Whispering Blade possessed an ability that made the sword he wielded deadlier, then Morgan was the blade itself. The feeling of sharpness she emanated was not a coincidence. The Princess of War did not need any weapons because her body was the absolute weapon. She could cut through armored alloy and the flesh of even the most powerful nightmare creatures with her hands and rend their bodies with her feet. It was both strange and terrifying, as though she was not a human, but a living sword. In retrospect, it made a lot of sense that she had easily cut through the adamantine breastplate of the mantle of the underworld with her bare hand. Wouldn't it mean that she cheated? She promised to only use a dormant weapon. That thought, strangely, led Sonny to discover a hint of what Morgan's flaw was. While observing her, he noticed that Morgan preferred clothes that revealed as little of her skin and body as possible. She even wore gloves, never appearing without them. Sometimes it was the gauntlets of her armor, and sometimes it was the slim, stylish leather gloves that went well with her tailored mundane clothes. Because of that, Sonny started to suspect that the Princess of Valor was not in control of what her hands cut, or rather that everything she touched was doomed to be sliced and severed, as if carved by a sharp blade. Perhaps the flaw was not as powerful as her ability. Otherwise, her own armor would not be able to withstand it, but it was certainly a cruel extension of it. Sadly, Sonny had no such luck in deducing the flaws of Whispering Blade and Beastmaster, and then there was Bast. I think you should take a look at Ro P.D.A.S. novel Combe. Actually, Sonny had not learned anything about him at all. The bleak man was like a corpse that someone was wearing as a suit. He was quiet, dull, and devoid of much emotion. He never did much of anything, but was nevertheless treated with strange courtesy, deference, even by Seishan, Beastmaster, and Dire Fangbast did nothing, just waiting and biding his time. But Sonny could swear that there was a menacing malevolence hiding behind the placid dullness of his eyes. "What are you doing, bastard? What are your reflections doing? When are you going to strike?" Sonny was not the only one who paid close attention to Bast. Even though they did not show it, Morgan and Madoc were tracking the movements of the bleak master as well. In fact, he learned a few things about Mordred from the fragments of their conversations about the man. For example, he learned that Anvil had personally crafted the enchanted talisman that protected ascended wealth from being possessed by her ward. He also learned Anvil's title, the King of Swords. Apparently, the King of Swords had prepared a few more tools to trap and destroy his eldest child. However, both Whispering Blade and Morgan were hesitant to use them yet. They were unnerved by Bast's inaction, too. Just like that, a few days passed. Sonny had been gathering information like a spider sitting in the middle of a vast web. He had not made any earth-shattering discoveries in that short time, but it was a good start. In truth, he was more concentrated on finding safe ways to get closer to his marks for now than on actually stealing their secrets. Once he truly learned how to slither through their defenses, the secrets would be revealed as a result. On the fourth day, it was time to say his goodbyes to Jet. Both Song and Valor were leaving the siege capitals to travel to the respective port fortresses and meet the arriving reinforcements. After that, they would proceed to other cities, and the clandestine war would start in earnest. Sonny was leaving with the emissaries of Valor, and Jet was leaving with the emissaries of Song. Chances were they would not meet face to face for a long time. He would have been worried if it was anyone else, but there was little doubt that Soul Reaper would be able to keep herself alive. He had already warned her to steer clear of the man who called himself Bast, just to be safe. Really, the person Sonny had to worry about was himself. I'll survive, too. But that was the thing. Simply surviving was not enough. It had not been for a long time, and that was what could get him killed. With a sigh, Sonny called back the shadows that had been watching the emissaries of song and went to find Nephis. It was time for the two of them to travel side by side once again. Chapter 1109. Titanic Battle. On a vast plain peppered with twisting streams and shallow lakes, a cataclysmic battle was taking place. Legions of nightmare creatures were flowing across it like a dark tide, with several titanic figures marching among them. The ground shook with each of their steps, and the skies above were obscured by a whirlwind of hungry crows. Humans fought against the abominations in the shadow of their wings. Today, the forces of humanity gathered from all across Antarctica to stop the march of the Titanic horde. 7 saints led them into battle. There was Wake of Ruin, the carrion crow, a legendary figure who had been protecting the waking world since the times of the first generation. Whispering Blade, the first blade of the great clan Valor, who had led countless awakened warriors in the conquest of the Dream Realm. There was Beastmaster, the fearsome and enchanting daughter of the great clan Song, and her sister, Silent Stalker, who was a huntress and a slayer of things. There was also Skytide of the White Feather clan, and Dire Fang, a bestial warrior of incomparable savagery and strength. There were close to 100 masters on the battlefield as well, serving as champions and officers of the human army. Sonny was one of these masters. As he watched the inconceivable scene of the clash between two mighty forces, awed by its scale and ferocity, there was only one thought in his mind: holy hell. He had seen a lot of incredible things in his life, but all, with the exception of the visage of hope, paled in comparison to this calamitous confrontation. It was, without a doubt, the largest battle that had happened since the start of the Antarctica campaign, and maybe even in the history of this world. Sonny was currently high above the battlefield, in what served as the command center for the joined army of the government and the great clans. The command center was situated in a stone fort, which stood on top of the carapace of a giant, monstrous tortoise, which was one of Morgan's echoes. Luckily, the Princess of Valor, the Princess of War, had not summoned it on the day of her arrival. Otherwise, the giant beast would have flattened the entire government building. It was like a moving fortress. Morgan herself was nearby, commanding the army. The saints were busy fighting the titans that led the horde, so they had no time to play the role of a detached strategist. The Princess of War, on the other hand, was a genius tactician by now. No one put that fact in doubt despite her young age. Of course, Seishon was also here, keeping an eye out so that Morgan did not get any funny ideas. So was Jet, Nephis, and Cassie. Changing Star and the Firekeepers were held in reserve for now and would be sent out to close the gaps in the spot of the battlefield where the situation was the most dire. As for Song of the Fallen, she had proven to be an invaluable resource in such situations. With her ascended ability, allowing her to see through the eyes of soldiers throughout the battlefield, she could relay all necessary information to the commander in mere moments. With her help, Morgan's grasp of the situation was much more fluid and immediate. Just at that moment, Cassie shifted a little, a subtle frown appearing on her delicate face. A corrupted devil is getting close to the 7th Company of the Ursus Brigade. Its abilities are mental manipulation, inducing fear, and augmenting itself through consumption. The 3rd Company of the Lyra Brigade is sustaining heavy casualties because of the change in terrain, caused by the burrower minions of the fallen tyrant, designation the Worm. The wolves have just reached the location of the Worm. Morgan lingered for a moment, then glanced at the blind young woman. Her vermilion eyes had been glinting vibrantly since the start of the battle. You know, raised by wolves personally, right? What is your estimation on how long it would take her to get rid of that tyrant? Nephis answered instead, looking at a particular spot of the battlefield with a somber expression. Around 3 minutes, give or take. Morgan smiled. Fast, but not fast enough. I will send one of the echoes to speed things along. She was ready to give the order, but stopped when Cassie suddenly spoke. Don't. Send it to reinforce 3 lira instead. Morgan glanced at her curiously. Why? The blind girl remained silent for a moment. The ascended in charge of the 3rd Lyra Company is the only one whose aspect directly counters the abilities of the corrupted demon designation Frost Furnace. We must make sure that he preserves as much essence as possible for now. There is also a lake between the nearest echo and the position of the wolves. Traversing it will waste time. The Princess of Valor smiled slightly. Correct. Good thinking. With that, she continued to give orders, controlling the large army like the conductor of a giant, cacophonous orchestra. Cassie continued to provide first-hand accounts of what was happening on the battlefield, and from time to time, poignant pieces of advice. Nephis remained silent, which was a bit strange, considering that she was no less knowledgeable about how to wage war on nightmare creatures. Nevertheless, Changing Star simply watched the havoc of the furious battle, her eyes heavy. Sunny was willing to bet that he knew what she was thinking about, because he was thinking the same thing. Today was their first time seeing all the saints of Antarctica go all out, and that was a priceless source of information, not the least, because these mighty demigods would one day be Neph's own opponents. The powers they showcased today would be turned against her in the future, and maybe against Sunny, too. Damn it. How scary. Looking at the battlefield, he could feel a cold chill running down his spine. It was a rare privilege to get the chance to see exalted figures like Whispering Blade and Beastmaster fight, and yet Sunny did not feel consoled by their awesome powers. Instead, he felt resigned. Nevertheless, he couldn't look away. Chapter 1110, 7 Saints. About a month had passed since the day Sunny was assigned to act as a government envoy for the forces of Valor. In that time, they had reached a distant port fortress, met up with the main contingent of the Great Clan, including Cassie, the Firekeepers, and the valiant Saint Summer Knight, and traveled to the region that was supposed to be their zone of responsibility. However, almost as soon as they settled in one of the siege capitals there, Wake of Ruin requested the emissaries of both great clans to join forces against a tremendous horde of nightmare creatures that had formed around several titans. The emissaries had promised to join forces if the situation required it after all, and it certainly did. If the horde was not stopped, their plans were bound to suffer as well. So they reluctantly answered St. Cor's summons and ventured into the wilderness to form a united army. Valor and Song were hell-bent on destroying each other, but that did not mean that they couldn't cooperate. Once faced with a common enemy, the champions of the 2 warring domains at least had the decency to not strike their opponents in the back. Or at least they hadn't yet. Mordret was suspiciously absent from the battlefield, though. Who knew what Ascended Bast was doing right now? Actually, Sunny knew exactly what he was doing. Jet was doing him a favor by keeping an eye on the Bleak Man, so Sunny was well informed on Master Bast's movements. He was currently in a siege capital far to the west, establishing a supply chain for Song's expedition forces, which prowled the wilderness in search of suitable nightmare gates. Ascended Bast was also in charge of an industrial production facility. In that facility he was making mirrors, thousands of them for unknown reasons. Or at least he had been a few days ago. Currently, Jet was right here by Sunny's side, watching the battlefield with a hungry expression. For all they knew, the Bleak Man might have slaughtered the entire siege capital by now. Jet suddenly raised her head. There, look. Everyone except for Cassie looked up. In the skies above them, a titanic clash was taking place. Myriads of crows were swirling like a black maelstrom, and in the middle of it, 2 giant shapes were entangled in a murderous dance. One was a giant bird of prey with white feathers and talons forged out of lustrous steel, her wings wreathed in lightning and thunderclouds. The other was a scaled beast with 3 long necks and 3 terrifying maws, its enormous body held up in the air by vast skeletal wings. The scaled beast was littered with thousands of wounds from the swarm of crows assaulting it, but it did not seem bothered by their merciless attacks. Instead, a miasma of rot and corruption flowed from the numerous torn holes on its body, trailing behind the Titan and spreading through the sky like a cloud of pure, inescapable death. St. Tyrus had been controlling the winds to blow the cloud away from the battlefield. But right at that moment, the crows suddenly dashed away from the winged horror. A split second later, it was encased in a cage of lightning, and then the white bird flew through the lightning to crash directly into the giant beast. Her talons tore at its chest, and her beak closed on one of its necks, ripping it to shreds. Sky Tide jerked her head violently and severed the neck of the Titan completely. As vile miasma billowed from the terrible wound like a fountain, the head of the creature plummeted down and crashed into the ground, obliterating several hundreds of nightmare creatures. Sonny clenched his fists, then looked away from the aerial battle. Breathtaking and terrifying things were happening on the ground as well. In one corner of the battlefield, a mountain of malformed flesh was crawling across the plain, absorbing everything in its path into itself. Those nightmare creatures that were unfortunate enough to approach it were instantly caught by fleshy tentacles, drawn into the body of the ghastly Titan, and consumed, becoming a part of it. If the mountain of flesh reached the defense line of the human army, the same fate awaited the soldiers. However, it did not get the chance. Long before the Titan drew close to the ranks of awakened, a lone figure stepped forward from between them, and then disappeared. Sonny saw the moment clearly, but even still it seemed as though Whispering Blade had never been there at all. In the next moment, something both spectacular and terrifying happened. It was as though a wide, bloody path was carved through the horde of nightmare creatures by an invisible force. No one could see what was delivering the cuts, but countless abominations were instantly turned into minced meat. Gaping wounds simply appeared on their bodies, as if the creatures were sliced apart by an unseen blade. No, a swarm of unseen blades, a wave of them. The wave rolled through the horde, rending everything in its path, and soon reached the crawling mountain of flesh. Countless tentacles wreathed, trying to catch whoever was attacking the Titan. However, all they caught was air. Meanwhile, bloody lacerations started to appear on the surface of the flesh mountain, sometimes several at a time, each dozens of meters in length and extremely deep. Tentacles were severed and sent flying away, only to crawl back like fleshy snakes. Despite suffering dire wounds, the Titan was not succumbing to the assault of invisible blades. But it had stopped completely, letting the soldiers sigh with relief. In another spot of the battlefield, a man in lustrous armor was wielding a lance that seemed to be made of clear water to cut through a sea of gray vines that grew from the ground with terrifying speed. The brooks, rivers, and lakes around him seemed to have turned into weapons as well. Streams of water rose from them and flew through the air like whips, cleanly slicing through the vines and washing them away. The summer night remained calm and composed as he faced the wrath of the unseen Titan. He welcomed its attention because it lessened the pressure on two different saints. Deep in the area, completely consumed by the gray vines, a creature that resembled a towering, monstrous mix between a human and a wolf was clawing at the ground, digging into it with vicious purpose. With each movement, countless vines were torn apart and a great deal of soil was displaced. The giant fiend, Saint Dire Fang, was being assaulted by the vines from all sides. However, very few reached him. Most were cut down by summer night, and those that were not ended up being obliterated by heavy arrows that flew from the fringes of the battlefield where Silent Stalker moved unseen. And finally, there was the last Titan, a ghostly figure surrounded by shimmering haze which moved across the battlefield like a mirage. Wherever it passed, the reality itself seemed to twist and come undone, revealing indescribable horrors. The nightmare creatures who gazed at the mirages grew still and silent, then moved again. Or rather, their bodies moved as if worn by something not quite familiar with what flesh was, and how beings made of flesh were supposed to carry themselves through space. No awakened barred their path, and neither did any saint. However, abominations did. First a few, then a dozen, then 100, and finally an avalanche of them threw themselves into the shimmering haze, trying to disperse it. Each of them had clawed their eyes out before attacking, driven mad by a strange and overwhelming desire to destroy the ghostly titan at any cost. The nightmare creatures who had been possessed by the haze were torn apart by other abominations as well. It was as if Beastmaster was laughing at the harrowing creature. You can possess the bodies of living beings. So what? I can take their minds, their hearts, and their very souls. Let's see which one of us is more harrowing. Sonny stared, feeling both stirred and grim. Such power. Would he hold such power one day? If he did, he would be laughing too. Chapter 11:11, War Games. The Seven Saints were battling the Titans. The echoes of their dreadful clash spread like shockwaves through the horde of nightmare creatures. Somewhere far away, a vestige of the horde suddenly surged and swirled, lunging at something unseen. A moment later, a bloody haze veiled that entire section of the battlefield from view, and the wind carried over howls of agony, which all fell silent soon. Silent Stalker was prowling there, slaughtering the abominations and never failing to send her arrows to support Deer Fang and Summer Night. The latter had yet to assume his transcendent form as well. Beastmaster and Whispering Blade were each holding back a titan of their own, and Sky Tide had just succeeded in delivering a debilitating wound to the great scaled beast, dispersing the cloud of deathly miasma created by the flying horror at the same time. All in all, things weren't looking bad, which was not to say that the battle was going smoothly. Far from it, the titanic horde did not just consist of the 4 titans, and it was the task of Awakened and Ascended to face the vast legion of abominations. While not as spectacular, that task was just as important. Sonny watched the battle grow more and more fierce. All the while, Cassie continued to keep them informed of the more important changes happening on the battlefield. Her voice was calm and composed. The fallen tyrant, designation Worm, has been slain. 3rd Company of the Lyra Brigade is advancing to support the 5th. The corrupted demon, designation Frost Furnace, has been slain. Ascended Eugen of the 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade has fallen. The corrupted devil, designation Hexblade, has been slain by Ascended Nightingale. It would be prudent to temporarily withdraw the Night Singers from the Flashpoint Delta, at first. The good news was mixed with the bad news in equal measure. Morgan continued to react to the changes on the battlefield, moving her many pieces around to present an almost flawless defense against the onslaught of nightmare creatures. The battle formation created by her was fluid and flexible, bending when needed and lashing out with tremendous force at other times. In fact, it seemed that Cassie and her were not just reacting, but actually anticipating many of the changes on the chaotic battlefield. It was a lot like personal combat. Being able to anticipate what move the enemy would make was half the victory. The other half was using that knowledge to deliver a fatal strike. Sadly, there was a limit to what Morgan could do. No matter how good she was, the enemy facing them was just too dreadful. The Princess of War remained calm, but her face was slowly growing grim. As time went on, Cassie's reports began to sound more and more dire. 7th Company of the Ursus Brigade is routed. 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade is suffering heavy casualties. Ascended Ripple of the 7 Ursus has fallen. 1st Company of the Cassiopeia Brigade is routed. Defensive line is breached. Wolves and Night Singers are advancing to seal the breach. I don't think they'll be able to hold out. Morgan remained silent for a few moments, then nodded slowly. Yes, that is troublesome. Sonny stared at her silently. To use the word troublesome was the understatement of the century. With both layers of the defensive line breached, the nightmare creatures would be free to pour through and attack the formation from the rear. Once they did, one company after another would collapse, causing a fatal cascade. There were forces that could be pulled back from other places on the battlefield to plug the breach, but they needed time to reach it. Morgan glanced at Nephis and suddenly smiled. How about it, dear sister? Are you ready to solve that problem for me? Neph looked at the battlefield, then turned her head slightly and nodded. It is the reason why you have held me in reserve, is it not? Morgan laughed. Indeed. Take your firekeepers and go then. show these abominations what a daughter of valor is capable of. Changing Star simply turned away, ready to jump down from the stone fort onto the carapace of the giant tortoise. However, at that moment, Sunny finally spoke. "Can I go too?" Morgan and Seishan, as well, gave him surprised glances. After a short moment, the princes of war asked, "Really? But you don't have to, Master Sunless. As a government envoy, your duties are simply to serve as a messenger between us and your army command. In fact, it would be very embarrassing for me if the envoy entrusted to Clan Valor went and died." Sunny frowned. "Really? It would be very embarrassing for me too, so I'll make sure to stay alive." Morgan smiled. It seemed that there was some approval in her smile. She gave him a nod. "Well, in that case, by all means, you were designated as a special strategic asset after all. I'd imagine that you can handle yourself on the battlefield." After that, she gave Seishan a short glance, as if mocking the heiress of song for having a less capable government spy assigned to her. Jet stretched her arms, looking down with a hungry glint in her eyes. "Then I'll join too. Watching all this slaughter got me riled up." She seemed very comfortable playing into her reputation as a psychotic killer. Neither Morgan nor Seishan said anything. At least, without delaying any further, Nephis, Sunny, and Jet jumped down to the carapace of the giant Echo, then slid off its side and landed on the ground near where the fire keepers were waiting, ready to do battle. Noticing them, the survivors of the Dark City broke out in smiles. "Lady Nephis, are you deploying finally?" "Hey, Sunny, where's your armor? Hurry up and summon it." "Oh man, Sunny is with us. Effie and Knight are fighting too. Lady Nephis is in charge. Feels like the good old times." "What good old times, you fool? What was good about those times? Get your head on straight." Nephis looked at them with her calm, cold, gray eyes, and then smiled. Her smile seemed to illuminate the gloomy autumn day like a ray of sunshine. "Yes, we are being deployed. Get ready and follow me. What can these pathetic abominations do to us? Nothing. Let us burn their filth from this world." The firekeepers looked at her with expressions of adoration and zealous devotion, passionate fires igniting in their eyes. Their voices joined in a choir. "Follow Lady Changing Star. Burn them all." Sunny observed them with a neutral expression as he gathered shadows around him and summoned the Sin of Solace, which immediately started whispering insidious provocations into his ears, a vague figure materializing a few steps away and following behind him. He ignored the hallucination and shook his head in reproach. What a bunch of crazies. Chapter 11-12, Different Kind of Deception, led by Nephis, Sunny, and Jet, the firekeepers surged forward. They were aiming for the section of the Joint Army's formation where the flood of nightmare creatures had broken through the dam of human bodies, threatening to consume them all. Somewhere out there far ahead, Effie and Kai were already trying to stall the fatal advance of the frenzied abominations as they waited for reinforcements to arrive. Their soldiers were fighting fiercely, without a doubt, and yet the horde had already gained momentum, so the wolves and the night singers had no hope of stopping it on their own. They were just 200 men and women who had volunteered to join the Second Army. After all, no matter how elite of a status the two companies earned because of their strength, valor, and the fame of their commanders, they were still ordinary awakened. The firekeepers were different. Even though there were just about 50 of them, each of the people following Changing Star was a seasoned veteran of the Dark City. They were the best and the brightest of what humanity had to offer, simply for the fact that nothing less would have allowed one to survive the cruel crucible of the Forgotten Shore. They had only grown stronger and more experienced under Cassie's guidance after escaping that starless abyss, too, and especially now that the mighty and opulent Clan Valor stood behind the personal troops of its adopted daughter. The firekeepers had undergone a comprehensive upgrade of their soul arsenals, with those who needed it receiving enough shards to finish fully saturating their cores. There were 7 cohorts of them, each more than comparable to the most elite household troops of the great clans in terms of power. So, despite their modest numbers, the firekeepers were a force to be reckoned with, and that was without even mentioning the 3 masters who were leading them into battle. Due to their superior physical prowess, Sunny, Nephis, and Jet naturally ended up at the head of the rushing force. There was no clever plan to their advance. The situation prohibited careful maneuvering and strategic placement of the awakened according to their specializations, but there was no real need to waste time on it either. Every firekeeper knew what they were doing. The remains of the Dreamer army had long become a well-oiled, perfectly synergized combat machine. They all knew what their comrades were good at, what quirks their aspects and memories possessed, and how to work together in a seamless, deadly harmony. Well, maybe Sunny did not quite know all those things exactly. He was more or less familiar with what the members of Cassie's former personal cohort were capable of, as well as a few other people with whom he had fought side by side during the Civil War of the Bright Castle. Really, he lacked the qualifications to effectively lead these veteran warriors. However, that was fine. He didn't want to lead anyone, anyway. Sunny was more than happy to leave all that to Nephis today. His role was quite simple, to wreak as much havoc and destruction among the nightmare creatures as he could. That way he would bring the most benefit to the men and women fighting by his side. His desire to show how lethal he could be in a battle had a different purpose as well. Sunny wanted the others, Morgan and Sation in particular, to witness how much of a fierce force he was on the battlefield. Having some respect from the representatives of the great clans would be convenient in the coming months, but mostly he wanted to deceive them. People were usually good at one thing or another. Great fighters were very rarely amazing utility specialists, and people specializing in subterfuge were usually less capable in direct combat. Of course, there were always freaks like Sunny, who could do anything, from swinging a sharp sword to weaving memories, but they were rare enough for a subconscious bias to subtly deny their existence. The more capable of a fighter Sunny would show himself to be, the harder it would become for people who didn't know him to assume that he also possessed other formidable abilities, like excelling in stealth or being a master of utility. It was a different kind of deception. In the past, Sunny had tried extremely hard to remain under the radar, hiding his power to appear weak and insignificant. That ship, sadly, had long sailed. After coming to Antarctica, he was forced to reveal enough of his strength so that no sane person would ever think of him as a weakling. So now he needed a new disguise, and today was the day he would start to create it. Come on, look at me. Look at the devil of Antarctica. Am I not strong? Am I not fearsome? Am I not a frenzied beast, just like what a lofty legacy would expect an uneducated brute from the outskirts to be? As Sunny ran, he gathered the shadows from the shadow lantern around his body, manifesting them into the shape of a towering four-armed fiend. He wielded the sin of solace in one hand, the cruel sight in another. The other two remained free, to be used to tear the enemies apart with sharp claws or switch to a two-hand grip of the jade Jian on the fly. A moment later, he circulated his essence and activated the mantle trait of the marble shell. A fearsome armor of black onyx suddenly encased the tenebrous shadow spawn into an impervious carapace, coming together with a dull clangor. Sunny was not going to use finesse and cunning tricks today. No. What he was going for was maximum carnage, maximum barbarity. The more feral he appeared, the better. God knew he had some pent-up anger to vent. They had already flashed through the ranks of the retreating soldiers that belonged to the crushed companies. He could already see the wolves and the night singers fighting ahead, stubbornly refusing to give ground to the onslaught of abomination. A glimpse of Effie's lustrous steel figure ignited his heart, flooding his body with strength and vigor. There were really a lot of nightmare creatures in front of him. Damn! Sunny summoned the dying wish, slotting it into the mantle and activating the underworld armament trait of the onyx armor. Now for the finishing touch. Finally, he summoned the extraordinary rock, placing it into the mouth of the shadow spawn and activating the sonorous enchantment to make the transferred voice sound as loud as possible. As the firekeepers closed in on the desperate melee, the towering four-armed fiend that moved at the head of Changing Star's force raised his horned head and let out an earth-shattering, chilling, bloodthirsty roar. For a moment, it seemed as though the whole battlefield around them was momentarily frozen. Even the nightmare creatures seemed a little taken aback, cradled in the embrace of shadows. Sunny smiled with satisfaction. Yes, I think that will do the trick. Chapter 1113, Rampaging Spawn of Shadows. Sunny's life had been pretty complicated as of late, but right now it was very simple. All he had to do was kill, 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 kill. Even the sin of solace seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. There was no more hiding, no more caution, and no more trying to undersell his abilities. Well, at least the most obvious and visible of his abilities. Sunny had much more tricks up his sleeve, and in fact, this display of power was meant to misdirect his opponents and draw their attention away from his more insidious talents. However, even that did not matter right now. All that mattered was murder. Dashing through the formation of the wolves and night singers like a lightning made of darkness, Sunny tore into the tide of nightmare creatures. The echo of his deafening roar was still rolling across the battlefield when the sin of solace reaped its first life. It passed through the body of a massive abomination, easily rending it into two halves. You have slain. Your shadow grows. It was a fallen, huh? Sunny had activated the Omen of Dread enchantment of the Jade Sword, just for good measure. The faint remnant of a whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, lingered on the cursed blade. All beings who witnessed it had no choice but to be stricken by terror. The nightmare creatures seemed to slow down a little. The awakened soldiers behind him trembled too. However, they were also being affected by the dying wish. Fear and inspiration fused together in their hearts to produce savage awe. The soldiers surged forward, their spirits ignited with killing intent. The abominations, meanwhile, were being assaulted both by the feeling of fear and the irresistible desire to rip the dreadful four-armed fiend to shreds above all else. Such a contradiction was enough to drive one mad. Good. Give me madness. Give me insanity. The more, the better. Didn't the sin of solace feel especially light, sharp, and lethal today? Maybe it was just the effect of his body being augmented by 5 shadows. Full of rapturous malice, Sunny continued to move. His mind was cold, calculating, and full of dark, murderous glee. His shell was brimming with so much power that it seemed as though it would soon burst at the seams. His hands moved faster than his thoughts. Kill! The jade sword flashed through the air, sending an abomination's head flying away in a fountain of blood. The cruel sight pierced the throat of another and ignited with incandescent light, filling the air with the smell of burnt flesh. His tail shot forward, the armored spike on its tip shattering a monstrous abomination's temple. Sunny whipped his tail, throwing the collapsing corpse into the mob of beasts. All of it took a split second. Kill. A monster lunged at him, its maw full of sharp fangs. Sunny caught it with his 2 lower hands, his armored gauntlets scraping against bone, and tore the creature's jaws apart. At the same time, he severed another abomination from top to bottom with the pristine blade of the sin of solace. At the same time, he gutted a third one with the silver short sword that was burning with the immolating heat of divine flames. All of you die. At the same time, Niphis entered the melee. Changing Star was wearing the black armor forged by the smiths of valor, wielding a sword that seemed to be made of pure white flame. Her silver hair flew in the wind like a radiant crown, and on her forehead was a simple band of metal adorned by a single gem, the Dawn Shard. All around them, the memories wielded by the awakened soldiers suddenly grew vastly more powerful. Neph's skin was suffused with a brilliant white glow. She looked like a spirit of pristine flame, and in front of her the nightmare creatures seemed to melt and turn to ash. Her incandescent sword moved with such speed and precision that it was almost invisible. All that could be seen was the carnage left in its wake. Sunny had not seen Nephis fight in a long, long time. He had almost forgotten how beautiful her skill was. But she was an ascended now, and so swordsmanship was not her only tool. As the corpses of the nightmare creatures she had slain caught fire, that fire swelled and moved as if being controlled by an invisible will. The air rippled from the unbearable heat, and the flames surged forward in an immolating wave. A deafening explosion rang, ripping a dozen abominations apart. As Changing Star moved through the mass of them, the fires moved with her like a whirlwind, burning and incinerating the nightmare creatures in her path. Tearing an APC-sized monster limb from limb, Sunny frowned. That won't do, she's stealing my spotlight. At that moment, Jet finally joined them, followed by the firekeepers. The tide of abominations was momentarily pushed back. Neff's voice drowned out the cacophony of battle. Spread out, hold the line, ascended, step forward. The 7 cohorts of the firekeepers separated, reinforcing the faltering line of the wolves and the firekeepers. At the same time, 5 figures stepped forward to become the wave-breakers against the flood of abominations. Nephis, Sunny, Effie, Kai, and Jet. What a fearsome quintet. Sunny spared a split second to appreciate the image of them standing against the tide of nightmare creatures, and then threw all unnecessary thoughts out of his mind. His task had only grown harder. Now he had to outdo all these monstrous talents. Commanding the extraordinary rock to let out a harrowing growl, one stolen from the demented, corrupted devil, Myriad Eater no less, he launched himself forward. The sin of solace whispered as it severed flesh and bone, the cruel sight sang. Claws, fangs, and spikes rang against the onyx surface of the mantle. The nightmare creatures shrieked, howled, and wailed as they died. The 4-armed fiend had turned into a dark maelstrom as he slaughtered one abomination after another. Sometimes 2, 3, 4 at a time, the weaker monsters fell like autumn leaves in front of his blades and claws. The stronger ones were obliterated in a most cold and ruthless way. There were no ingenious schemes to how Sunny fought, no cunning tricks, just pure, savage, calmly calculated butchery. The soldiers behind him were looking at the rampaging spawn of shadows with awe in their eyes. Sunny did not pay their gazes a lot of attention. However, he did regret not leaving a shadow to keep an eye on Morgan and Sation. He was a bit curious about their reactions, but only a bit. Killing as many abominations as he could, as fast as he could, was much more important. The radiant, changing star, the steel-bodied raised by wolves, the swift and deadly nightingale, the death incarnate, soul reaper Jet, and the devil of Antarctica, the most fiendish of them all. The 5 of them brought the horde of nightmare creatures to a halt for a while. Chapter 11:14. Bloody Brilliant. It was a strange thing to see. The remnants of the Dreamer army were fighting against an overwhelming horde of nightmare creatures, with the members of Changing Star's cohort leading them. It was almost as if they had gathered to reenact the ruinous siege of the Crimson Spire. Of course, not everyone who had participated in that battle was here, but most were. Out of the 100 or so sleepers that had returned from the Forgotten Shore, more than a half chose to follow Cassie, and were now fighting for Nephis. A few decided to stay independent, like Sunny or Ayako. A few joined lesser legacy clans, while the second largest group, the surviving handmaidens, followed Seishon into the embrace of the great clan song. The former handmaidens were here on the battlefield too, although not in this exact spot. It's like a morbid reunion. The firekeepers were fighting like the expert slayers they were. No abomination, no matter how terrifying, could shake their fighting spirit and resolve. Not because they were fearless, but simply because the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had been inoculated against the fear of nightmare creatures by being exposed to too much of it too early and with too harrowing results. It was especially clear how out of the norm they were in contrast with the ordinary awakened that comprised the 2 elite companies, the Wolves and Night Singers. No matter how brave and capable the awakened under the command of Effie and Kai were, they simply could not compare to the unflinching lethality of the eerily calm firekeepers. And, of course, the members of Changing Star's cohort were the deadliest of them. Effie was like a wall of steel. Nothing could move her, and nothing could move past her. All the abominations could do was die, either pierced by her spear or broken by her shield. Kai was swift, elusive, and unpredictable. The months of fighting a bitter war against Solvain's zealots in the Nightmare had forged him into a more capable warrior than he was giving himself credit for. The enchanting young man moved like wind among the abominations, cutting them down with his sharp saber. His ivory armor seemed to shine as it reflected changing stars' light. Nephis herself was like a radiant omen of death. Her ruthless sword seemed inescapable, and where it could not reach, incinerating flames reached instead. Shining like a beacon of light in the dark sea of nightmare creatures, she was without a doubt the heart of the battle and the guiding star that kept hope alive in the hearts of the struggling soldiers. As long as the immortal flame burned, humanity would not be extinguished. Even those who were indifferent to such sentimental proclamations were compelled to believe it now, watching the beautiful white radiance of changing stars' light devour the dark tide of nightmare creatures. There was Jet as well. Although not a part of the former Dreamer army, she was no less deadly than the rest of them. Maybe even more so. There was nothing particularly flashy about how she fought, but nonetheless, the number of dead abominations surrounding her was staggering. The more of them died, the more alive she looked. It was a sight both disturbing and beautiful. And lastly, there was Sunny. In the past, he had perhaps been the most unassuming member of Changing Stars' cohort. Every impossible feat he had performed, every improbable victory he had achieved, all of it had happened where no one could bear witness. Very much so by design. Today, however, Sunny was at the center of everyone's attention, because he was just too savage, brutal, and domineering. The slaughter he was perpetrating could only be described as barbarous. Towering at 3 meters of height, crowned by twisting horns and clad in fearsome onyx armor, the frenzied four-armed fiend tore through the nightmare creatures like a man possessed by a devil. Or was he a devil possessed by a man? All 4 of his hands were sleek with blood, his armor was slick with blood. Even his face was covered in blood, because Sunny had used his sharp teeth to bite through an abomination's throat at some point, finding it more convenient than bringing his sword around. He did not know if he was the deadliest of the 5 masters today, but he was definitely the most eye-catching and frightening. The Sin of Solace laughed. Sunny laughed as well. His laughter escaped from between the fangs of the shadow-spawn shell as a ragged breath. Aha, it's really funny. We are all going to die. Indeed, despite how excellent the Firekeepers were and how deadly their leaders were, the situation did not look good. And it was for one simple reason. The Awakened and the Masters were putting on a splendid fight, felling countless abominations and preventing the horde from pouring into the breach. The Titans were tied up by the Saints, and without them there was nothing on the battlefield that the 5 of them could not face. If it were any other group of Ascended, perhaps things would have been different. But they were not just any masters. They were perhaps the 5 most powerful masters alive, not counting monsters like Mordred and Morgan. But there was one big problem with that. The problem was that their essence, as well as the essence of their soldiers, was being slowly depleted, while the tide of abominations was seemingly endless. Only Jet could fight indefinitely, but she alone was not enough to change the scales of this massive battle. Sunny wondered if he should summon Nightmare and Saint. He felt really tempted to, but something was holding him back. Slicing through a corrupted demon and emerging from the severed carcass to thrust the blade of the cruel sight into the chest of a howling abomination, he briefly glanced in the direction where a revolting mountain of flesh was being slowly carved apart by invisible swords. Sunny was pretty sure that together with Neph, he could take down one of these titans. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to do it alone, not without substantial preparations at least. And perhaps Changing Star wouldn't be able to do it alone either, but together all they would have to do, really, was bestow all of their blessings, all of his shadows and all the heat of Neph's flame onto Saint, and send her forth. His taciturn devil was already immensely powerful, and if her strength were augmented 15 times over, even a corrupted titan would perhaps have to retreat. A fallen one would just die. However, it was not the titans Sunny was worried about. It was the Saints today. They were fighting nightmare creatures. But one day soon, they would most likely have to fight one or several of the 7 Saints dominating the battlefield. Whispering Blade, Beastmaster, Summer Night, Silent Stalker, Dire Fang, perhaps even Saint Tyrus. There was Mordred, too, and Morgan, and Seishan. These people were no less frightening than the Titans. Actually, they could be considered more terrifying than the dreaded nightmare creatures. So, Sunny was reluctant to reveal his hand. His life could very well depend on it. Well, without ever slowing his bloody rampage, he started considering his options. If Sunny wanted to do something drastic, he had to do it now, while his reserves of essence were still somewhat substantial. He thought long and hard as he continued killing one abomination after another in increasingly wild and ruthless ways, making the soldiers pale in sickened awe. And in the end, Sunny decided to do nothing. Cassie must have a plan. It had not escaped his attention that the blind girl subtly manipulated the events of the battle, making sure that the Fire Keepers, the Wolves, and the Night Singers, the three units led by the members of Changing Star's cohort, ended up together in this particular spot of the battlefield. If she had put them here, she must have been reasonably certain that they would not be swallowed up by the horde. As for how they would prevail, Sunny decided that he did not really care. Today he would care only about one thing: how to kill many, many nightmare creatures, as many of them as possible. Kill, kill, kill. The sin of Solace laughed, its voice full of gleeful amusement. Yes, right, kill them all. Chapter 11:15, Creatures of Light and Darkness, focusing solely on causing as much devastation as possible. Sunny slaughtered the nightmare creatures. The power of the fully augmented Shadow Fiend shell was staggering. That power was so great, in fact, that getting drunk on it was simply too easy. However, he did not. His savage butchery was just for show. Even though Sunny had allowed himself to gleefully dive into the battle frenzy, the core of his mind remained cold and clear. The more abominations he slayed, the more somber that part of his consciousness became. What the hell is Morgan doing? The Fire Keepers were supposed to hinder the advance of the nightmare creatures until reinforcements were pulled out from other parts of the battlefield to repair the breach in the army's formation. They had done that already, but the reinforcements never arrived. Had another crisis prevented Morgan from sending more companies to replace them? Or was something else at play? Sunny did not know, and he had no time to care. He might have made it look as though cutting through numerous abominations was effortless for him, and in fact brought him nothing but vicious joy. But it was really not an easy task. He was strong, fast, and immensely skilled. His armor and weapons were outstanding, too. However, there were just too many enemies pressing down on the five masters as their soldiers. The horde of nightmare creatures truly seemed endless. Even if most of these abominable creatures were not strong enough to threaten Sunny, and easy to kill, the sheer number of them posed a threat. His task was not just to withstand the flood of monsters, but to cut through it, breaking its momentum, and that was a perilous task. Sunny had to watch his every step and keep the next dozen steps in mind. Otherwise, it would be too easy to end up in a situation where there was no next step to take. Granted, he could carve his way out of many situations that would have doomed a different Ascended. But still, Sunny had to be careful about where he moved and what he did. The others were struggling with the same issue. Kai had it the easiest, since his speed and the ability to fly made maneuvering around the battlefield almost a non-issue. Nephis had some breathing room, too, because her flames could clear out the space around her. Sunny, Effie, and Jet were starting to struggle, though. Chances were they would have to retreat back into the formation of the Awakened soon. Once that happened, the formation itself would come under much more strain. Not yet, though. He was not done playing the role of a Dark Slayer. Yet, nestled within the embrace of shadows, Sunny gritted his teeth and continued to fight. This was good, really. He had missed that feeling, the feeling of giving it your all and fighting with your very life on the line. Back in the Antarctic Center, he had always been like a detached observer. He had played the role of a person who was just as desperate and frightened as everyone else around him, but that was a lie. He wasn't. Sunny had just allowed himself to lose himself in the role. In truth, he had rarely been in true danger in the past few months. It had always been the lives of others that he desperately wanted to preserve, not his own. The times when Sunny found himself in mortal danger in Antarctica had been few, and the forces aligned against him back then were too insurmountable to fight. All he could do was escape. Even the winter beast, his own life had not been at risk until the very end. It was the same now. However, Sonny had tricked himself into feeling that it wasn't, and so he killed the nightmare creatures. He killed as many as there were. He slayed the weaker abominations with ease, almost in passing. His towering figure seemed to move with the vicious, blood-chilling grace of a natural killer. Red mist and howls of agony surrounded him like a dark mantle. The stronger abominations took some time to bring down, but they inevitably fell as well. There were too few beings in Antarctica that could withstand his strength, his skill, and the perfect sharpness of the sin of Solace. The only creatures here that could give Sonny pause were the devils, simply because their powers were varied and unpredictable. But by now there were enough tools in his toolbox to handle most of these threats. It was just a matter of identifying the strengths of the enemy and finding a way to turn that strength into a weakness. Everyone and everything fell under his blade. Slowly, a mound of corpses grew in front of Sonny, forming a natural barrier against the advancing horde. At first, he was pleased by the additional protection the morbid palisade presented. But once the mound grew tall enough, the nightmare creatures started lunging at Sonny from above. That was not ideal. However, Sonny continued to fight. Even when the immovable Effie was pushed back and forced to rejoin the formation, he still remained just where he was, performing his brutal dance of death. Even when relentless Soul Reaper cursed through gritted teeth and retreated, he continued to kill. Even when nimble Kai soared high into the sky, dismissing his sword to summon a bow, he still refused to take a step back. In the end, there were just the two of them left in front of the formation, Sonny and Nephis. One was like an angel surrounded by white radiance and light, the other like a demon shrouded in darkness and shadows. Both fought with cold, ruthless, unflinching resolve to obliterate the enemy at any cost. It was almost as if they were competing to see who could slay more. Sonny did his damnedest to be the one to win that competition. At some point, fighting an especially powerful abomination, he felt the shadow shell start to come undone. Without hesitation, Sonny dismissed the mantle and summoned back the graceless dusk. Then he allowed the form of the shadow spawn to dissipate and lunged from its crumbling carapace at the enemy. The sin of Solace flashed, and at the same time the scorpion tail of the nightmare creature shot forward. It pierced the impervious silk of his tunic, and his stone-like skin as well, plunging deep into his flesh. Grimacing, Sonny beheaded the mantichora, then pushed himself off its harrowing sting and used the fully charged dying wish to heal his wounds. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to kill. He had grown weaker without the support of the shadow fiend shell, but also nimbler and much harder to pin down. His jade sword never stopped reaping lives. Now that Sonny was wearing the graceless dusk again, though, there were a few more things he could do. Glancing in the direction where nightmare creatures seemed to disappear into white radiance, one after another, without a trace, Sonny hesitated for a moment, and then activated the blessing of dusk, and then said in relaxed, leisurely tone, "Hey, Neph, how's it going?" Chapter 11:16 Placid Whisper. There were a few moments of silence. In these moments, Sonny managed to dodge a spiked tentacle, slice through it with his sword, grab the bleeding stump, and toss the slithering creature over his head, impaling it on the horns of a different abomination. Then he sidestepped the charging beast and cut through its legs, causing it to topple to the ground. A third strike of the Sin of Solace finished both creatures off. That was when Neph's response finally arrived. "It's a bit distracting, you know, to have someone speak in your head all of a sudden." Sonny grinned. The connection the blessing of dusk established was a mental one, so it was not exactly like hearing her voice. Nevertheless, Changing Star's thoughts sounded a bit strained. "You didn't answer my question." Now that Sonny lost the protection of the shadow fiend shell and retracted the mantle back into his skin, he had to be more careful. Receiving direct blows was not out of the question, but it could throw him off balance. He had to use the feather of truth judiciously to account for the difference in mass between him and the opponents, and, of course, being struck by anything corrupted could end in disaster. Something flashed from the direction where Nephis was fighting, and a moment later her voice resounded in his head. As expected, I guess. But, Sonny, what has gotten into you? You don't. Don't seem like yourself today. Ah, so she noticed. His grin widened. A dozen or so meters to his left, the air rippled slightly. A chameleon-like creature was moving there, unseen if not for the subtle fluctuation of the shadows. He would have never noticed it. The abomination had already moved past Sonny, swiftly approaching the awakened soldiers behind him, which was not good since it had enough presence of mind to ignore the pull of the dying wish. The chameleon had to be at least a demon, and a strong one at that. Sonny twisted his torso and tossed the sin of solace into the air. The soldiers were all busy desperately resisting the flood of nightmare creatures, but they could not help but take glances at the spectacularly brutal slaughter that was taking place in front of them. Those who knew Sonny were all surprised and a little startled. Those who did not were chilled to the bone and in awe of his vicious lethality, which was why many people noticed the jade sword seemingly slipping out of his hand. Their eyes widened. The sin of solace spun as it flew away and then stopped abruptly, floating above ground. A stream of blood suddenly flowed out of thin air, and then a revolting reptilian creature was suddenly there, its chest pierced by the white sword. The creature swayed and fell down. The soldiers paled. The demon was mere steps away from reaching the formation before the chameleon could stand up or crawl forward. Several spears pierced its flesh, killing it. As for Sonny, he was already busy fighting another abomination. Sin of solace dissipated so that he could summon it back. Don't seem like myself? Well, I did have many new and exciting experiences in the Antarctic Center, so I was bound to change a little. Don't mind it, though. I'm just performing in front of your sister. And speaking of your sister, he counted the seconds until the Jade Gean returned, dodging a flurry of blows like a slippery eel. Is she trying to get rid of you, or what? Surely you've noticed that the reinforcements that were supposed to replace us are nowhere to be seen. If this continues, we will have to retreat or die. Wait, it's not some sort of stupid test, is it? A true daughter of valor will never surrender to the nightmare creatures or some such crap. Nephis lingered for a moment. No, I don't know what she is doing. There must be a reason, but it is hard to say. Perhaps it has to do with putting pressure on Sation to reveal some of what her handmaidens are capable of. Perhaps there's something else. Sonny grimaced. You're awfully calm considering the situation. He saw her through the gaps between the rushing nightmare creatures. Neph had summoned her helmet, brilliant white radiance shining through the slit of its visor and the seams of the graceful armor. It was as though there was nothing beneath its black steel but pure light. Sonny could not see her face, but he knew how much pain fighting like this, for that long, was causing her. Nephis was most likely approaching her limits, too. Do I seem calm? He finally felt the slight weight of the sin of solace in his hand. Shifting his stance, Sonny immediately switched from being evasive to being ruthlessly lethal. Don't you know? You always seem calm. He killed the abomination that was trying to crush him with a stone hammer by severing both of its arms and its head, then added, "Should we go all out?" Each of them was holding something back. They could reveal their full power to save their lives, but it would only save them once, Nephis answered after a long second of silence. No, trust in Cassie. If she chose to put us here, there must be a reason. Sonny smiled. Her thinking was very similar to his own, but trusting someone was not easy for him. Trusting Cassie and trusting in Cassie. Those were different things, and neither of them was simple. Well, what the hell is her reason? He would have loved to ponder that question more, but at that moment a deafening shriek suddenly shook the world. Sonny was rather proud of the battle roar he had produced earlier with the help of the extraordinary rock, but compared to this sky-splitting wail, it seemed like a placid whisper. Looking up, he saw an enormous scaled beast plummeting from a whirlwind of crows, its body wreathed in arcs of searing lightning. One of the rotting wings of the flying horror had been completely torn off, a river of vile miasma flowing from the terrible wound like a waterfall of corruption. It seemed that Sky Tide and Wake of Ruin were the first to overcome their opponent. The problem was, Sonny's eyes widened, that the wounded Titan looked like he was falling directly on his head. Chapter 1117, Fell Titan. Well, that's new. Sonny had lived through many unthinkable disasters, managing to survive in the most dire and seemingly inescapable situations. The improbable tales of his close brushes with death could probably fill a book. However, he had definitely never had a Titan fall on his head. What the hell is this? The great scaled beast was plummeting to the ground, its body riddled with terrible wounds. One of its 3 long necks was severed, the other hung lifelessly, held by only a few threads of flesh of its wings. Only one remained. A cloud of vile miasma trailed behind it like a harrowing cloak. The creature was maybe 24 seconds away from crashing into the ground. Sonny froze for a moment, stunned by the frightening visage of the Titan that had been cast down from the skies. He wasn't the only one. Nephis was looking up, too, and so were the soldiers. Even the nightmare creatures halted, raising their bestial heads to witness the fall of one of their lords. Not good. Neph was the first to react. Her voice rolled across the battlefield, pulling the awakened out of their shocked inaction. Pull back, fighting retreat, move if you want to live. At the same time, she sent Sonny a mental message. Sonny? I'm going to stall the horde to cover the retreat. You do as you wish. The meaning of her words was clear. What Neph meant to say was, help me. But due to the nature of their bond, she couldn't, because that would be an order. Sonny hesitated. Behind him, every second, Awakened turned around and dashed back. Those who remained doubled their efforts to resist the flood of abominations who had already recovered from their momentary passivity. Once the soldiers who fell back ran for a few seconds, they turned around and assembled into a loose line. Then it was the turn of those who had stayed behind to retreat. Like that, alternating between running and fighting, the firekeepers, the wolves, and the night singers started to move away from the perceived impact zone. Of course, such a maneuver was perilous and had the potential to result in many casualties. Every time you turned your back on the enemy in a battle, you were risking your life, after all. But with the help of the experienced firekeepers and the 3 masters who had joined the formation, the soldiers managed to preserve their lives through the hasty retreat. Changing Star, meanwhile, moved forward. The ring of flame that raged around her changed, growing narrower. A few moments later, the fire seemed to be absorbed into her radiant figure. Clad in black armor and wreathed in blinding white flames, Nephis took a second step. Sonny sighed. Do as I wish, huh? What he wished to do today was make a suitable kind of impression. And the impression he was going for was that of someone who would never retreat from a trivial nuisance like a plummeting Titan. Opening the gate of the shadow lantern, he called forth all the shadows that were stored inside and sent them forth. In front of Sonny, a wall of shadows suddenly rose from the ground, blocking off a wide swath of the battlefield. The tide of nightmare creatures was momentarily stemmed at the same time. Far to his left, Nephis unleashed her flames. The wrought fire that she had wrapped tightly around her armor and compressed into a furious mass of incinerating white radiance was suddenly devoid of the pressure of her control. It furiously exploded forward, a deafening explosion rang out, and a crudely directed wave of white flame rolled from her staggering figure in a wide fan. It swallowed many ranks of nightmare creatures. Some were torn to tiny pieces and turned to ash, crumbling into nothingness. Some survived, receiving terrible and debilitating burns. Together, Sonny and Nephis had managed to build a temporary dam that blocked the path of the abominations. Half of the dam was the wall of shadows. The other was the wave of flames. Of course, that dam would not last long, and both of them had spent the lion's share of their remaining essence to produce this wide-scale effect. The wall was already cracking, and the wave was already dying down, but it was enough to buy the soldiers time to retreat. And before their dam fully collapsed, the shadow of the falling colossus covered the ground. Crap. Sonny felt the impact of the massive body before his vision registered it. That was because he suddenly found himself flying, the ground disappearing from beneath his feet. As a violent tremor traveled through the battlefield, splitting the ground apart, he hit the dirt and rolled, sensing his skin burn. Sonny could feel a powerful gale assault him with furious force, but he was blinded by the cloud of the vile miasma that had covered everything around. He realized that it was sky tide pushing the noxious cloud away from the army's formation. However, Sonny was too deep into the miasma. Even though he had stopped breathing and closed his eyes, he could still feel the deadly poison seep into his skin. Marble shell and blood weave were preventing his flesh from rotting and dissolving. For now, he did not know how long his defenses would last, though. The miasma flowing from within the body of the scaled beast was much more virulent and powerful than any toxin he had encountered before. That's just great. Sonny summoned the essence pearl. As soon as the memory manifested itself, he placed it in his mouth, regaining the ability to breathe without inhaling deadly poison. He still hesitated to open his eyes, though perceiving the world through the shapes and movements of shadows. The shadows were a mess. It was hard to tell what exactly was going on around him. All he could feel was a sea of nightmare creatures wailing in agony as their bodies were being dissolved by the miasma. Chapter 11:18, Pure Chance. It was sort of ingenious, actually. By controlling the wind to blow the cloud away from the human formation, St. Tyrus was pushing it into the horde of abominations. It did not matter that the Titan had been on their side. The nightmare creatures plunged into the miasma were doomed to be destroyed, just like humans would. The devastation was so thorough that in this section of the battlefield, the pressure on the defensive line of Awakened had drastically lessened. Nothing would be able to pass through the breach now. So that problem was solved. The problem that remained was that Sonny and Nephis had found themselves within the cloud of miasma. Changing Star could probably burn the poison away with her flames, but he was having a very unpleasant time. Arg, damn it! Escape? I need to escape back to where the firekeepers had retreated. But Sonny was all turned around because of the earthquake from the Titan's fall. Where to go? He gritted his teeth, then ordered two of the shadows to slip off his body and dash away in two different directions. With some luck, one of them would leave the noxious cloud and show him the way. Before that happened, however, crap. Sonny felt a massive shadow lunging at him from somewhere unseen. He blindly slashed with the sin of solace, feeling the jade blade bite into something extremely tough, then sink into something soft. Then something hard crashed into him, and he was sent flying for a second time in the last minute. This time, Sonny fell on a pile of abomination corpses. He felt sharp spikes and scales scrape against the silk of the graceless dusk, and rolled down, tracking the movements of the massive shadow. What the hell was it? It didn't seem to have legs or arms, simply floating above the ground. One thing was certain, though. The thing, whatever it was not feeling swell. Its movements were chaotic and resembled convulsions, even without the deathly miasma and the strike delivered by Sonny. The creature was in a sorry state. He still refused to open his eyes, though. If he did, however, he would have seen a ghastly head swaying above the ground. It was held up by a long neck that arched up and disappeared into the haze of the miasma. The head was covered by tough scales and had the hilt of the sin of solace protruding from a crack in its skull. The head swayed madly, opening its maw, and shot forward in a frenzied desire to swallow Sonny. But before it could, the long neck convulsed one last time, and the demented light slowly disappeared from the frenzied eyes of the creature. The head slammed into the ground a few meters away from him and grew still. As for Sonny, he suddenly heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ears. The spell said, "You have slain a fallen Titan. Defiled seeker of truth, your shadow grows stronger. You have received a memory." He froze. What? Then Sonny almost spat out the essence pearl. What just happened? When did he kill a Titan? He did no such thing. Sonny's shock was so great that he even forgot about the cloud of miasma eating at his skin for a moment. Slowly, he understood the sequence of what had transpired. The scaled beast had fallen somewhere ahead inside the horde of abominations. The tremor produced by the impact must have thrown Sonny closer to the Titan. The creature had already been on the verge of death when he accidentally stumbled on its last head. That was the massive shadow that had suddenly lunged at him, and he struck it with the sin of solace, delivering the finishing blow through pure chance. Sonny would have laughed if not for the need to keep his mouth shut. He shook his head in disbelief. This is a bit awkward, isn't it? That was the second kill he had stolen from St. Tyrus. Was it her fate to deliver Sonny powerful nightmare creatures to slaughter? First, the remnant of the Jade Queen, now the defiled seeker of truth. Well, I'm sure that Skytide is above being petty about such stuff. Plus, she doesn't need to know that it was me. There's a sea of abominations here. Any of them could have delivered that last strike. Nightmare creatures are known to devour their own, after all. Still, that was the second Titan Sonny had killed. If not for the fact that both of the kills were somewhat murky, he would be going around demanding that people call him the Titan Slayer. The sales of the brilliant Emporium would definitely skyrocket if its proprietor had such an illustrious title. He shook his head again, then stood up. First, he had to escape the damned miasma. I must have hit my head when I fell. One of his shadows had just discovered the correct path, but Sonny belatedly realized that he could have just moved in the direction opposite of where the wind was blowing. St. Tyrus was pushing the cloud away from the human formation after all, so that was where the formation had to be. As he made the first step, the burning sensation gnawing at his skin suddenly disappeared, replaced by searing but pleasant heat. Then, Sonny was surrounded by bright light. He opened his eyes at the same moment as a strong hand gripped his shoulder. Nephis was standing by his side, both of them surrounded by a whirlwind of flame. The fire burned away the miasma, creating a pocket of clean, if somewhat thin, air. "Are you all right?" Sonny lingered for a moment, then nodded and smiled crookedly. Better than ever. Hearing her actual voice was unexpectedly nice. "Good. Then let's get out of here." Neph threw a glance at the head of the Titan that lay on the ground a few meters away from them. The harrowing maw opened in an eternal, silent scream. Then, without saying anything, she pulled Sonny away. He followed. Yes. Getting the hell out of here sounds like a great plan. Chapter 1119, Chain Reaction. By the time Sonny and Nephis escaped from the noxious cloud, the situation on the battlefield had changed. The wolves, the night singers, and the firekeepers were cut off from the nightmare creatures by the deathly miasma, so they received a few moments of respite. The poison itself, meanwhile, was blown into the depths of the horde by Skytide's winds, wreaking havoc among the abominations. Suddenly, the pressure on the center of the army formation lessened. The fighting on the flanks, however, only grew more furious. Sonny reached the line of soldiers, passed between the forward fighters, and plopped down on the ground, breathing heavily. Nephis was in no better state than him, worse, actually. The pain of having to use her abilities for so long had taken a toll on her. She lowered herself to the ground near him, staring at the mud with distant eyes. The awakened met their return with wide smiles, faces shining with relief and triumph. Seeing that the two masters were exhausted and needed to catch their breaths, they closed ranks around them and prepared their weapons, watching the hazy wall of swirling miasma with cold focus. If something suddenly lunged at the formation from the poisonous haze, the soldiers were prepared to meet it with sharp blades. Sonny slowly exhaled, returning from the rampant state of battle frenzy. Then he looked up. The fall of one of the Titans was a great victory in and of itself. However, it had meaning far beyond the death of a powerful abomination. Much more important was the fact that the death of the winged horror would inevitably cause a cascade of meaningful consequences. In fact, the chain reaction was already beginning now that Wake of Ruin and Skytide were free. Each of them moved to provide support in other spots on the battlefield. The steel-winged bird of prey fell like a sword of heavens, obliterating a vast swath of crawling vines that Summer Night, Dire Fang, and Silent Stalker were fighting against. The vast murder of crows, meanwhile, descended on the horde itself. St. Cor's strongest suit had never been facing a single, overwhelmingly powerful adversary. In the battle against the winged titan, he could only provide support to Tyrus. Now that he was unleashed on a large number of weaker targets, however, Wake of Ruin was finally able to showcase his full, dreadful might. A myriad of crows lunged at the abominations from the dark skies, tearing into them with sharp talons and even sharper beaks. If those were ordinary carrion birds, they would not have been able to do much damage to the monstrous creatures. However, they were not. Each of the crows was a manifestation of a transcendent, and so they easily slaughtered awakened and fallen monstrosities. They assaulted the corrupted abominations, too. If one crow was not enough, 10 would gather to riddle the creature with ghastly wounds. If 10 was not enough, 100 would descend on the monster like a hungry cloud. The furious massacre that had taken place was grisly and spectacular, and just like that, the scales of the battle started to shift. With Wake of Ruin helping lessen the burden of the awakened soldiers, the army formation regained its vigor and even started pushing the horde back. Soon after, a second Titan was slain, the forest of vines growing still and brittle. Once the vine creature died, the fate of the remaining 2 Titans was sealed. The appalling mountain of flesh and the ghostly apparition were felled in short succession, letting every saint turn their attention to the horde. Even then, the outcome of the battle was not yet decided. The advantage was on the side of the humans, but even with the Transcendents joining the fight against the sea of nightmare creatures, the saints were all tired and spent after their clash with the Titans, and the number of abominations was simply too great. There remained truly powerful creatures among them, as well, tyrants, devils, and demons of all kinds. Additionally, nightmare creatures were not humans, or even sane in any definition of the word. An ordinary enemy would have had their morale broken and fled after sustaining terrible losses and watching 4 mighty Titans, the driving force of the horde, fall. But abominations knew no retreat even while dying. They only wanted to rip the humans apart. Only total annihilation would lead to their defeat, and so that was what humans did. Guided by Morgan, the army stood its ground and slaughtered the nightmare creatures until there were none left. A sea of abominations turned into a sea of corpses. The ghastly carpet of monstrous bodies covered the plain, stretching far into the distance. Countless crows filled the sky, and the ground had turned into wet sludge after absorbing rivers of blood. The stench of it all was almost unbearable, and yet it was the most glorious thing Sonny had ever seen. Staring at the grand battlefield, he couldn't quite believe what he saw. The scale of the battle they had just won was simply too unbelievable. Even after witnessing massive sieges in the Antarctica Center, Sonny was unprepared to witness something like this. This time, the humans were not defending, stalling for time while the civilians evacuated. This time, they had gone on the offensive, venturing into the wilderness to slay the Titans and the horde the 4 creatures had caused to assemble. They even succeeded. Despite the fact that the evacuation army had achieved many of its goals in the southern quadrant and continued following the plan. This felt like the first true victory Sonny had witnessed since the start of the chain of nightmares, and he played a substantial role in achieving it. Sonny studied the changed landscape of the plain, with a slightly startled expression. Then a frown slowly appeared on his face. What happens next, then? Right now, all 7 saints were gathered in one spot. Soon they would depart for their siege capitals. Wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity for the great clans to show their fangs? Suddenly, grim Sonny shook his head and turned around, throwing a glance at the tired soldiers around him. One step at a time. Chapter 1120, Performance Review. The divergence from the norm continued after the fighting was over as well. Usually the human forces would be hastily retreating from the site of the battle to escape the converging abominations that had been attracted by the noise and the smell of blood. However, the joint army defiantly stayed in place. A field camp was established surrounded by hastily constructed fortifications. teams of salvagers prowled the vast battlefield, retrieving soul shards and dismantling the bodies of the most powerful nightmare creatures for precious materials. It was as if the leaders of the expedition force were not at all concerned by the threat of the migrating hordes. On the contrary, they seemed to welcome the danger. The joint army had been assembled to destroy the Titans and reduce the accumulation of nightmare creatures in the area before the siege capitals could be compromised. Both of these objectives had been achieved, but the Saints decided to cull more abominations while they had a chance. No one knew when Valor Song and the government would join forces again. The fighting on the fringes of the camp would most likely continue through the rest of the day and the entire night, with several smaller hordes being ground against the bulwark of the Seven Saints and their soldiers. None of that concerned Sonny, though. For now, he could just rest. The Firekeepers, the Wolves, and the Night Singers had ended the battle together, so they were assigned the same spot inside the camp. Despite how fierce the fighting had been, casualties were few. None among the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and a mere handful in the two companies led by Effie and Kai. That was mostly thanks to the 5 masters who had shielded the awakened soldiers from the worst of what the Titanic horde had to offer. So the mood inside their section of the camp was more festive than grave as Sonny walked through the rows of tents toward a supply vehicle where food was being prepared. He received many reactions. "Look, it's him. God's Almighty when Master Sunless lured that tyrant to the river. I knew that he was good, but I thought that he was just an extremely competent scout, you know? Who knew that we had such a monster with us this whole time? A monster? More like a devil. Damn. Now I know where that nickname comes from. He has to be one of the scariest ascended in the quadrant, right? No, in the whole world. Why are you guys so surprised Master Sunless is from Changing Stars cohort like our Wolfie? Of course, he's just as crazy as her. I think I'm going to have a dream about him today. I just don't know if it'll be a nightmare or, a different kind of dream. Are you so smitten that you've lost what little brain you used to have, fool? You're an awakened. You don't dream. Ah, yes. What a pity. Relief. Sonny was slightly amused by that last one, but he did not let it show. It seemed that his little performance had worked at least on these ordinary soldiers. What effect it had on the intended targets, Morgan, Saishan, and by extension the forces of the great clans on the continent, remained to be seen. He got a generous portion of army stew and made his way to the tent where the other 4 masters were gathered. The atmosphere inside was relaxed, but none of them had dismissed their armor, even though the situation seemed to be under control, and the Saints appeared confident in their ability to protect the camp. One could never know what would happen when the spell was involved, so experienced fighters like them never allowed themselves to completely lower their guards. Kai was absent-mindedly cleaning his face with a wet towel. Nephis was sitting tiredly on a cot. Jet was stretched on another one with a blissful expression on her face, and Effie, of course. Effie was wolfing down an unreasonable amount of food. When she saw him, however, she forced herself to pause for a moment. The huntress stared at Sonny with wide eyes. Sonny? What the hell was that? You just boom and went berserk. It was actually sort of spectacular. Effie paused for a moment and then added with a glint in her eyes, "And since when can you turn into that shadow fiend? Have you transcended? Are you secretly a saint now? No, that can't be right, can it?" He endured the deluge of questions, then coughed. "It's just a trick I picked up in the Antarctic Center, a special application of my ascended ability." Effie remained silent for a few moments, then shook her head. "You are scary. Let's be friends." Then she added with a grin, "Oh, and try making that shadow fiend bigger next time." Looking at it made me really want to ride you again. As a strange expression appeared on Jet's face, the huntress started giggling and stuffed a spoonful of stew into her mouth. Sonny shook his head in resignation. "Don't mind her. The fiend was actually my body in the nightmare while that overgrown delinquent was sent into the body of a small child. So I let her ride on my shoulders to save time. In retrospect, that was a huge mistake." Jet smiled at him lazily from her cot. "You don't really have to explain, you know?" Sonny briefly glanced at Neff and rolled his eyes. I know I still want to, though. Soul Reaper chuckled. I see. Well, in any case, good job today. As for what Sonny did and the reputation he earned. She looked at Kai, Effie, and Nephis with a shrug. That's just how it goes. In the Antarctic Center, everyone knew how fierce of a fighter he is. Now people in East Antarctica will know, too. Kai lingered for a bit, then said, We all know it as well, of course, more than anyone. It's just that, Sonny, you usually shy away from the spotlight. Seeing you acting out of character is a little strange. Is everything all right? Sonny sent his friend a reassuring smile and nodded. Sure. I shied away from the spotlight because it was convenient, and now I don't. Because it's more convenient. So don't worry, then. He looked at Nephis and raised an eyebrow. And what about you? No comment. She turned her head and studied him for a few moments. Eventually, Nephis looked away and said simply, Your swordsmanship has improved. And that was it. Sonny opened his mouth to respond, but then grew silent. A slight frown appeared on his face. With a sigh, he found himself a seat and concentrated on the food. That was because the shadow he had left outside the tent noticed someone heading their way. Black armor, red cape, vermilion eyes that were sharp enough to cut steel. Morgan was coming to pay them a visit. Chapter 1121, Deluge of Compliments. Sonny settled in a corner and stuffed his mouth with stew. A few moments later, the flap of the tent opened, and Morgan walked in, followed closely by Cassie. The Princess of Valor seemed to be in a good mood. Her strange vermilion eyes were lively and vivid, shining with barely contained excitement. It was as though the calamitous battle had invigorated the usually restrained young woman, revealing a glimpse of her true self. Without the habitual mask of composed decorum, Morgan looked younger. Her words echoed Sonny's thoughts. A pleasant and disturbingly familiar smile appeared on her beautiful face, and with a melodious laugh, Morgan said, That was spectacular. Dear sister, venerable masters, you did not disappoint with that. Her lips twisted a little in an expression of wistful regret. She seemed disappointed by the fact that she had not received a chance to participate in the battle personally. Morgan sighed. The whole camp is aflame with the tales of what happened in your corner of the battlefield. Even the feats performed by the saints seem to have taken a back seat to what Changing Star has achieved. I'm so proud of my talented, capable little sister. Nicely done. She paused for a moment and then added with a smile that seemed a little sharper than before. Your glory is Clan Valor's glory, of course, so I'm very happy right now. Sonny silently chewed his food. Hearing the word glory from a descendant of war god really rubbed him the wrong way, but he didn't let it ruin his appetite. Indeed, she has a good reason to be happy. If the War of the Great Clans was a popularity contest, which it was in a sense, then Valor was currently winning. Not only had Sky Tide been the first of the Saints to slay her foe, but the potentially catastrophic breach in the defensive formation had also been repaired by Nephis. Was that why Morgan failed to send us reinforcements? To earn her damned clan some glory? Sonny frowned. That was a possibility, but a small one. Anvil's daughter was not someone who would sacrifice strategic benefits to earn a little bit of fame, especially because Clan Valor already had too much of it. So he simply glanced at Morgan and asked, By the way, what happened to those reinforcements we were supposed to receive? Not looking particularly guilty or taken aback by his bluntness, she shrugged. It didn't look like you needed any, so I sent them someplace else. Sonny wanted to rebuke her, but then changed his mind and turned his attention back to the stew. They had indeed managed to hold out by themselves in the end. The perspective of the people directly participating in the bloodshed was naturally limited. Morgan, on the other hand, had enjoyed the broad view of the whole battlefield, especially because of Cassie. She must have known that St. Tyrus had been close to defeating the defiled Seeker of Truth. In fact, Morgan might have been the one to coordinate with Sky Tide and make sure that the Titan fell in front of the breach, sealing it with the cloud of lethal miasma. So, while it seemed as though the Firekeepers had been left for dead from Sonny's perspective, she really could have had no reason to send reinforcements their way. I'm not sure that I'm buying it. But on the other hand, I'm also not sure that I'm not buying it. His thoughts were interrupted by the fact that Morgan was staring at him intently. Sunny shifted. What? Her smile grew wider. My dear sister fought admirably, but I expected nothing less from a daughter of valor. You, however, Master Sunless, you gave me a very, very pleasant surprise. It seems that the reports I've read about you were not nearly detailed enough. She took a step closer and leaned forward, staring at him with something that almost resembled hunger. To be honest, I never understood what my little sister saw in you, but now I take it all back. She has a good eye. You fought beautifully, Master Sunless. We really should spar sometime. I have not had a good sparring partner in a long, long time. My dear sister indulged me at first, but now she is always busy. Neff's mouth twitched a little. Sunny, meanwhile, shivered under Morgan's burning gaze. Right, I forgot. She's a complete battle maniac, he coughed awkwardly. Sure. Why not? A friendly spar sounds like a good idea? Oh, but I mostly fight nightmare creatures, so my habits are a bit rough. So do tell me if I get carried away? Morgan's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. That won't be a problem. I tend to get carried away myself sometimes. That's why it's hard to find suitable sparring partners. Most people are so brittle, you know. Sunny shrugged. Can't say that I do. He was definitely not brittle, so there was no reason to be concerned. A spar was just a spar after all, so why was he suddenly feeling cold, as if he had just gotten himself into a really, really sticky situation? Morgan lingered for a few moments, staring at him with gleaming eyes, then shook her head. Sadly, our spar will have to wait until we return to the siege capital. And about that, sister? Might I have a word? There are things we must discuss. Nephis nodded, then rose from her seat and followed Morgan out of the tent. Soon there were only 5 people inside once again. Cassie stayed behind, sitting quietly in a corner. Sunny finished his stew and asked her in a low tone, "What is that about?" The blind girl hesitated for a moment. They need to plan a route to the siege capital. The way back is shaping up to be perilous for a few reasons. He nodded, understanding the underlying message. Then Sunny gave Cassie a complicated look. When things seemed especially dark during the battle, Neff had told him to trust in the blind girl. So what had been Cassie's intent in placing them there? Had she simply known that the firekeepers would not end up stranded in the sea of nightmare creatures? Or had she known more, for example, that Sunny would deliver the fatal blow to the wounded Titan if put in that particular spot of the battlefield? And speaking of the dead Titan, there was a memory that Sunny had yet to take a look at. An ascended memory of the 7th tier. Putting his plate away, Sunny found a cot, stretched his tired body on it, and closed his eyes. Then he dove into the soul sea. Chapter 1122, Mirror of Truth. Walking past the legion of silent shadows to stand between the 5 dark suns of his lightless soul, Sunny summoned the memory forth. Soon a round-hand mirror of dark silver appeared in the air in front of him. Its front looked like a pool of still mercury, while its back was decorated with beautiful engravings. Sunny saw his pale reflection in the silver mirror and suddenly felt an eerie chill creep up his spine. That memory gave him a very ominous feeling. When he took the mirror, it felt strangely heavy in his hand. Not a weapon and not an armor, a tool then or a charm. He hesitated for a moment and summoned the runes. Strings of shimmering symbols appeared in the air surrounding the hand mirror. He read them, frowning slightly. Memory, mirror of truth. Memory rank, ascended Michuri tier, 7 Michuri type. Tool, the first 4 strings held no surprises. The next few, however, Sunny's eyes widened slightly. What? Why is that name here? The first word in the description of the Mirror of Truth was not one that he had expected to see today, but one that he knew all too well. That word was Weaver. Sunny glanced at the hand mirror with a tense expression, a deep scowl appearing on his face. Then he slowly turned back to the runes and continued to study them. Since the start of the Antarctica campaign, he had often encountered hints and mentions of Ariel, the demon of dread. So why did Weaver's name suddenly show up in the ruins of a memory? There was only one way to find out. The description read, Memory description. Weaver was known as the Master of Lies, while Ariel was known as the Keeper of Truths. The two were not close and rarely met, which was why Ariel was surprised to find Weaver staring at his pyramid one day. "Isn't it beautiful, this tomb of mine? Have you come to admire it?" Ariel said, after a moment of silence. Weaver responded, "I have not known that you've built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing." Then Weaver asked, "But you seem to feel too much, demon of dread. Your face is unsightly. You are smiling, but there are tears streaming from your eyes. Why?" Ariel laughed. "I'm not sure." He laughed and cried as he looked at the tomb, saying, "I built it to bury the truth. Truth is the most hideous thing in the world, Weaver, and knowing it is a cruel torment. I mean to bury the truths that I cannot endure at the heart of this tomb and be free of them forever." Weaver remained silent. After a while, Weaver spoke. "It seems to me that you already did, and you already are." With that, the demon of fate turned and walked away without looking back. "Walking away," Weaver whispered. "You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it." Just like Weaver in the description, Sonny remained silent for a long time. Wait, the tomb of Ariel is not the burial place of Ariel, the demon of dread. Instead, it's the tomb that he built. That information alone was worth a lot. However, there was so much more in that strangely verbose description, like the fact that Ariel had apparently constructed the Black Pyramid to hide ugly truths from existence, or rather, those truths that he could not bear to know. Wouldn't that mean that the clan or person to conquer the pyramid would learn all those secrets? But even more than that, Weaver's appearance in the description of the Mirror of Truth was itself very interesting. Sonny remembered the exact words, "I have not known that you've built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing." Since Weaver had just been called the Master of Lies in the previous string of runes, wouldn't it mean that Sonny should take these words with a grain of salt? So the demon of fate had actually known of the existence of the tomb, had seen it before, had come to look at it again on purpose, and felt a great deal of things as a result, maybe. Sonny thought about it for a while, then shook his head. "I'll probably only know if I actually look at it myself." With that, he shifted his gaze and glanced at the runes describing the enchantments of the Mirror of Truth, or rather, an enchantment. There was only one. By now, Sonny knew that more powerful enchantments demanded more space within the weave, which meant that for a memory of the 7th tier to possess a single enchantment, that enchantment had to be a really powerful one. He read the runes, memory enchantments, searching reflection. Enchantment description: catch the visage of a being into the Mirror of Truth. Activate the enchantment to destroy the mirror and gain 1 power of the reflected being for a period of time that depends on its potency. Sonny blinked a couple of times. What? His hand trembled. Wouldn't that make him? A discount Mordred? What the hell? He stared at the mirror, not knowing how to feel. On one hand, being able to steal an ability of any being, be it a human or a nightmare creature, was crazy. On the other hand, the Mirror of Truth would be destroyed in the process, and the stolen ability would only persist for a period of time, which was still incredible. But damned Prince of Nothing could do it any time he wanted, for as much time as he needed. Sonny shook his head. No, this is an amazing memory. It's just that Mordred is seriously broken, and he even seems to be immortal, to boot. Where's justice in that? Grimacing, he left the Soul Sea and opened his eyes, staring silently at the roof of the tent. His mood was not great. It did not remain foul for a while, though. That was because after a few minutes of sulking, Sonny couldn't help but start thinking about whose ability he could steal. Nifis had really outstanding abilities, except for her ascended one, which was rather strange and all but useless. Cassie had great ones, too. But why settle for those? What about Whispering Blade and Beastmaster? A transformation ability of a saint in his hands, that would be a fun trump card to have. Hell, he did not even have to limit himself to saints. There was a corrupted titan somewhere in East Antarctica. There was the winter beast, too. Sonny did not notice as a smile appeared on his face, and so he fell asleep smiling. His last thought was, not bad for a day's work. Chapter 1123, Solace of Oblivion. Sonny had been really exhausted after the long battle. However, due to the blessing of spirit and the blessing of flesh enchantments of the Shroud of Dusk, he only needed a few short hours to recover from the heavy fatigue. He woke up feeling rested and refreshed, but also strangely forlorn. Sonny had not dreamed in a long while. But tonight, he did. The dream had already disappeared from his memory, but the feeling of sorrow and loss remained, pressing at his heart. He let out a sigh. I actually had a nightmare. Wow. As if the waking world is not nightmarish enough already. Sonny was in a subdued and contemplative mood. Before falling asleep, he had been thinking about how to use the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth. Now that he had woken up, however, he found his mind drifting to its description. No matter how he looked at it, the conversation between Weaver and Ariel was really too strange. Especially the words Weaver had whispered at the end. You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Why would the demon of fate, who was known to weave countless lies, admonish Ariel for discarding the truth? Unexpectedly, Sonny thought of the sin of Solace. Not its enchantments, and not even its description, but the name of the cursed sword itself. Why was Solace a sin, exactly? The description of the Shroud of Graceless Dusk spoke about how the Sibyls found salvation and solace within the tomb of Ariel. However, in the end, they too were destroyed. Dusk had been the last of them. The hideous truth enchantment of the sin of Solace, meanwhile, was supposed to grant revelations to those who succumbed to madness. Revelations of truth which Ariel had described as the most hideous thing in the world and the source of cruel torment. So, wasn't Ariel himself the sinner? Then he had committed a sin by seeking solace in forgetting the truth. Perhaps Weaver, as a masterful liar, knew the value of truth just as well as the demon of dread, and felt contempt for those who squandered it. Perhaps there was more to this story, in any case. Sonny turned slightly and glanced in the direction where Kai was sleeping restlessly. He had never really considered his friend's flaw a heavy one to carry. What was so terrible about knowing when people lied? However, with that knowledge came the knowledge of truth. Kai, just like Ariel, was cursed to learn many things that he would rather not know. Would his friend also be forced to seek solace in oblivion one day? Sonny raised his eyebrow. Oblivion, huh? That was another thing. There was the demon of oblivion as well, although that one was hard to remember. Of all of the 7 daemons, oblivion was mentioned the least. In fact, Sonny would have never even known of their existence, if not for Noctis, who had mentioned the demon of oblivion once in passing, saying that their name was long forgotten. Actually, just remembering the fact of oblivion's existence was not easy. Noctis, meanwhile, was the one who had helped the Sun Prince erase some memories. The eccentric sorcerer had been close to Aedre, the blessed of heart god, who was the god of memory as well. Was that why he could remember the demon of oblivion, Shadow? God, by coincidence, was the god of solace. Sonny covered his face with a hand and suppressed a frustrated groan. Ah, what a mess. What was he thinking about? Oblivion. I was thinking of the demon of oblivion. Noctis had helped Sun Prince erase a few important memories. But how exactly had Ariel retrieved the memories of truth out of his head and hid them in the heart of his tomb? Had he received help from someone as well? An easily forgotten sibling, perhaps? It was a bit suspicious that he had not known the source of his tears when speaking with Weaver. Sonny was not sure, but he felt that there were actually not 2, but 3 daemons somehow connected to the Black Pyramid, the demon of dread, the demon of fate, and the mysterious demon of oblivion. His theory about the last one, however, was completely unsubstantiated. Maybe it was simply the result of him just dreaming about something he could not remember. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then summoned the endless spring and drank some water. After that, he silently sent his shadows out. The emissaries of both valor and song were currently in the camp, so he could not pass up the opportunity to try and glean some of their secrets. As the shadows prowled the army camp, he thought about the searching reflection enchantment one more time and summoned his runes. Sonny had not taken a good look at them in a while. The shimmering symbols ignited in the air in front of him. Name, sunless, true, name, lost from light, rank, ascended class, tyrant, shadow cores, 5-7, shadow fragments, 503, 5000. Memories, silver bell, puppeteer's shroud, midnight shard, extraordinary rock, endless spring, dark wing, moonlight shard, weaver's mask, autumn leaf, cruel sight, covetous coffer, heavenly burden, memory of fire, memory of ice, strike of thunder, Morgan's warbow, shadow lantern, bone singer, shadow chair, overpriced saddle, dying wish, sin of solace, bitter cusp, stifled scream, weaver's needle, essence pearl, nimble catch, shroud of graceless dusk, mirror of truth. There were several memories apart from the mirror of truth that he had received during the last battle. Sonny studied them for a few moments, then decided that those would be best used as nourishment for nightmare. Satisfied, he continued to read the runes: echoes, shadows, onyx, saint, soul, serpent, nightmare, ravenous, fiend attributes, fated flame of divinity, master of shadows, blood weave, bone weave, marble shell aspect, shadow, slave aspect, rank, divine. Aspect abilities: shadow control, shadow step, shadow manifestation, aspect, legacy, shadow dance, flaw, clear, conscience, dream, anchor, tower of longing. Sonny concentrated on his shadows. Saint was at a respectable 0 shadow fragments out of 300. That was because he had concentrated on feeding his other shadow after she transcended. Nightmare was still a mere awakened creature, so he could see a class evolution much sooner that way. The Black Destrier was swiftly approaching that evolution. His runes showed. Shadow fragments, 179-300. Nightmares required 734 20th F. Sonny thought for a few moments. Not bad. Then he did another thing that he had not done in a while. He concentrated on his innate ability and summoned Nef's runes. Chapter 1124, Pure Soul. There had been a time when Sonny studied changing stars runes like a man obsessed. His whole life had been built around the desire to overtake her on the path to power. He might have even done a few careless things in that pursuit. At some point, however, Sonny had lost the desire to compare himself to Nephis, at least in this way. The first change had happened because of her return from the dream realm. The second, sometime in the Antarctic Center, he had lost the habit of summoning her runes every day. Shadow fragments, soul fragments, those were not a true measure of strength anyway. Sonny had seen countless mundane soldiers stand and fight against the nightmare creatures, never surrendering despite the dire disparity of power between them. If those people were weak, then he did not know whom to call strong, and so at some point he had stopped paying constant attention to Nef's runes without even noticing it. Now, however, Sonny had the mirror of truth, so he decided that it was worth taking another look. The familiar symbols shimmered, forming into strings. Name, Nephis, truer, name, changing star rank, ascended class, tyrant, soul cores, 5/7. He stared at that number for a few moments. After years of lagging behind, Sonny had finally caught up to her. Wasn't it so very funny that he had only been able to do so after stopping caring about the race? A light smile appeared on his face. Whatever. She still has more fragments than I do. She'll be a terror sooner than me. But did it really matter? In the end, they would both be titans. That day was not as far away as it had once seemed. Now, Sonny continued to read. Soul fragments, 2719 5000. Nephis had received many soul shards from the treasury of clan valor after being adopted by them. However, she could not reveal the fact that she possessed a divine aspect and multiple soul cores. Requesting more than 1,000 would have been strange and aroused suspicion. She had not been hunting down many nightmare creatures while Sunny had been going from one dire battle to another almost every day in the Antarctic Center either, so her progress was slow as of late. Now that Changing Star had arrived in Antarctica, though, that was bound to change. Sunny wondered how many soul fragments she had received in the recent battle, then turned his attention back to the runes. Memories, Dreamblade, Starlight Legion Armor, Dawn Shard, Dark Wing, Nameless Sun. There was a long list of memories. Some of them she had received while wandering the Dream Realm and challenging the Second Nightmare. In fact, Sunny could learn a few things about what kind of trial she had faced from reading their descriptions. But since Nephis did not want to talk about her harrowing experience, he held himself back. Perhaps it was stupid, but he did not want to invade her privacy. He also wanted her to tell him herself. Sunny knew what a precious and fragile thing trust was. It had taken a lot for him to extend his own trust toward Effie and Kai. Before that, his friends had respected his desire to remain silent and did not push him to reveal his secrets. He was very thankful for that. Sunny was not a saint, though. He felt no qualms about studying the memories that Clan Valor had provided to Neph. They were incredible memories, indeed, no less outstanding than Morgan's warbow, each crafted for the specific purpose of slaughtering nightmare creatures and tailored to the user. In fact, he really wanted to borrow a few to study their weaves. He just did not know how to phrase that request. "Hey, Neph, could you please take off your armor? I need it for a couple of weeks." No, I won't wear it. Shut up, Effie." Just thinking about it made him wince. Chasing away the dreadful image, Sunny continued to study the runes. Attributes: Dreamspawn, Nephilim, Flame of Divinity. The Fire, Dreamspawn Attribute Description. You are born of two worlds belonging to both, but welcomed in neither. Your soul exists on the edge between nightmare and reality. Nephilim Attribute Description. There once were terrible creatures born of an unholy union between the divine and the profane. Nephilim were the most beautiful and the most harrowing of them all. Flame of Divinity Attribute Description. Your soul is a flame with the light of divinity. The Fire Attribute Description. You have inherited the lineage of Sun God. Those had not changed. Sunny himself had received a couple new attributes in the past years, but Nephis had not. Neither had she unlocked her aspect legacy, which was not very surprising. Each aspect was unique after all, and possessed unique requirements for acquiring the legacy awakened. Who received their legacies were rare, and most only accomplished that feat after becoming saints, with an even smaller number doing so as masters. Otherwise, there would have been countless legacy clans in the world, so it was Sunny who was an anomaly. He sighed wistfully, thinking of Serpent, and turned back to the shimmering symbols. Aspect, Light Bringer. Aspect rank, Divine. Aspect description. You are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. Innate ability, half-breed ability, description. You can directly absorb a portion of the soul essence of any nightmare creature destroyed by your flames, as well as of any human. Aspect abilities: Soul Flame, Flame Manipulation, Longing. Soul Flame ability description. Your soul burns with the purest of flames. That flame can both restore and destroy, and is both a blessing and a curse. He was perfectly familiar with the first of Neph's 3 aspect abilities. It had grown slightly more versatile since the Forgotten Shore, now augmenting the soul as well, but otherwise remained the same. The other 2 abilities, her awakened and ascended ones respectively, were new. The awakened ability was rather straightforward. Flame Manipulation Ability Description. You can bend all fire to your will. That was how Nephis was able to control fire, turning it into her weapon. That fire did not have to be her own, although she could produce flames if there were none around at the cost of feeling terrible pain. The ascended ability, on the other hand, was a bit strange. Longing ability description. Your soul is incorruptible, and that was all. Not only was it a passive ability, which was incredibly rare for ascended abilities, it also did not do anything. It did not even raise Neff's protection against soul attacks or improve the rate of her essence regeneration. For all intents and purposes, longing was useless. Of course, Sunny knew a thing or two about the type of corruption the runes spoke of, so he understood how incredibly special that ability was. In theory, in practice, they had never even faced corruption. Sunny did not even know of anyone who knew how corruption happened. All humans were familiar with was the result of it, the nightmare creatures. Against those having a pure soul was of no help. A pure soul, Sunny sighed and looked at the last string of runes. Flaw, pristine soul flaw description. You must suffer to use your power. He lingered for a while, staring at them, and then dismissed the symbols. I don't think I'll be using the Mirror of Truth on Nephis, unless I'm about to kill a truly powerful nightmare creature or human and want to absorb an incredible amount of shadow fragments. But then again, would it even work? The description of the half-breed innate ability spoke of soul essence, not shadow essence. No, he would have to find better targets. And speaking of better targets, his shadows were already getting close to the emissaries of song and valor. Chapter 1125, Private Conversations. Today, luck was on Sunny's side. Usually he would not have been able to listen in on the really important conversations between the emissaries of the great clans. They were too cautious, and he was very cautious as well. Perhaps he could overcome the defensive measures his targets had in place, but the cost of failure was too great. So he had been reluctant to try. But today, maybe because of the clamor and pressure of the ongoing clash with the nightmare creatures that had been drawn to the battlefield, the representatives of both song and valor had been slightly neglectful, and since Sunny had already spent a month learning how to get closer to them, he managed to witness two very interesting conversations. The first one was between Morgan and Maddox. The two members of the Valor family remained in the stone fort on top of the giant Echo's carapace, speaking about something as they observed the constant stream of abominations being ground against the outer perimeter of the camp. Of course, no one could hear what they were saying, since the two were surrounded by an invisible barrier that prevented any sound from coming out. Even the movement of their lips was obscured. There were memories active that made it almost impossible for someone to divine the conversation as well. However, Sunny was not a diviner. Much more importantly, he managed to get inside the circle of silence by hiding his own shadows in the shadow of one of Valor's awakened. The man had been invited to make a report, and so Morgan herself led him through the layers of wards surrounding the fort. When the awakened arrived, she studied him for a few moments, then asked in a neutral tone, "Is there news, Squire Warren?" The awakened shifted slightly. He tried to hide his excitement at the fact that she knew his name, but failed miserably. Sunny mentally rolled his eyes, while Morgan pretended not to notice. Well, the poor man could not be blamed. How often did ordinary awakened retainers in service of the great clan closely interact with its princess? Very rarely, most likely. Morgan was a striking person as well. Despite her coldness and sharpness, she was someone even Sunny found hard to look away from. There was just something about the young woman and her vibrant vermilion eyes that demanded attention. Not to mention the fact that she was quite literally a member of exalted royalty. In any case, Squire Warren did have something to report. He bowed to Morgan and Maddox, then spoke in a deep, respectful voice. "We received word from Knight Stad, my lady. His cohort had survived the second night and secured a fortified position. Their report indicates that the divination seems to have been correct." At the mention of that last part, Maddox and Morgan exchanged a glance, their expressions subtly changing. Back in the tent, Sunny frowned. Knight Stad? He was one of the masters that had arrived with Summer Night. His cohort had been among those secretly sent to search for suitable nightmare gates. It appeared that they were already in the dream realm and had found something important to boot. Morgan lingered for a few moments, then sighed. Finally, some good news. What about the rest of the scouts? Squire Warren looked down and gritted his teeth. Lost or forced to enter the seeds, my lady. However, now that we have secured several entry points, the next cohorts we send will survive, honoring their sacrifice. She nodded. Indeed. At that point, Maddock finally spoke. The most important thing right now is to reinforce Stad. His mission might very well decide the outcome of this phase of the conflict. Warren, tell your men to prepare. Once we return to the siege capital, I will personally transport you to the desert. You must succeed at any cost. He lingered for a moment and then added, "If my niece does not object, of course," Morgan smiled. "Why would I? Squire Warren has a sharp blade, and his comrades are the same. They will bring clan valor glory." The awakened man lowered his head, his eyes igniting with exhilaration and zeal. "You honor me, Lady Morgan, Sir Maddock? We won't let you down," Whispering Blade smiled. "Of course you won't. You are warriors of valor after all." Beaming with pride, Squire Warren left. Sonny's shadow, however, remained, which was why it heard Morgan's voice change slightly as she addressed Maddock. "Shouldn't we send someone more powerful?" Whispering Blade shook his head. "Don't be impatient. It's too early to risk our champions. Once the target is secured, we will have an almost insurmountable advantage over the Blood Daughters. Then we can truly begin." Morgan looked away and grimaced. "I know. It's just that you know what is at stake." She remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. "Should we send Nephis, then?" Maddock's face changed slightly. "Don't even think about it. You know how your father feels about her?" Morgan sighed, then looked in the direction of the battlefield. Fickle man. Far away, hidden safely in the tent. Sonny was frowning. What exactly had the scouts found in the desert? What was the insurmountable advantage Valor wanted to secure at all costs? At this stage in the race toward the Black Pyramid, both clans were trying to establish a foothold in the desert. They were slowly ramping up the search for nightmare gates that led to relatively safe areas to use them as entry points for the expedition forces. A few of these areas had apparently already been found. What else could Nightstad be hunting for? Some kind of precious resource or revelation about that region of the Dream Realm? A natural stronghold that could serve as a fortress for the forces of Valor, a citadel even? There was that last part of the conversation as well. It was honestly rather disturbing. There seemed to be something complicated going on within Clan Valor, but Sonny had no idea what. Strangely enough, it was the emissaries of song that helped him shed some light on that situation because they were currently talking about Nephis as well. In a distant part of the camp, within the circle of armored vehicles, a lavish tent had been raised. Beastmaster and Sation were inside. At the moment, Beastmaster was enjoying a bowl of fresh fruit as she looked at her sister with a pleasant smile. Her words, however, were anything but pleasant. Beastmaster was saying, "Should we kill that girl, Changing Star?" Chapter 1126. Unexpected Revelation. Sonny did not have much of a reaction to that statement. Hearing a terrifying existence like Beastmaster contemplating the murder of one of his close ones was certainly a chilling experience. However, the person in question was Neph, so the feeling was not novel. Someone was always trying to kill her. "I'd like to see you try." He lingered for a moment, then shook his head. "Actually, no, I take it back. I would not like it one bit." Silence hung in the distant tent for a few moments. Seishan did not hurry with an answer. When she eventually spoke, her voice was even. That would require us to commit too many resources. Beastmaster seemed slightly surprised. The arch of her eyebrow was so exquisite that even Sonny's shadow was momentarily mesmerized. Luckily, he had sent the gloomy shadow to spy on her. That guy was not easily fazed. The shadow quickly regained its composure and continued to listen. Too many resources, but she is just a master. Seishan shook her head. She is a master, yes, but not just any master. The saint pondered that statement for a bit as she enjoyed succulent grapes. I guess you would know best. That thing she pulled off on the Forgotten Shore was indeed a thing of beauty. Plus, she is a self-healer. Killing those people is such a chore. She sighed, then said in a wistful tone, "Why did she have to go and join that dreadful clan? Granted, we did not try to recruit her too hard. But the King of Swords, that man, what is he thinking? First, he sends the Han Li boy to kill her. Then he welcomes her into his family. Truly is shameless." Sunny's eyes widened slightly. So it was Anvil. Finally, he knew who had stood behind Castor. Granted, there was nothing to do with that information. Seishan seemed surprised, too. Her exotic, beautiful face darkened a little. "I thought it was us who sent him. Has the Han Li clan forgotten their loyalty?" Beastmaster laughed. "No, you've been lost in the dream realm for too long, Shan. You forget that for most lesser clans, our three great families are a monolith. Most of the time, they can only guess which domain gives the order." She swallowed another grape and smiled. "Oh, we sent someone to kill her in the dream realm, too. It's just that our messenger ended up being rather useless. He did not even make it to the Dark City." Sunny shifted slightly. So there had been other assassins except for Castor. The Forgotten Shore had taken care of them so that he didn't have to. The Saint, meanwhile, scoffed, "But that girl is really too lucky. When she was a child, the dream spawn held us back from going after her in full force. Now that the abomination is indisposed, she is an ascended, and such a troublesome one at that." This time, Sunny could not contain his agitation. What he just heard was a real bomb. The dream spawn? Astarion? The most mysterious of the sovereigns, Astarion had protected Nephis when she was a child. What? Why would he do that? Admittedly, Sunny had always felt that there was something strange about Neph's childhood story. The great clans had always been trying to kill her, sending one assassin after another, and yet, why had they failed? Why had they not sent a saint to solve the problem once and for all? He had assumed that there were two possibilities. Either the task of slaying the last daughter of the immortal flame had not been an important one, or the domains were constrained by having to act in secret. A saint moving to kill a mundane human, especially one from a prominent family, was not an easy thing to cover, considering that they were always in the spotlight. Or at least that was what he had thought before. Now, after learning more about the great clans and how they operated, Sunny came to understand that there was nothing stopping them from slaughtering anyone they wanted with impunity except for each other. If Astarion had been the one to constrain Valor and Song in their attempts to get rid of Nephis, that would explain a lot, but pose even more questions. For example, what was his motivation? Was it because she was a dream spawn like he was? Some sort of sentiment the enigmatic sovereign felt for the daughter of his former comrade. Something else entirely Sunny simply did not know, and sadly Beastmaster did not go into detail. Seishan, meanwhile, looked at the relaxed saint with a frown. The corner of her mouth twitched downward. "You grew too arrogant, Bin. Do not speak of that creature aloud." Strangely enough, Beastmaster acted as if she was at fault. Instead of rebuking Seishan for admonishing her, the older and more powerful of the two, she nodded with a guilty look. "Sorry, you are right." She remained silent for a bit, then shook her head, but something has to be done about changing star. The awakened under her command were already a problem. I have hoped that Nightingale and Raised by Wolves would keep their distance, but they seemed too friendly with her. Neither can be underestimated. And now there is that Master Sunless as well. What a brutal character. And in such a cute package, what a shame. Wasn't he supposed to be a simple scout? Seishan smiled slightly. You keep underestimating the survivors of the Forgotten Shore. No one who survived there is simple, sunless. There's more to him than meets the eye. He is a madman, though. Back in the Dark City, he had a falling out with Changing Star and spent months living in the ruins alone. Even I would not have survived that, but he did. Beastmaster thought for a few moments. Our guest had a few brushes with Ascended Sunless. Yes, he did not speak about him much, so I assumed that there is little to be said. I should have known better, though. That person has strange standards. To him, Another madman is not even worth mentioning. Sonny noted two things from that exchange. First, his ploy to appear as a savage brute was at least partially successful. Second, Mordred had not shared his secrets with the great clan's song, just as Sonny had expected. No surprise here, Beastmaster swallowed another grape, then suddenly asked, "How is Bast doing, by the way? Are you taking good care of him?" Seishan stared at her sister for a while, not amused. "He is doing fine." As for Nephis and her firekeepers, at this point our efforts would be better spent elsewhere. The saint laughed. Good, all right, let's not kill Changing Star and her allies yet." She lingered for a moment and then smiled. "We do have to kill someone, though. Time is of the essence." Chapter 1127, Escalation. There were more interesting things said that night, sitting on a cot in a remote tent. Sonny had silently absorbed them all. There was a somber expression on his face. Troublesome, each clan was planning to test the other during the retreat back to the siege capitals, which had not come as a surprise. From this point forward, the hostilities between valor and song were only going to escalate. If anything, this first confrontation was shaping out to be rather tame. Neither of the sides was fully committing their saints to the ambushes, preferring to bide their time and turn the conflict into a war of attrition. There were valuable assets that both clans kept under layers of protection in terms of the ruthless economy of war. Trying to take these assets off the board was not cost-effective at this point in time. Luckily, Nephis seemed to be one such asset as well. However, neither valor nor song could keep all their people protected. Cohorts of awakened had to be sent out into the wilderness to scout for suitable nightmare gates. Scouts had to enter the dream realm and explore the deadly desert in search of positions that were suitable for establishing fortified expedition camps. Ascended like Knight Stad had to lead the most important of these teams. These were the people the great clans were going to go after first in East Antarctica and in the dream realm at the later stages of the conflict, which Sonny did not mind one bit. The only thing he regretted was that he would not be able to get snacks and comfortably watch the soldiers of the great clans slaughter each other, as long as they limited their feud to outside the city walls. Sadly and predictably, that was already not the case. Beastmaster was not satisfied with picking off awakened cohorts in the wilderness, so she was planning to deliver a more damaging strike to her enemies. There were two possible targets: the headquarters of the Valor clan in the siege capital where Sonny was headed, or St. Tyrus and her White Feather clan in the city where Central Army Command and Wake of Ruin were based. She chose the former. Morgan, meanwhile, was perfectly aware of the fact that an attack on her base of operations was imminent. Whether it was through some form of divination or simply through knowing her enemy and possessing a frighteningly sharp strategic mind, Sonny did not know. Regardless of the reason, she was not planning on preventing the assassins from infiltrating the siege capital. Instead, she was planning to lure them into a trap and slaughter them all, imagining what sort of destruction the clash of two hidden forces would wreak in the heart of a besieged city. Sonny couldn't help but feel cold fury. Neither of the great clans cared about collateral damage. All they cared about was destroying the enemy. In fact, they seemed to care about it a little bit too much. Sonny had gotten a strange feeling from observing the four leaders of the secret war: Maddock, Morgan, Seishan, and Beastmaster. There were small details in what they said and how they said it that did not make a lot of sense. It was as though they were under pressure, even more pressure than there was supposed to be. That pressure made them want to hurry, which was why Morgan was also considering a clandestine attack of her own. Hers, however, was going to be much more daring and surgical because, unlike her adversary, she was sending an actual saint instead of a team of awakened led by a few masters. Sir Maddock, the Whispering Blade, was going to personally deliver her lethal will to the enemy. His target was not the Antarctic headquarters of Clan Song, nor was it a large-scale destruction of their assets. Instead, he had to capture a single-man Mordred. The bleak man who called himself Ascended Bast was still in a siege capital, controlled by Song. By now, he started silently spreading the mirrors he had created throughout the city. No one on the Valor side knew what the purpose of his strange actions were, but they were determined to prevent whatever he was doing from coming to fruition. Madoc was going to infiltrate the siege capital and either destroy or contain the Prince of Nothing with the help of special weapons crafted by the King of Swords. It was a tremendous commitment for Morgan, considering how important Whispering Blade was. Sending him after Mordred meant that he would not be able to provide support for the forces of Valor anywhere else for a period of time. But on this, Sunny had to agree with the daughter of Anvil. Getting rid of the Prince of Nothing was a more dire need than suppressing or even killing one song's saints. The bastard was just too ineffable. So, that was what the near future held for Sunny. He would follow the forces of Valor back to their siege capital, fighting a probing ambush staged by Song in the process. Once there, Madoc would send off reinforcements for Nightstad and depart, leaving Morgan to deal with the team of assassins Beastmaster was dispatching to attack their headquarters. Sunny was not too concerned about what Whispering Blade would do to Mordred. The man was too powerful and too precise, and the decision to activate him so early into the conflict was too unexpected. No matter if he achieved his goal or not, the attack itself would be unseen and contained. The fight between the team of Beastmaster's assassins and Morgan's warriors, now that promised to do a lot of harm to the refugees trapped in the siege capital, which was why he had made a difficult decision to leave the gloomy shadow with the forces of Song. There was a lot of risk tied to that decision, but also a lot of potential benefit. Once enough kilometers separated Sunny from his shadow, he would lose contact with it. After that, the gloomy guy would be on his own for a while. The task in front of the shadow was both simple and difficult: to keep itself hidden, learn the identities of the assassins, and follow them back to Valor's territory. If everything went right, Sunny would know the precise location of the infiltration team as soon as they reached the siege capital. If not, his soul might get seriously wounded or, even worse, crippled. All he could do was trust in his shadow's competence. Sunny stood up from his cot and stretched, hearing the sounds of the battle slowly grow less intense. Now that the dawn had come, the joint army was preparing to withdraw and dissolve into 3 separate forces. His expression was slightly tense. He'll be all right. The gloomy guy has been through a lot by my side, so he knows what he's doing. He had to. With that, Sunny left the tent and went to find Nephis. Chapter 1128, Contradiction. Changing Star was in a watchtower near the outer edges of the camp, observing the ongoing battle. Her gaze was locked on the lustrous figure of Summer Night, who stood like a fortress amidst the attacking nightmare creatures, cutting them down with his flowing lance. Sunny approached and stared at the slaughter as well, wondering how was it that the saint had not gotten a single drop of blood on his armor. Was that a skill one could learn? The black silk of the graceless dusk always remained pristine, rejecting any kind of taint, but the same could not be said about his skin. And hair, especially hair. Washing blood out of his hair was a real chore. Which was one of the reasons Sunny had enjoyed the few months of being a scout and never getting his own hands dirty, instead relying on shadows to do the killing for him. That guy, Summer Night, is both deadly on the battlefield and nice in person. Makes me wonder if he really is a saint. Every other transcendent I know is either the stern stoic type, vaguely sinister, or completely insane. He really doesn't fit. Neff glanced in his direction and smiled with the corner of her mouth. Maybe you just attract these kinds of people? Sunny coughed. Come to think of it, stern and stoic, vaguely sinister, and completely insane were all words that could be used to describe Nephis as well. She looked back to the battlefield and added, "But you are right. Sir Gilead is somewhat of an outlier among the saints. He is too straightforward. What you see is what you get. Honor, valiance, loyalty, and all that. He is the picture of a noble knight." Sunny remained silent for a moment. Is that a bad thing? He certainly thought that it was. A person who proclaimed these virtues was either a hypocrite or dangerously naive. Gods only knew which option was worse. However, Sunny wanted to hear Neff's answer. She shrugged. Not usually, but in the case of Summer Night, it presents a contradiction. What is a person like that doing, serving the King of Swords? And not just as a vassal, but as a direct retainer of clan valor. a tool in their machinations. She lingered for a few moments, then sighed. Maybe it has something to do with his flaw. Sunny looked at Nephis with curiosity. What are you doing, serving the King of Swords? Her subtle smile grew a little wider, and white sparks ignited in her eyes. Ah, but I am not honorable, valiant, or loyal. I am just driven and good with a sword. Don't you know? He scoffed. I do. Don't I know it well? With that, Sunny leaned on the framework of the alloy watchtower and watched the valiant saint fight in silence. At the same time, he sent Neph a mental message. What did Morgan want to talk to you about? She leaned on the alloy bar by his side. We are most likely going to be ambushed by Song on the way back to the siege capital. She warned me to be ready. There is also the issue of the nightmare gates within the city. There are 16 of them at the moment, and keeping each one contained is a drain on the resources. Once we are back, the awakened soldiers under Morgan's command will begin challenging the seeds to close them and scout the desert in the process, of course. She offered a few spots to the firekeepers. Sunny hesitated for a few moments. The firekeepers? Are they going to attempt ascension? Neph lowered her head, a little nodding. They have long saturated their cores and have more than enough experience. So, yes, Shim's cohort will enter first, followed by 2 others. A month later, 2 more cohorts will challenge the second nightmare. The last 2 will go after if the first challengers return. Sunny blinked. If that plan worked, then in less than a year, Changing Star would potentially command close to 50 masters. Some might die in the nightmare, but still, that was a staggering force. An inconceivable force, even by the standards of the modern world. But then again, the world was changing, and the return of the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had made so much noise for this exact reason, not because they were powerful, awakened, but because each had a substantial chance of becoming a master, and maybe even a saint in the future. The force that Cassie had built had the potential to dramatically shift the balance of power between the great clans. No wonder Nephis seemed to be in a hurry to send the firekeepers into the seeds. The emissaries of Song knew what was at stake as well. Once the fighting between the forces of the great clans started in earnest, Beastmaster would without a doubt aim to destroy the firekeepers before they ascended. How complicated. Sunny remained silent for a while, choosing his words carefully. Eventually he spoke, thought, in a casual tone. I happened to eavesdrop on a conversation. Nephis glanced at him. Oh, by pure accident, I'm sure, he smiled. Then, however, the smile disappeared from his face. Sunny looked forward, pretending to study the battle. Turns out it was your Uncle Vale who sent Castor to kill you. You know, Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords, that Uncle Vale. She didn't show any hint of a strong reaction. I figured as much, Sunny sighed. I also overheard that another one of your father's 3 friends had limited the great clans in what means they could use to kill you back when you were a child. He seems to have protected you to a degree. This time Nephis couldn't maintain the mask of indifference. Someone else might not have noticed, but Sunny knew her too well. She was shaken. After a long pause, Neph whispered, So that's how it is. I see that explains a few things I always wondered about. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then asked, Do you have any idea what his reasons might be? Nephis remained silent for a long time, looking at the battlefield. One half of her face was illuminated by a gentle light, the other drowned in shadows. The cold wind was playing with her silver hair, making it dance. Eventually, she let out a deep sigh. I don't, however, I do have a suspicion. I am the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan, Sunny, which means that I am also the last carrier of Sun God's lineage. Astarion had prevented that lineage from being snuffed out, and had taken Mordret from Anvil. It is almost as if he is collecting the carriers of divine lineages. Nephis paused for a few moments, and then added in a grave voice, If my suspicion is correct, then should you meet him in the future, you would be wise to be careful too, Sunny. You do not possess Shadow God's lineage, but Astarion might not know that. Sun god, war god, beast god, storm god, and heart god. All these lineages had already been found. Shadow gods was the last one to remain hidden. Maybe that is why he stayed passive all these years, waiting patiently for it to reveal itself. She suddenly turned and looked him in the eyes, then said in her own voice, discarding the safety of the blessing dusk, "Sonny, you have guarded your secrets well. It is very important that you continue to do so. Be careful, if you wish, please." The cold wind got to Sonny as well, making him shiver. Chapter 1129, Thieves and Wolves. Soon enough, it was time to say goodbye again. Effie and Kai were returning to the government-controlled section of East Antarctica with Wake of Ruin and St. Tyrus, while Jet was leaving with the forces of Song. The joint army had already withdrawn from the battlefield and traveled some distance away from it. Now it was ready to break apart. Before it did, however, Sonny managed to find an opportunity to talk with Soul Reaper in private. The long column of vehicles had come to a stop, and they found each other among the busy chaos of imminent separation. "How is living with the Song clan treating you?" Jet smiled a little, then shrugged. "It's treating me fine. I'm often reminded of why was it exactly that I never wanted to be a part of a legacy clan. But it's fine. Weirdly, I feel a bit of kinship with these women." Sonny raised an eyebrow. "Kinship? Really? Why?" She lingered for a few moments. "A thief knows a thief, as a wolf knows a wolf. It's just a vague feeling, but I think that their flaws are similar to mine. Not exactly the same, but similar. I have no solid proof, of course, but there are ways to tell. A thing like that influences you in many subtle ways." Jet looked away and let out a wistful sigh. "All of Kisong's daughters are adopted, you know. Many of them were taken from the outskirts when they were very young. Who knows, in another life, I might have been a princess of a great clan as well. Wouldn't that be a sight?" Sonny looked at her gloomily, trying to imagine Soul Reaper in the traditional wine-red attire of the Song clan. However, his imagination failed him. No matter how hard Sonny tried, he just couldn't imagine Jet wearing a dress. He scoffed. "I do know, and yes, that would be a sight. However, I like the current you much more." Soul Reaper laughed. "Me too, Sonny, me too. You're maybe a bit too young to understand the sentiment, but I fought long and hard to become the current me. I wouldn't trade it for the world." The smile slowly disappeared from her face, and she looked at him with a somber expression. "You know that things are about to change in East Antarctica, right?" Sonny slowly nodded, prompting her to ask, "So what are you going to do?" He remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. "Probably something stupid. But not too stupid. It's hard to tell yet." Soul Reaper studied his face for a while, then nodded. "Let's stay in touch then with that." She turned around and walked away, heading for the departing force of Songs awakened. Sonny watched Soul Reaper go, considering if he should have told her more. He had already warned her to stay clear of Mordred. As for informing Jet of the presence of his shadow, that would do neither of them any good. It was not like she could help the gloomy guy in his mission. There are too many unknown variables at play. I have no idea how the situation will unfold for the both of us. One thing is certain, though. We'll cross paths again soon before it's all over. He grimaced, then went to join his own convoy. The ostentatious tortoise Echo had been dismissed, and they were going to be traveling by using more mundane means of transportation. But not much more mundane. Many of Valor Awakened were in possession of Echo mounts and would be riding them across the desolate landscape. There were ordinary vehicles as well. Sonny himself was going to catch a ride with the firekeepers, but before that he sneaked into a small crevice that was drowned by deep shadows. There he found a small figure laying motionlessly on the ground, spread-eagled, with a drunk expression on its ugly little face. The imp seemed to have grown bigger. His belly had, at least it protruded from the scrawny frame of the little fiend like a balloon, looking as if it was on the verge of bursting. Noticing Sonny, the shadow turned its head and grinned stupidly. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. "Gods, you gluttonous little wretch, can you even stand?" The imp stared at him lazily and then answered in a grating, screeching voice. Wretch. Sonny scowled. Who are you calling a wretch, you wretch? The imp did not deign to answer, so he sighed and dismissed the shadow, sending the scrawny fiend to digest his ill-gotten gains within the darkness of a shadow core. I'll check on his progress later. That bastard better have listened to me and only eaten those nightmare creatures that had to do something with steel and metal. Otherwise, he'll be on a vegetarian diet for a very, very long time. Sonny left the crevice and walked over to one of the armored vehicles. There were already a few familiar faces inside, the members of Cassie's former cohort. The healer, Shim, Kaor, and Shakti, and others noticing Sonny. They all became lively. Sonny, man, you were a real terror on the battlefield yesterday. When the hell did you become that scary? Now I really want to ascend, too. Maybe I'll get a pseudo-transformation ability like you. You're an artisan, Kaor. What kind of transformation are you going to get? Turn into a block of wood? Better be a block of wood than a blockhead like you. Sonny greeted them with a few smiles and a few elusive answers, then walked over to where Cassie was sitting and looked around. Hey, Cass, where's Nephis? The blind girl pointed forward where another vehicle, this one larger and better armored, was visible through the windshield of the APC. Morgan invited her for a last-minute discussion. He smiled darkly. Oh yeah, discussion of what? Cassie lingered with the answer. Probably the ambush. He really did not know what to say. What kind of stupid ambush is this, when everyone knows that it's happening? Damn, I'm sure that even the ambushers know that we know. The sheer stupidity of it all. Sonny sighed, then sat near Cassie and grew quiet. Soon the column of vehicles started to move. Surrounded by a moving shield of mounted, awakened, the human forces were returning victorious from a dire battle with a harrowing horde of nightmare creatures, having slayed 4 powerful titans. But what awaited them was not the warm welcome of the citizens, but the swords and bullets of fellow humans. He shook his head dejectedly. No. Actually, there might be nightmare creatures in the ambush as well. That's Beastmaster we are talking about, after all. Chapter 1130 Closeness, the journey back to the Valor Enclave in East Antarctica, was going to take several days. On the first day, the awakened riders charged forward many times, slaughtering any band of nightmare creatures that was unfortunate enough to wander into the convoy's path. Awakened and fallen abominations were ruthlessly cut down long before they could pose a threat to the vehicles. When a corrupted one appeared, the Knights of Valor attacked personally. Watching these exalted masters fight was both an inspiration and a grim reminder of what Sonny contended against. Each of them was no less deadly than Pierce and Wealth. Mordred's jailers had been maybe even more so. With the knights slaying the more dangerous nightmare creatures, none of the saints had to personally intervene yet. There were also Morgan's echoes. Strangely enough, there were only a few of them in view. The princes of war must have dismissed some of them. For now, of course, there was also another possibility. Morgan could have sent several echoes to stage an ambush of her own. In fact, Sonny was more or less certain that he had spent the last month carefully studying the expedition force of the Great Clan. By now, he knew the faces of pretty much every awakened, ascended, and mundane specialist that Valor had sent to the Southern Quadrant, as well as the rough outline of their abilities. Which was why it had not escaped Sonny's attention that several cohorts of awakened that had participated in the battle against the Titanic horde were mysteriously missing from the convoy. They were most likely en route to lay a trap for the returning force of Song warriors. He did not envy them one bit. Sonny himself spent the first day silently observing how the warriors of Valor fought through the shadows. He thought about striking up a conversation with Cassie, but found it hard to find a topic to discuss, at least one that did not have to do with nightmare creatures, machinations of the great clans, or the tumultuous future facing them all. Work, basically. It was a bit strange. He had thought that they were close, despite everything. There were very few people in this world, if any, who were closer to him than her. And yet Sonny realized that he did not know much about Cassie outside the dire reality of being an awakened. He never met her family, which she mentioned so much on the Forgotten Shore. He had never visited her home or learned of her hobbies, things she enjoyed, things she found frustrating. He didn't even know what her official position in Clan Valor was, and how her life had changed because of it. That realization was disheartening. Granted, Cassie herself was part of the reason for the distance between them. After awakening, she seemed to have closed herself off from the outside world somewhat. After the ascension, her isolation had only grown more pronounced. It was as though the blind girl was making a conscious effort to blend into the background, becoming as obscure and forgettable as possible, but still. Sonny glanced at her with a complicated expression. A sudden thought crossed his mind. I don't think I ever wished her a happy birthday. That had been how they met all those years ago. Well, actually, it was only around 4 years ago. On the day of the winter solstice in the academy cafeteria, Cassie had suddenly wished him a happy birthday. She was more or less the only sleeper who had spoken to him there. Sonny knew that Cassie was the youngest of the cohort and that her birthday was somewhere in late June or early July, close to Rains. This year he had been busy fighting his way to Falcon Scott during that time, so there was a solid excuse. However, there were the years before that. Sonny remained silent for a while, thinking. Then he shifted slightly and asked, "By the way, Cassie, how is your family doing?" She did not react for a moment, then turned her head slightly and frowned in confusion. "What?" Sonny leaned back. I said, "How is your family doing?" The blind girl hesitated. Then a subtle smile illuminated her delicate face. "Oh, they are doing well. I applied to have their citizenship rank raised, so my mom can't stop bragging to the neighbors. Dad had to have a talk to her, right after taking driving lessons and purchasing a PTV license. He parks the PTV where everyone can see it, too. So I think I'll be the one who has to have a talk with him now." Sonny chuckled. "Ah, I understand. You might not know it, but I took driving lessons as well from an actual ace pilot, by the way. My ride sort of blew up. But when we get back to NQSC, I'll definitely buy a new one, and when I do, you can count on it being parked in the most visible places often." Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then asked with strange curiosity, "What else do you want to do when you get back?" He scratched the back of his head. "Huh. I actually have not given it much thought. Well, first things first. My shop is in desperate need of new exclusive merchandise. I've been practicing a lot here in Antarctica, so I might be able to bring the brilliant emporium to an entirely new level. Maybe I'll even branch out and open a memory boutique in Bastion. Oh, also, I've been thinking about opening a restaurant. Feeding people and making money at the same time, isn't that a dream?" Sonny thought for a bit and then added, "I'm going to need to be in Bastion a lot if I want to do proper business. I don't want to be anchored there, though, so maybe I'll find a scenic, quiet citadel somewhere nearby, out of the way of the mess between Valor and Song." He smiled, then asked, "How about you?" Cassie simply sighed. "I think I'll be very busy after returning to NQSC if I do have some free time. All I want to do is wear pajamas around the house and do nothing." She lingered for a moment, then suddenly flashed him a smile. "I do promise to visit your restaurant, though. I'll even leave a big tip," as they talked. The sun wobbled to the edge of the sky, never falling behind the horizon but turning the world dim. The convoy came to a stop, preparing for the next leg of the journey. In that lull, an awakened from Clan Valor arrived, putting an end to their conversation. Chapter 1131. Foresight. It was very easy to send a message through the short-range communication network of the convoy, but Morgan had deemed it necessary to send an actual person to fetch them. The awakened approached the APC where Sonny and Cassie were, his imposing armored figure appearing in view of the external cameras of the armored vehicle, and politely knocked on the main hatch. When one of the firekeepers opened it, the man cleared his throat and said with solemn gravitas, "Lady Song of the Fallen, ascended sunless, Lady Morgan is inviting you to join her in the head vehicle at your convenience." Sonny recognized the awakened from spying on Morgan and Maddock yesterday. The guy sure was a bit too pompous for a glorified messenger, but remembering his earnest reaction to Whispering Blade's praise, that was not at all unexpected. All Valor Awakened were like that, too serious and full of ardent devotion. The Firekeepers were zealously devoted to their leader too, but at least they did not stand on ceremony. They saw Nephis as the best of them as opposed to better than them. There was an important distinction. Sonny shook his head, then nodded at the awkward Awakened and rose from the crate he was sitting on. Cassie stood up too and followed him outside. Her steps were cautious, but she seemed to have no problem navigating the world without being able to see it. It was a far cry from how helpless she had been on the forgotten shore. Her hand was resting on the hilt of the quiet dancer too, reminding Sonny how deadly of a fighter she had become. Of course, with most of her abilities having nothing to do with combat, Cassie's battle prowess could not compare to that of more straightforward masters. Still, he wouldn't want to fight someone who knew his every move in advance. Sonny understood very well how dreadful such an opponent would be, because he himself cut down many foes by relying on shadow dance. The awakened squire kept a respectful silence as he led them to the head of the column, where an armored vehicle that would put even the rhino to shame stood just before a wide crossroad. It was surrounded by a watchful ring of awakened warriors. They gave Sonny and Cassie stern looks, then stepped aside to let them through. It was nonsensical, really. Currently, two of the most deadly masters in the world and Whispering Blade himself were inside the vehicle. What could these awakened do to protect them? Once inside, Sonny saw Morgan, Maddock, and Nephis gathered around a holographic table that showed a topographical projection of the surrounding area. Some distance away, a few spots were marked with red. It did not take a genius strategist to know that those were the most convenient places for an ambush. At least Sonny would have chosen them if he had to lay a trap for the forces of valor. Then again, Sonny did not really need a convenient spot and advantageous terrain to ambush someone. All he needed was a bit of shadow. Morgan welcomed them with a nod and gestured for them to come closer. Once they did, she addressed Cassie in a neutral tone. "Cassia, do you have anything to share with us?" The blind girl nodded, then lingered for a few moments. Eventually, he raised her hand and pointed to a particular red mark there. Morgan smiled while Maddock raised his brow slightly. "How do you know, young lady?" Sonny had the same question, although he also had an idea of what the answer would be. He slightly shook his head, feeling a strange mix of awe, admiration, and dejection. Cassie, meanwhile, lowered her hand and explained, "I used the time the forces of both clans recently spent together to mark several of Song's people with my ascended ability. Many of them possess powerful memories to disrupt attempts at divination, but there are very few that can disrupt my powers. Certainly not enough to protect every awakened in their camp." She turned to the map and added calmly, "Currently, one of the marked is in that ravine surrounded by 3 cohorts of awakened. These awakened are only a part of the ambush, however. The main striking force is underwater in a nearby lake. Several hundred nightmare creatures, all tamed by Beastmaster and controlled by an ascended proxy. I don't have eyes on them, but the person I marked discussed the details of the attack with the ascended prior to separating." I listened. Maddock chuckled. "Lady Cassia? Ah, I wouldn't want to be your enemy. Wonderfully done." Cassie simply offered him a curt nod. Morgan glanced at them and smiled. "Isn't she wonderful indeed with that?" She patted the blind girl on the shoulder. "Better yet, Cassia is the only person on the continent that can never be taken by that abominable kin of ours, which only makes me appreciate her more. We should employ more blind people, don't you think, Uncle?" That last statement was said in a nonchalant and slightly amused tone, and really rubbed Sonny the wrong way. If Cassie felt the same, though, she did not let it show. Just like that, the probing ambush of Clan Song was laid bare. The convoy had no choice but to take the route through the area where the trap was prepared for them. But knowing what to expect, they could descend upon the ambushers and cut them down in one fell swoop. No wonder Morgan was pleased. At that moment, Nephis spoke, glancing at the Princess of War coldly. "Let's not draw this out. We should dismantle the ambush as soon as possible and stay on guard." Cassie is powerful, but she is not all-powerful. There might be other aspects of the trap that we failed to account for. Morgan smiled. A good suggestion, since you were the one to voice it, dear sister. Why don't you take your firekeepers and deal with this issue personally? They'll be leaving for the nightmares soon, so this might be their last opportunity to wet their blades with the blood of song for a long while. Nephis turned away and looked at the map with a bleak expression.
I will.
Sonny, who had remained silent all that time, cleared his throat. Sorry, but should I be hearing this conversation? Why am I here, exactly? Morgan looked at him with confusion, then chuckled. Why, you are a representative of the government, Master Sunless. You are the perfect person to share the vile machinations of the Song clan with. Who knows, maybe I'll want to lodge a complaint with the authorities later. You'll be an important witness. Then she smiled at him. Plus, I thought that you might enjoy a small distraction like this. Would you please accompany my little sister on this mission, Master Sunless? As a neutral observer, of course. It would really make me feel better about her safety. Sonny stared at her with a dubious expression. Yeah, right. The battle maniac probably just wanted to see him kill something again, or maybe deepen his connection to the Valor clan through bloodshed. He shrugged. Sure, why not? I'm a part of this convoy as well, after all. If we really were to be ambushed, my safety would be compromised too. The Princess of War nodded, then crossed her arms and looked at the map. True. I'll be awaiting good news then. Chapter 1132, Ambush. The contingent of Valor soldiers camped for a few hours of rest, while several vehicles containing the firekeepers secretly continued forward. They advanced at moderate speed for a few hours, then hid the vehicles between the rusty ruins of massive machines left behind by the dark times, and continued toward the place of the ambush on foot. Sonny walked with them, scouting the path ahead with his shadows. As he did, he heard the firekeepers talk. One of them, a tall young man who possessed the ability to summon 2 more arms and fought by wielding 2 greatswords, was speaking in a contemplative tone. It's been a while since I killed a human. Honestly, I sort of assumed that I would never have to do it again after leaving the Forgotten Shore. Should have known better, really. He sighed, then glanced at the leader of his cohort. What about you, Shim? Shim, the healer who usually fought where the battle was direst, wielding a shield and a spear, shrugged. I don't think I've ever killed a human. The others looked at him with surprise. What are you talking about, you maniac? I personally saw you gut at least half a dozen guards in the throne room of the Bright Castle, and that was just day 1 of that mess. The healer glanced at them evenly. Those weren't humans. They didn't qualify. Even Sonny was given pause by that cold logic. Shim was right about something, though. Some humans were worse than nightmare creatures. In any case, the firekeepers did not seem too opposed to the idea of fighting against one of the great clans. Perhaps the fact that Clan Song was currently laying a trap to attack their convoy played a part in their nonchalance, but they would have probably followed Nephis even if the situation was reversed. As for Changing Star herself, she had grown quiet in anticipation of the battle, mentally preparing herself for the strain of using her aspect. Sonny did not want to bother her. Eventually, they neared the spot marked on the map and switched to moving stealthily, slowly getting closer and closer to the ravine where 3 cohorts of Song Awakened were laying in ambush. Cassie confirmed that they were still there, and helped the firekeepers avoid being seen by the hidden watchmen. The lake where the hundreds of tamed nightmare creatures hid was also nearby, separated from the ravine by a few hundred meters of dirt and a weathered cement road. When they came into view of the ravine bending low to the ground to remain unnoticed, Nephis stopped and looked at her soldiers. One of them whispered calmly, "What's the plan, Lady Changing Star?" She hesitated for a few moments, then said simply, "Slaughter them all." Neph sighed, then summoned a memory that resembled a torch made of polished black wood with the cage at the top of it forged out of silvery metal. Turning around to shield it from view with her body, she activated the enchantment of the torch, causing a cold blue flame to ignite in the cage. She raised one hand, drawing the stream of blue fire into it. "Cassie, I'll leave the Ascended to you." The blind girl nodded, then unsheathed the quiet dancer. The slender rapier slipped out of her hand, hovered in the air for a moment, and then flew toward the calm lake. It stayed close to the ground, almost unseen. The blue fire, meanwhile, was flowing into Neff's hand and swirling, slowly coalescing into a sphere. No matter how much fire she drew from the silver torch, it continued to burn with the same intensity. The rippling blue sphere began to collapse onto itself and compress as more and more flame was added to it. Its heat was growing unbearable. As the density of the sphere increased, wisps of white flame rose from her skin and mixed into it. Slowly, the color of the blue flames began to lighten, growing from deep blue to light blue, and eventually to pure white. By that time, the sphere was trembling violently, as if struggling to contain the furious power contained within it, and Neff's face grew pale. Then she suddenly made a fist, compressing the sphere even further. At that moment, it was hard not to notice the pale radiance emanating from her figure. There was some movement in the ravine, but it was too late. Standing to her full height, Changing Star took a step forward and whipped her arm forward, as if throwing a discus. The small sphere of white flame pierced the air, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. It disappeared into the ravine a second later, and then the ground shook. There was a blinding flash and a deafening boom. A fountain of fire suddenly shot from the ravine into the cold sky, washing the world in white. Just like that, the 3 cohorts of awakened elites were wiped out. Nephis looked a little tired. A few moments later, Cassie turned her head and spoke, "The Ascended is dead." Neph nodded, then turned to the firekeepers, "Get ready." The waters of the calm lake suddenly boiled, and a flood of abominations started to emerge from them, all surging toward the small hill they stood upon. The young man whom Sunny had overheard speaking to Shim earlier scratched the back of his head with one of his 4 hands. "Well, I guess I won't have to kill any humans today either." With that, he shrugged and summoned his greatswords. The firekeepers calmly faced the tide of nightmare creatures. Not too long after that, every last one of the abominations was wiped out. Not a drop of human blood had been spilled, at least on the Valor side. Sunny observed it all with a detached expression. From start to finish, he had not moved a finger. It was honestly kind of anticlimactic. Wasn't I complaining about having to wash blood off myself a couple of days earlier, though? It was nice to work with professionals. Chapter 1133. Chilling message. The firekeepers had retraced their steps, returning to where they had left the vehicles. The mood among the veterans of the Forgotten Shore was neutral. It was as if they had fought a mundane battle, not one that would become the opening act of a bloody confrontation between 2 great clans. Sunny, however, felt slightly dejected. He had no pity for the awakened of the great clan's song. They would not have any pity on him if the situation was reversed either. And yet all of it was such a shameful waste. Valor and song were wasting the lives of skilled warriors, and in the middle of the chain of nightmares, no less. That was both odious and the reason for why those who followed their orders did not deserve his pity or his mercy. The armored vehicles moved across the desolate landscape of Antarctica, returning victorious to the camp. They navigated the treacherous expanse of countless rivers and lakes, and rejoined the main force of the Valor clan close to dawn, which was not much different from night and day in Antarctica. Their return did not cause much fanfare, mostly because few people knew of the impending ambush. Those who did or were smart enough to figure things out on their own, however, paid the small column of vehicles close attention. Their faces changed slightly when they saw that none of the firekeepers seemed to be missing, or even bear any wounds. The skilled awakened of the great clan were begrudgingly impressed, if not envious. Sunny left the APC with the rest of the Forgotten Shore awakened to stretch his legs. Nephis and Cassie left to make a report to Morgan, but he stayed behind. There was no point in being there personally anyway. One of his shadows was going instead hidden within Neph's. The conversation went more or less exactly as he had expected. Morgan seemed both pleased and disappointed by the easy victory the firekeepers had achieved. She had expected more from the forces of the famed clan's song. Maddock offered Nephis mild praise with a polite smile. Both were impatient to get to the real bloodshed. Changing Star herself remained impassive. She did not even seem moved by the boon she must have received for wiping out 3 cohorts of elite awakened. If their cores were fully saturated, the bounty of souls she had collected had to be close to 1,000 fragments. Sunny did not summon the runes to check since he saw no reason to. Not long after their return, the command to break camp was given and the soldiers prepared to continue the march. Soon, the convoy started to roll forward, only to come to a sudden halt not a minute later. The APC Sunny was riding on stopped so abruptly that he almost flew out of his seat. What the hell? There was some kind of disturbance outside, with soldiers exiting the vehicles and looking around in confusion. The shouts of commanders echoed in the air, and the awakened riders spread out, turning their mounts around. Soon, the source of the disturbance became clear. One of the APCs had failed to start and rejoin the convoy. It just stood there, unmoving, isolated from the rest by a stretch of empty space. All attempts to contact the cohort of awakened assigned to the APC failed. Suddenly, Sunny felt a chill creep up his spine. He looked at the head vehicle through one of his shadows. Right at that moment, its hatch opened, and Morgan emerged, her vermilion eyes radiating such a sharp sense of coldness that he felt as if his soul would be cut. The Princess of War jumped down and walked toward the tail of the convoy, her red cloak trailing behind her like a river of blood. Maddock and Nephis followed. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then used Shadow Step to quietly appear next to them. This should be interesting. The 4 of them approached the silent APC, which was already surrounded by a ring of awakened soldiers. One of them took a step forward, addressing Morgan with concern. "My lady, please, it might be dangerous." She walked past the awakened without a word and raised a hand. Morgan's fingers sliced through the armored alloy of the vehicle's hatch as if it was paper, and a moment later, the dark entrance to the interior of the APC was revealed. She dove into the darkness without a moment of hesitation. Maddock followed a second behind. Sunny and Nephis glanced at each other and then joined them. Sunny did not know what he had expected to see inside the silent vehicle, a scene of revolting butchery or a hidden abomination, perhaps. But what he had not expected was nothing. The interior of the APC was entirely empty. There were no bodies, no blood, no signs of the struggle, and no awakened either. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. Morgan looked around with a grim face, then walked over to the pilot's cabin and reached behind the backrest of the seat, grasping something. Turns out, Sunny was mistaken. There was something left inside the APC, and she was currently holding it in her hand. A single, unassuming arrow with dull-colored fletching and an arrowhead cast out of mundane alloy. Morgan gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with fury. Her voice sounded like the hiss of a sword leaving its scabbard. "Silent Stalker." Sunny looked around the empty vehicle with a complicated expression. A saint was here. The mystery of what had happened to the cohort of Valor's Awakened was not a mystery anymore. The Firekeepers had dismantled the ambush prepared for the convoy by the forces of Song. But while they were doing it, someone else had entered the heavily guarded camp unseen, slaughtered a cohort of elite Awakened without making a single sound, and left, taking their bodies away. That someone was Silent Stalker, a transcendent huntress, and one of Ki-Song's daughters. She even left one of her arrows behind to let the enemy know who the perpetrator was. A saint could have wreaked much more havoc if they wanted to. But Silent Stalker had seemingly only wanted to do one thing: prove a point. Morgan snarled, then snapped the arrow with her thumb and threw the pieces away. Maddock grimaced, then said evenly, "Beastmaster is sending a message. It seems that she wants to provoke us." His niece remained silent for a few moments, composing herself. Then she suddenly smiled. Her previous disappointment appeared to be gone. Message received, Chapter 1134, Peaceful Morning. Nothing else happened on their way back to the siege capital. It had grown harder to eavesdrop on Morgan and Maddock once again, so Sunny didn't learn much about the consequences of Beastmaster's mocking message. He did, however, understand from small hints and clues that Valor's own ambush had gone slightly better than the one prepared by Song. Most of the ambushers even survived and were now following a different route to return to safe territory. The great clans had basically exchanged slaps. What would come next were actual blows. It was nice to return back to civilization. Sonny slept in a soft bed, had a hot shower, and prepared himself an actual meal. Despite the dire war raging somewhere on the continent, 2 wars, even his routine was strangely mundane and peaceful. He even received a video message from Rain. The network in East Antarctica was not nearly as in shambles as it had been in the Antarctic Center, so the bandwidth allocated to him allowed for such frivolities from time to time. To Sonny's slight disappointment, Rain only spoke about what was happening in her life for a short while, using the rest of the recording to demonstrate the progress she was making in her training, and ask for pointers. The message ended with a few carefree sentences. "Oh, by the way, do you remember the classmate I told you about? The one whose sister is an MWP pilot in Antarctica. Apparently, her unit got into a really bad situation, and she only survived because a master named Devil saved her. Thank the gods. I can't even imagine how her family would have felt if not for him. Anyway, if you know that guy, buy him a drink. Better yet, try to stay close to him. He is apparently some sort of a big hero, so you'll be safer with him. What I'm trying to say is that you should be careful. Take care of yourself. Bye." The message ended, leaving Sonny in amused silence. He shook his head. What are the chances, and what the hell does she mean? Do I know that guy? Have I not told her that people call me the Devil of Antarctica? I'm sure I bragged about it then. He went about composing a response, first going over her technique in swordsmanship, then adding a few phrases at the end. Yes, I do remember. As for the Devil, as it happens, I know him pretty well. That guy is indeed amazing. He is also very powerful, handsome, and disgustingly rich. Your classmate's sister was really very fortunate to meet him. He mostly keeps company with saints and beautiful legacies from the great clans these days. But since you asked, I'll go buy him a drink right after finishing writing this message. Sonny grinned as he finished and sent the message, then fulfilled his promise by walking to the nearest provision stall and ordering a cup of cheap synthetic coffee. He savored its warmth on the street, watching the refugees sheltered within the city walls go about their daily lives. The atmosphere in the siege capital was not at all light. In fact, it was charged by distress and dread, but it was not at all as heavy as it had been in Falcon Scott. No matter how full of tribulations and anxiety their lives had become, people actually lived here. Not just tried desperately to survive. Sonny felt that he was alive too. Rain was safe and not showing any symptoms of the spell. The evacuation was proceeding at a healthy pace. Nephis, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet were all doing fine. As for the great clans, he now had a clear target in mind, at least. The assassins of the Song clan were going to arrive soon. Preventing the clash between them and the forces of Valor from spilling into these streets would be his first independent move. He had to prepare well. Sonny finished his coffee, then took a walk toward the headquarters of the Valor clan. His duties as a government envoy could not wait. There were issues he had to pass along, reports he had to make, and secrets he had to steal. Before he could do any of it, though, Cassie stopped by the small office Sonny had been given within the compound to fetch him on behalf of Morgan. The Princess of War wanted to see him first thing in the morning for some reason. As they walked through the corridors of the lavish compound, Sonny glanced at the blind girl and asked, "What exactly does she want this time?" Cassie hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. "I'm not sure. She seemed excited about something. Well, as far as Morgan allows herself to show genuine emotions, at least." Sonny sighed. After a short span of silence, he asked another question. "Hey, can you help me out with something in the near future?" The blind girl slowed down a little. "With what?" He considered his words for a few moments. "I want to visit a few places on the Chained Isles. The flying ship Noctis left behind can now descend through the crushing. Right? It will only take a couple days if you pilot it." Cassie smiled. "Oh, sure, I can help. The ivory tower has drifted east of the tier, though, so the journey might take a bit more time. Sonny had a few reasons to return to the Chained Isles, but the main one was on the shipwreck island where he had fought the Wormvine, or rather under it. The remains of Sun Prince still swayed there, tangled in the broken chains. Sonny wanted the imp to devour as much of the steel giant as possible. His initial desire to make the little fiend develop a nearly indestructible body was a lofty one, but in practice, finding enough magical metal to feed the ravenous shadow was proving to be a problem. So it was very convenient to know the location of a giant, dead, ancient iron saint, as he was imagining how much the imp would improve after sinking his teeth into the Sun Prince. Cassie led him to a guarded door and opened it. Sonny was a little surprised, since it was not one of the usual places where he met the emissaries of valor. In fact, it was a spacious, heavily reinforced dojo with all kinds of swords and implements of war resting in armored cases. Morgan was standing in the middle of the dojo, wearing nothing except for a light black tunic. Her vermilion eyes were gleaming with sharp, intense desire to cross swords with a worthy opponent and destroy them. Sonny froze. I suddenly don't feel safe. The Princess of Clan Valor smiled widely at the sight of him. Master Sunless, if I remember correctly, you promised me a spar? Chapter 135 Rematch. Sonny remembered his first clash with Morgan very well. Back then, he had been a mere awakened. Nevertheless, as far as awakened went, he had considered himself to be somewhat of an outlier in terms of personal power and combat skill. He had even entertained the idea of winning their duel. Sonny had been blessed with the powers of a divine aspect, trained by Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan and tempered in the ruthless crucible of the Forgotten Shore, and possessed of an aspect legacy. So there had been a reason for his confidence. The streak of easy wins he had achieved in the dreamscape also played a role. Even though some of the opponents he had faced were challenging foes, none managed to make him feel seriously threatened. Sonny had involuntarily grown a little arrogant. Morgan had destroyed that arrogance. She had been the first master he crossed swords with, and not just any master at that. The heiress of the great clan Valor was at the absolute pinnacle of what an ascended could be. Being utterly crushed by her in less than 40 seconds had hit him like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing whatever nascent hubris Sonny could have developed. Her oppressively flawless skill, her overwhelming physical prowess, her crystal-clear killing intent, all of it made a lasting impression on him. Sonny had returned with 2 valuable gifts from that battle. The first was a breakthrough in his mastery of shadow dance. The second was a stark reminder of how many crouching tigers there were among the awakened. Yes, he was outstanding and powerful, but he was not the only outstanding, powerful person out there. Ever since that battle, Sonny had been instinctively comparing every master he fought with Morgan. So far, no one had made the cut, not in the waking world, not in the dream realm, and not in the second nightmare. Which was why he was very curious to see how he would compare to her now that they were both ascended. Sonny was not the same person who had met Morgan in the dreamscape. He had lived through too many tribulations since then. The Night Temple, the Red Colosseum, the Gauntlet of Nightmares, the Temple of the Chalice, the Ivory City, and the Antarctic Center, from the quiet dread of LO-49 to the cold despair of Falcon Scott. Each of these trials had left scars on his soul, but also made him a much more experienced and deadly fighter. That is true, but Morgan must not have remained stagnant either. St. Tyrus had once said the Anvil's daughter was too young and inexperienced to challenge the third nightmare, which had to mean that she had been actively earning the necessary experience all that time. So this spar of theirs was bound to be interesting. Sure. I was looking forward to it. She nodded with satisfaction, then gestured for Cassie to take a seat. Then Morgan walked to a case containing a multitude of training swords, all fashioned to withstand the intense pressure of being wielded by masters and thus insanely expensive, and looked at them thoughtfully. What weapon would you prefer to use? Swords, spears, something more exotic? Not weapons at all, perhaps? Oh, I forgot to ask. Are you going to be fighting as is, or assume that pseudo-transformation of yours? It did not seem like she particularly cared, as if it was of no concern whether she would face a human or a towering fiend. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No transformation. It only serves as a force multiplier if the underlying skill is not there. Using it is pointless, not to mention a drain on the essence. I mostly activate it when there are too many enemies around to reap the benefit of having 4 arms. As for the weapon, he pulled on a shadow cast by a support pillar and formed it into a blunt, featureless black tachi. That would be enough. Morgan smiled. Neat trick with that. She took a simple, straight training sword from the case and walked to the center of the dojo. Stopping there, she pierced Sonny with a sharp look of her vibrant vermilion eyes. I would have suggested using our aspect abilities freely, but that would probably destroy a large part of this level of the compound, so sadly, we will have to limit ourselves to our dormant and awakened powers. I hope you don't mind. Sonny shrugged. He did not mind. It would have been a shame if he had not learned what Morgan's ascended ability was already. But he had, in fact. He not only observed her for more than a month and came up with a solid theory, but had also asked Cassie for confirmation. The blind girl was now able to see both the attributes and the aspect abilities of those near her after all. She was a priceless source of information, an almost limitless well of it, really. Thanks to her, Sonny now knew a lot about many people, including the likes of Whispering Blade and Beastmaster. With Cassie's help, Sonny had finally confirmed without a shadow of a doubt that those of the Valor bloodline, Anvil and his children at least, carried the lineage of War God in their veins. As for Morgan's aspect abilities, her dormant ability allowed her to passively enhance the sharpness of anything she touched. Her awakened ability was a comprehensive physical augmentation with an emphasis on resilience. Basically, her body could become as durable as tempered steel. Her ascended ability was a strange one, though. It allowed her to assimilate enchantments into her body and soul, inheriting their effects. As a master, the number of enchantments she could absorb was limited to 3, and they could be switched freely for different ones at any point in time. Considering how powerful, versatile, and unpredictable such an ability was, Sonny was more than willing to forego using ascended abilities today. Standing opposite of each other, the two of them studied the opponent for a while in silence. Sonny was remembering the 36 seconds he had managed to hold out against Morgan the last time they fought. Morgan was probably studying his posture and expression, as well as replaying the scenes from the battle against the titanic horde in her mind. After all, she didn't know that this was not the first time the two of them faced each other holding swords in their hands. Slowly, a smile of anticipation appeared on Morgan's beautiful face. Her vermilion eyes glinted, and her crimson lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth. Prepare yourself, Master Sunless. Sonny almost rolled his eyes. Is there really a need to announce her Ada? He did not get to finish that thought, however. Suddenly, Morgan was beside him, and her sword was falling down like the inescapable blade of a guillotine. Chapter 1136, Friendly Duel. Morgan moved fast, much faster than she had moved in the dreamscape. One moment, she was standing calmly a dozen meters away from him. The next, she was already there, delivering a downward cut aimed precisely at his temple. Luckily, Sonny was prepared for her. He sidestepped, raising his shadow tachi to intercept the training sword. The two blades met and bit into each other, connected in a bind. He felt the shock of the impact travel through his bones and pushed the sword away. At the same moment as Morgan raised her hands, changing the angle of her weapon and pushing it forward over the tachi. The tip of the training sword barely missed his eye, but now momentum was on Sonny's side. He took a step forward past their two blades and rammed her with his shoulder. Morgan was thrown back, and a split second later, it was her turn to deflect a cut. Only the cut had never come. Instead of trying to twirl his tachi into a downward cut that was not too different from the one his opponent had delivered a moment ago, Sonny simply kept its position, raised above his shoulder, the blade facing back, and struck her in the face with the pommel. No matter how fast Morgan was, no matter how strong, the distance between them was too short, and that strike was too swift. Better yet, the blade of the tachi remained between his neck and the enemy's sword. Sunny saw no way for her to escape, and she didn't. Instead of awkwardly trying to avoid the strike, Morgan simply lowered her head and received it with the ridge of her brow where the bone was strongest. She didn't seem fazed by the powerful blow either. In fact, Sunny felt as if he had struck steel. He almost heard a metallic ring. The two of them pushed away from each other, ending that first, probing exchange. Sunny was pleased with himself. Morgan seemed pleased too. A wide smile bloomed on her face. She briefly touched her forehead, then glanced at her fingers, where a drop of blood was smeared across her alabaster skin. The smile turned into a grin. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Nephis, Cassie, and you. I've been starved of good opponents for so long, and now there are 3, and you are all so different as well. She looked like a starving glutton who suddenly found himself choosing between 3 exquisite dishes. Sunny raised an eyebrow and glanced at the blind girl who sat quietly by the wall of the dojo. What? That battle maniac got Cassie involved in her training regime, too. Noticing his gaze, Morgan chuckled. Cassia might not be the strongest master out there, but in terms of pure technique, she is among the best. And with how potent her precognition is, fighting her made me exercise skills and muscles that I had never had to exercise before, which is a rare boon for me. Why? Have the 2 of you never fought? Sunny lingered for a moment, then shook his head. No, not with swords at least. Morgan gave him a curious look. Ah, it's your loss. She raised her sword and prepared to launch another strike. Her smile turned from charming to dangerous. I won't hold back then. With that, Morgan attacked, turning into a furious whirlwind of steel. Curses. Sunny had been pleased with his performance in their first exchange, but his satisfaction quickly evaporated. Now that Morgan was done testing him, the onslaught of attacks she unleashed was simply unreasonable. In terms of raw physical strength and speed, the 2 of them were about equal. Granted, Sunny was only using 3 of his shadows to augment himself. He would have had an advantage if he used all 5. But then again, his enemy was probably holding something back too, in terms of technique, combat intelligence, and experience. To his deep dissatisfaction, Sunny realized that he was still inferior to the Princess of War in that regard. He had already known that Morgan's skill was near flawless, honed into a perfect tool by decades of practice and chilling, killing intent. She was the epitome of what a legacy was supposed to be, a person born and raised for the sole purpose of being a fighter. The people who forged her into a deadly weapon were some of the best warriors humanity had to offer as well, subjected to Morgan's inescapable sword. He felt suffocated. Back in the dreamscape, he had been simply crushed. He had felt as if his enemy was not a person, but a hurricane. The 36 seconds he had lasted against her seemed like a miracle. Today, the situation was different. Sunny was at a disadvantage, but he could confidently defend himself. He was older, stronger, and more experienced. His mastery of shadow dance had improved a lot, too. That said, the problem was, what the hell, she is insane. Although Morgan's battle style was too sophisticated and strangely elusive to be absorbed by him in a short amount of time, he did manage to glean a few things about it, enough to be able to predict the general flow of her movements. However, that flow was flawless, entirely devoid of any vulnerability he could exploit. What was the point of knowing her moves in advance if he couldn't do anything about it? She fought in a way that left him with no choices. It was as though there was a steel cage around him and its sharp bars were slowly constricting. Soon enough he would be caught and cut into pieces by them. Sunny knew that if the enemy had no vulnerabilities, the best way to defeat them was to create some, so he tried to lure Morgan into several insidious traps to no avail. She seemed to see straight through them, solving the puzzles he presented in an instant, even all this time later. She was still like an insurmountable obstacle for him, the savage, but simultaneously chillingly calculating deadliness of her perfectly lethal skill was like a work of art. Its theme was war, violence, and destruction, and Sunny was both the subject and the sole member of the audience for whom that art was being created, as well as its victim. At that moment, he realized something. Sunny realized that this was the worst possible way for him to fight someone like Morgan. Direct confrontation, contests of strength and skill, all of that was not his battlefield. The most dire battles Sunny had fought, he won with cunning and guile. He employed underhanded tricks, used every single resource available to him in unexpected ways, and tore victories from the claws of fate through sheer force of will and boundless spitefulness. He was good in a fight, of course, much better than most. But while being a sharp sword was an important conduit of his will, it was not what made him truly deadly. What a fine realization. The question was, how could he turn this duel around and push it toward a direction where he held the advantage? There were ways to overcome Morgan's furious, cold, suffocating might, surely. A more important question, though, was if he even wanted to. Chapter 1137, Loser's Game. Up until now, both Sunny and Morgan had acted relatively tame. It might not have looked like it from the side, considering how fierce and vicious a battle of two ascended inevitably appeared. Masters possessed superhuman speed, strength, and resilience. A clash between them would look like a collision of two natural forces to a mundane person, and a mundane building would be swiftly destroyed, should it become an arena for it. Which was why the dojo they were fighting in was lined with durable armored plates, and the training sword Morgan was using cost a fortune. Nevertheless, they were holding back. Not even considering the fact that the two of them had agreed to forego using their ascended abilities, Sunny had yet to make use of Shadow Step. Morgan had not made her weapon sharper either, preferring to rely on pure technique. It was as though both of them had silently decided to make this spar a contest of skill for now, which was actually a disadvantage for Sunny. The fewer resources he had at his disposal, the more restrained he felt. Morgan, on the other hand, seemed to only ever need one resource, her sword. In fact, even that was not necessary. Her body itself was the sword capable of cutting through tempered steel without hindrance. So if Sunny wanted to turn things around, he needed the situation to change, pushing their duel into the next stage. However, he wasn't sure if he wanted to. What is my goal here? He had been curious to compare his strength with Morgan's. He had been given little choice but to accept her request as well. He naturally wanted to win, but was a victory really in his best interest? Now that Sunny was being closely observed by the great clans, there was no possibility of not drawing their attention, which was why he had decided to accept that fact and settle for creating a very specific impression of himself, instead of trying to remain unseen. Sunny wanted both valor and song to think of him as someone strong, exceptional even, but not too exceptional and not too strong. They had to think of him as a powerful but crude upstart, a talented outskirt rat that had achieved a lot and had the potential to achieve even more, but not much more. As someone who could be predicted and controlled. Considering all that, did he really want to defeat Morgan? Could he even defeat her? Well, of course I can. Saint, nightmare, imp, and serpent were also part of his power. Morgan possessed a great number of mighty echoes, but those had come from outside of her aspect. The shadows, on the contrary, had come from within Sunny's, which meant that he would obliterate her in a contest of unadulterated personal power, which did not matter really, since such contests never happened in real life. There were always other components involved. The transcendent echoes might have been external to Morgan's own power, but they would rip Sunny apart just as well. No, I don't really want to best Morgan today. What I really need to do is lose in a way that will make it easier for me to gain access to her secrets. So lose in a way that would leave her wanting for more. Being a personal sparring partner of the heir of the great clan Valor was a dangerous position to be in, not the least because Morgan could potentially learn much more about Sunny than he would have liked her to, but it was also the best position to be in for a spy. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Sunny frowned for a moment. Isn't this the same reasoning Nephis used to justify her decision to join Valor? Maybe it was, but he did not really care. Many things had changed since then, including Sonny himself and the situation he was in. All right, then. Let's do this. He deflected another of Morgan's blows, evaded her follow-up strike, 3 of them actually, all chained into one predatory, fluid motion, and raised an eyebrow. Should we take it up a notch? She took a step forward, sent her sword flying toward his throat with diabolical speed, and smiled pleasantly. Sonny sidestepped her strike and nodded. Then his technique instantly changed. Before, he was using a fluid mix of various simple styles he had picked up over the years. Such a patchwork technique did not excel in any one thing in particular, but was flexible and hard to predict. Sonny had held to his best cards, though unwilling to share them with the enemy. A potential enemy, at least. Broken Sword's style that Nephis had taught him, Saint's grounded technique that had originated from the legions of Nether, the battle art of Solvain's zealots, which had come from the war maidens of the Red Sect, those he had hidden within himself. Now that he wanted to lose in the most interesting fashion, though, what would really intrigue a battle maniac like Morgan? She had faced and defeated all kinds of awakened, and had learned all manner of battle styles, no doubt. Her collection was probably even larger than Sonny's own, so what technique could he show that was both exceptional and fascinating, and most importantly, unknown to Morgan? One particular style came to mind. It was one that he had learned by chance, not from awakened, ascended, or even saints, but from nightmare creatures. The primeval hunters that had emerged from the gate near Rain School, wielding weapons made of flint. After all, if anything could capture the attention of an obsessed connoisseur of swordsmanship and all things related to combat like Morgan, it was a technique that might have had just lain at the root of all techniques, all styles. Sonny's movements changed, shifting from fluid and refined to uncomplicated and brutal. His whole demeanor changed too. The savage technique of the Barrow Wraiths was straightforward and rudimentary, but there was a primal lethality to its clear, callous barbarity. It was the expression of a pure, unclouded intent to kill, simple, but in no way crude. There was nothing about it to dilute the ruthless resolve of a hunter who sought to slaughter his prey in the most direct, efficient way possible. Sonny remembered the desperate fight in front of the Nightmare Gate and attacked, cruelly aiming to slice through Morgan's hamstrings. Let's see how this goes. Chapter 1138, Suffering from Success. It went well. Sonny was not doing much better against the murderous hurricane of steel wearing the beautiful human face of Morgan of Valor, but he did manage to slow her down a little. Morgan slowed down, not because she felt pressured by his sudden change of techniques, but because she was fascinated by it. Her raven black hair swept back and her simple tunic rippling from the wind risen by their clash, she pierced him with a burning vermilion gaze. Her red lips moved. Interesting. Very interesting. Morgan was not addressing Sonny, but more so speaking to herself. After that, she changed her strategy as well. Before, Morgan was all offense, all sharp edges, and a relentless barrage of calculated but devastating strikes. Now she was moving more deliberately, not really holding back, but also not pursuing an overwhelming defeat of the enemy at all costs. It was as if Morgan was afraid to break him too soon. Sonny did not really know how to feel about that. Well, that's a new feeling. They clashed, their swords weaving a cacophonous but strangely beautiful melody of hissing and clangor. At the side of the dojo, Cassie turned her head slightly, listening. Sonny had long beaten his record of holding out against Morgan for 36 seconds. A minute passed, then another. He was still solidly standing on his 2 feet, and even though his breathing was growing a little labored from the terrible strain of the intense fight, his stamina was far from running out. In the middle of a particularly furious exchange, when they were close to each other, Morgan suddenly asked, "That style? Who taught you?" Sonny struck at the hilt of her sword, aiming to sever her fingers, and answered hoarsely, "No one taught me. I just learned it from a nightmare creature." She easily avoided his strike and punished it by aiming a thrust at his heart. A smile appeared on her face. "In the nightmare?" Sonny hesitated, considering how much he could reveal. He had fought the barrow wraiths as mongrel after all. But then again, no one else had gotten a proper measure of their battle skill, and he had faced countless nightmare gates later in Antarctica, most of them undocumented. No, in front of a nightmare gate. Morgan's smile widened. You're a fast learner, then. She seemed to have gotten a good grasp on the essence of the primal battle style he was using, which translated into her attacks becoming more purposeful. She was probing and testing, forcing him to reveal more facets of the technique, all of them, ideally, which did not quite suit Sonny. It was too soon. He could not have her growing bored yet. He needed to impress her some more before losing, so that the impression he made lasted. Without giving Morgan any warning, he commanded his shadow Tachi to change in the middle of a swing. The shadow flowed, turning into a great Jian. It was still a two-handed sword, but this one was straight and double-edged, much more suitable for thrusts, slightly more versatile and supremely mobile. The swing staggered unexpectedly and turned into a thrust, catching Morgan by surprise. She moved with the grace of a dancer, pulling her head out of the way. A strand of wavy black hair was cut and glided through the air. Ah, devious! Despite the outraged tone, her vibrant eyes were shining with excitement. Technically, Sonny had just cheated. They had agreed to leave their ascended abilities unused, after all. But that was fine. Cheating was exactly what an exalted legacy would expect an outskirt rat to do, and honestly, it was also what a person from the outskirts would actually do. It was also what a fighter in a real battle would not shy away from, which was why Sonny thought that Morgan was bound to enjoy his little twist. Instead of answering, he attacked, turning his Jian into a spear. There were a few weapon forms that he had trained, creating well enough to summon them on the fly. The only one he had reasons to avoid was the Odachi, since that was what he had used the last time he fought. Morgan, her smile grew wider. They fought, putting the armored plates of the dojo under more and more strain. At some point, one of them even started to crack. Sonny used it to his advantage, launching a deliberate strike while his opponent was slightly less sure-footed. Pushing the tip of her spear aside, Morgan pivoted, shifting her weight to one leg. The other suddenly whipped into the air, delivering a lightning-fast, picture-perfect roundhouse kick to his head. Sonny barely had time to react, pulling the spear slightly back and raising its butt to solidly block the kick with the shaft. Morgan's alabaster shin connected with the matte black surface of the shadow spear and cut straight through it, as if it was not as strong as an ascended weapon would be. Sonny's eyes widened slightly. Crap. It seemed that Morgan had decided to start using more of her aspect abilities as well. There was nothing really for him to do but accept the blow and hope that she was not planning to decapitate him. The kick had lost none of its power after cutting the spear. The moment Morgan's foot connected with his jaw, it was as if he had been hit by a siege ram. Sonny momentarily saw stars. He was thrown aside and staggered, barely managing to maintain some semblance of balance. Not good. No, actually very good. This is exactly what I wanted. Time to be defeated. He overplayed his disorientation a little and waited for the follow-up strike to come, but it didn't. When Sonny regained the ability to see clearly a second later, he saw a hint of guilt on Morgan's face. She was looking at him with a resigned expression. Ah, damn it. Sorry, I forgot myself for a moment. I have a healer at hand. Then she paused and stared at him with a slightly startled expression. It was strange to see Morgan surprised. You're not cut. Sonny rubbed his cheek, which was still numb. He was going to have a nasty bruise, that was for sure. But the marble shell seemed to have withstood Morgan's aspect ability. No, not quite. She had probably released the ability after slicing through the spear. But her flaw, what Sonny suspected to be her flaw, remained. He grimaced, then moved his jaw side to side and answered in an even tone. No, why would I be cut? Do I look fragile? Well, I'm not. I'm quite sturdy, in fact. Morgan stared at him for a bit, a strange expression on her face. Eventually, her lips twisted into a light smile. That you are? I'll remember that for our next spar. This one, sadly, has to come to an end. Thank you for a wonderful duel, Master Sunless. She glanced at her training sword, then calmly turned around and went to place it back in the case. Sunny rubbed his cheek again, feeling a bit of dull pain seep through the numbness, and looked at her back. Seems like it worked. That is what I call a job well done. Beautifully, really. Ah, I guess that is what they call suffering from success. Chapter 1139, Performance Review. The spar with Morgan left Sunny feeling sore and contemplative. The soreness quickly dissipated, thanks to his ascended physique and the shroud of dusk, but the ponderous mood remained. Some time later, he was sitting in his small office, ignoring the paperwork he had to fill out in favor of idly staring at the wall. That fight of theirs was not exactly illuminating, but it had provided him with a lot of food for thought. First of all, Sunny was reminded of what true legacies represented. Over the years, he had forgotten the feeling of awe and reverence mundane people had toward the distant, powerful legacy clans, the austere warrior caste that produced the best and most valiant champions of humanity. That existed solely for battling the nightmare spell, or was supposed to, at least. He couldn't be blamed. Sunny had grown immensely strong himself and had crossed paths with all kinds of powerful creatures, from ancient saints to titans. He had even brushed against actual divinities like Weaver, Nether, and Hope. It was not surprising that the fearsome reputation of the legacies faded a bit in comparison, but the legacy clans, and especially the three great clans, were still authorities in terms of personal power and combat prowess. They were in no way inferior to the ancient awakened of the past, and in fact seemed to be superior, in many ways, the most important ways. Legacies, and all modern awakened by extension, were much harsher, much more extreme, and much better tempered than those from the ancient times. That was because the legacy clans were forged in a much more hellish world. They had risen to resist the nightmare spell, and were shaped into a force to be reckoned with by its terrible pressure. Morgan had reminded Sunny about that. It was no coincidence that the two most dangerous people he knew, Nephis and Mordred, were products of the legacy culture. Among the three of them, it was Sunny who was an outlier, which brought him to the second avenue of thought, his own power. Sunny would have lied to himself if he said that he wasn't upset about his loss, even though he understood that a good defeat was much more beneficial, as far as his goals were concerned. A small and unreasonable part of his mind still desired to win. No one liked to lose, and Sunny especially hated the thought of losing to a member of a great clan. He deeply resented them, after all. Being defeated by someone he disdained was a bitter pill to swallow, but swallow it he did. It was one thing to pretend to be weak in front of Morgan, but the truth of the matter was that she was simply too strong. Even the current Sunny, with all his advantages, would find it hard to contend with that level of strength in a direct confrontation. And while he was resourceful and had ways of avoiding such a confrontation, Morgan had all the boundless resources of clan valor behind her as well. So even in that regard, she was a dire threat. Sunny remembered what Jet had told him once years ago. No one survives in the dream realm alone. Her words had always held true, but now they seemed especially poignant. Sunny had grown powerful, much more powerful than he ever imagined being. But he was still just one man. In front of a collective like a great clan, his personal power seemed insignificant. Worse still, that collective served as a gatekeeper to greater strength. No one could even become a saint without their permission, unless that person wanted to be hunted down and slain in retaliation for their defiance. There were ways to grow more powerful without achieving transcendence, though. The last thing the spar with Morgan made Sunny think about was the duel itself. He slowly replayed it in his mind, considering what he could have done better and what mistakes he could have avoided. The list was both endless and pointless. Everything was easier in hindsight. It was achieving the best result in the moment that was hard. Still, it was good to review his performance as well as that of his enemy. Sunny spent some time staring at the wall and thinking back to the duel. Jian was not a good choice for that strike. Here, I did not need to saturate that group of muscles with essence. It was just a waste, should have anticipated the effect of the kick better. As he analyzed their fight, his thoughts inevitably drifted to what could have been done differently. I wonder how Morgan would have fared against me if I used the shadow shell. Sonny tried to construct such a fight in his mind, replacing himself with a version that was 3 meters high and possessed 4 arms. Would Morgan have still held an advantage? Not in physical prowess, that was for sure. However, he was not certain if the outcome would have been different. Legacies were first and foremost abomination slayers, after all. Anvil's daughter had been trained to face all kinds of nightmare creatures since childhood. A 4-armed fiend would not faze her at all. What about some other shell? Sonny was currently limited to one form, that of the shadow spawn, because that was what he knew best, but in theory he could create the shell of any creature. He just needed to know the creature well enough. Perfectly, in fact. And that was not easy to achieve. A thoughtful frown appeared on his face. Is it true, though, that I can create the shell of any creature? It was true in theory, but that theory broke instantly when faced with reality. Take Morgan, for example, or any other human for that matter. Creating a shell a human had to be easier because Sonny was one himself and knew how human bodies operated perfectly well. But how would that even work? The shadow spawn shell worked because the 4-armed fiend was much larger than Sonny, and thus he could form its body around his own. But other humans, with rare exceptions, were more or less of the same approximate size as him. There was no space for a human shell to be formed. There were creatures smaller than humans, too. The current ravenous fiend, for example, even if Sonny studied his shadow for a while, he wouldn't be able to create a shell of the little critter. So in reality, the shadow shell was limited in what it could recreate. A strange expression suddenly appeared on Sonny's face. He blinked a couple of times. Unless, chapter 1140, staring at the wall. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then chuckled. No, that's crazy. It would never work. Then he stared at the wall some more, would it? No way. The thought that had crept into his mind while he was thinking about the limitations of the shadow shell was so out there that it seemed utterly ridiculous. But the more he thought about it, the fewer reasons to discard it he saw. No, that's a bit too strange, even for me. And yet he could not find a logical reason for why it wouldn't be true. Sonny hesitated for a while longer, then furtively looked around. Then he cleared his throat, stood up, and left the office. If he wanted to test this bizarre theory, he needed to do it somewhere more private. He left the Valor compound and made his way to the nearby dormitory, where most of the government staff still remaining within the siege capital lived. There he entered his living quarters, which were a bit more spacious and had better amenities than that of both mundane and awakened government workers, and locked the door behind him. Being an ascended had its perks. Sonny sent his 4 shadows to stand watch. 2 outside the apartment, 2 within, and stood there for a few minutes, mentally going over what he was about to do. It didn't seem to be dangerous, just really weird. The principle was simple. Sonny had mastered 3 steps of shadow dance to date. The essence of his battle art was shapelessness and formlessness. It allowed him to shadow an enemy, copying the very essence of their combat technique. After doing so, he could predict their movements, the flow of their battle intent, and even their thoughts. The first step allowed him to shadow simpler battle styles. He had achieved that breakthrough while fighting Naphis in the Crimson Spire. The second step vastly elevated his comprehension of the fundamental principles that governed all battle techniques, allowing him to shadow much more sophisticated styles and do it much faster. It also gave him a glimpse of an intuitive understanding of the more esoteric components of the truly advanced battle arts, those created and used by the awakened, thus incorporating special ways of guiding soul essence through one's body. He had achieved that step after collecting a vast library of techniques in the dreamscape, which culminated during his first duel with Morgan. The inspiration Sonny had received after being decimated by the Princess of War pushed him to a breakthrough. The third step was the hardest one yet. Sonny had started his journey toward mastery of it by expanding his horizons and starting to shadow not only humans but also nightmare creatures. In the bloody arena of the Red Colosseum, he had submerged himself into their perverted, demented, rabid minds, which allowed him to intuitively feel what the abominations he fought would do, but also put his own sense of self, if not his very soul, at risk. The third step of shadow dance was much more demanding on the practitioner. It required one to truly accept the formless nature of the shadows and let go of their actual self, which of course posed the risk of losing it forever. Sonny had made that dangerous breakthrough after being trapped in an endless procession of harrowing dreams by nightmare and having his personal memories blocked. In the end, he had pulled the dissipating pieces of his true self back together by using his true name. It served as an anchor for what made Sonny an individual, and through it, he was able to advance his mastery of shadow dance without losing himself. That third breakthrough enhanced the speed with which he could comprehend the battle intent and combat intelligence of those beings he shadowed even further, allowed him to actually perceive the flow of essence through their bodies as opposed to just feeling it intuitively, and even gave him the ability to sometimes predict their thoughts. The fourth step. That was where Sonny had hit the wall. Shadow dance was his aspect legacy, but it was also something he had to invent all on his own, with no one guiding him. As such, he wasn't even sure what the correct path was, let alone how to reach the next stop on it. He only felt that the next steps of shadow dance went far beyond battle techniques and would be much, much harder to conceive and master for that reason. However, while he had stagnated in mastering shadow dance, he had achieved progress in other aspects of his personal power. The culmination of it was the shadow shell, a powerful tool he had created by bringing together various facets of his skills, attributes, and aspect abilities. Shadow dance also played a role in him being able to create shells of other creatures. In fact, its role was perhaps the most important. Without deep comprehension of the desired form, Sonny would never be able to construct it from the shadows, and that was what his aspect legacy allowed him to do. However, there was a limitation to Shadow Shell. After all, shadows were truly shapeless and formless, while Sonny was not. Even if he had managed to make his mind supremely malleable, he still possessed a human body. No matter how much training he had put into making it as flexible and adaptable as possible, it was still a relatively rigid thing. But what if he added another ingredient to the mix? Right now, Shadow Shell existed as a combination of his dormant ability, shadow control, his ascended ability, shadow manifestation, and his aspect legacy, shadow dance. His awakened ability, shadow dance, was missing from the equation. And that, perhaps, was the reason for the limitations Sonny had to deal with. Well, let's just try this. If he succeeded, Sonny felt that he might just discover a direction that would eventually lead him to the next step of shadow dance. Breathing in deeply, he activated Shadow Step and dissolved into the shadows there in their dark embrace. Sonny himself was a shadow, formless and shapeless, but he did not need to be. While fighting the ravenous fiend, he had changed his form in this state to possess sharp claws. His shadow form was too infinitely malleable. So Sonny concentrated and started to slowly change his shadow form into the shape of himself. It was a strange endeavor to turn himself into a shadow, only to then turn the shadow into himself. But that was exactly what Sonny wanted to do. It was a bit like constructing the shell of the shadow spawn, only instead of shaping the shadows around his body, Sonny was shaping his body, his shadow body, instead. Of course, he knew the shape of himself the best, which was why recreating it was much easier than summoning the fiendish form of the shadow spawn. Eventually, the incorporeal shadow assumed the form of Sonny's body. It had arms and legs, a torso, fingers and toes, and a face that was a perfect rendition of Sonny's face. It matched his physical body perfectly. Not that it needed to. Starting from becoming himself was just the easiest thing he could do for that test. Satisfied with the result of the shaping, Sonny spent some time in the dark embrace of the shadows, drifting. I wonder. Then he took a deep mental breath, activated shadow manifestation, and manifested himself back into the waking world through it. Chapter 1141. Self-Actualization, a Mat. jet-black version of Sunny was standing in the middle of the room. He did not move for a while, frozen like a statue, then raised his hands slightly and looked at them with a strange expression. His fingers moved. "Well, that's—" The jet-black Sunny scratched the back of his head, then halted for a moment and tentatively touched his hair. The mere fact that he had hair was a surprise. That's certainly something. He felt extremely strange. Sunny was fundamentally a human. When using Shadow Step, he could assume the form of an incorporeal shadow, then turn himself back to his original form. That was not what he had done today, however. Today he had become a shadow, and then manifested himself into a corporeal form without turning back into a human. So what he was right now I'll be damned if I know what I am right now. A human inhabiting a human-shaped vessel made of shadows. A shadow brazenly wandering the human world in the form of a person, or something else entirely. Descriptions aside, his current state was a curious one. Because of how faithful the recreation was to the original, Sunny felt more or less like himself. His range of motion, strength, and agility remained the same. His shadow form was ascended just like his human body, so it was just as powerful and resilient. There were differences too, of course. The most obvious one was the change in his perception. His shadow sense seemed to have become sharper, while his vision was now less pronounced. He couldn't see colors either, just like in the second nightmare when inhabiting the shadow spawn. This was familiar territory for him. Less familiar was the actual composition of his new and strange shadow body. It was a faithful copy, but not an exact one. It couldn't be, although the jet-black Sunny looked and acted like Sunny. He was still a manifested shadow. As such, he operated on a different set of principles. The recreation did follow some underlying principles of how a corporeal creature was supposed to be, but the similarity was shallow. He did not have a beating heart or any internal organs for that matter, and although there was a rough structure to his form, with something similar to bones being connected to something similar muscles, there was no blood running through his veins. There were no veins either. At best, there were essence pathways. How did it all work? Hell, if Sunny knew. It did work, though. Perplexed, he glanced at the two shadows that were hiding in the corners of the room. "What do you guys think?" The haughty shadow seemed completely befuddled. It stared at him for a while, then raised a hand as if wanting to say something. Eventually, though, the arrogant guy simply shook his head in confusion. The creepy shadow, in an uncharacteristic display of emotions, scratched the back of its head, puzzled. The jet-black Sunny smiled, revealing jet-black teeth. Yeah. After going through the training steps of shadow dance and examining his current state further, he discovered a few things. The first was that this corporeal shadow form was much more malleable than his human body. It could change its shape at will, of course. He needed to possess an excellent understanding of what he was turning it into for the end result to work. For example, Sunny could become a smaller version of himself. That, however, required some practice to master, since such a fundamental change affected a lot of things. He could become larger, too, although there was a limit to how much dictated by his rank and soul essence capacity. Less comprehensive changes were much easier. Sunny already knew how to possess 4 arms, so he could add 2 more to his existing ones with ease. The same went for claws, horns, a tail in the future. As his knowledge of various forms and shapes grew, he would be able to make more changes like that on the fly. The second discovery was that while the corporeal shadow form was almost as resilient as his actual body, in the end it still fell short. The reason for that was simple. The weaves, neither blood weave nor bone weave, persisted in this state, which left Sunny vulnerable. Interestingly enough, the marble shell still had an effect. In fact, it had even become more potent. That was because the effects of the stalwart trait were being applied to him twice. Shadows were innately connected to souls, to the extent that when Sunny was damaged in the form of a shadow, or one of his shadows was damaged, his soul would be damaged too. Therefore, the corporeal shadow form received the benefits of both the extremely high degree of physical protection and the high degree of protection from soul attacks that the stalwart trait provided, due to the fact that every attack against it was akin to a soul attack, which was not ideal. Sonny had a tendency to be wounded a lot, and if each wound was transferred directly to his soul, it would quickly collapse. No, that really won't do. Activating the mantle would surround the physical shadow form with an onyx carapace and make it much less prone to being damaged. But there was an even better solution. After all, Sonny had started this whole experiment for a reason. Even though the discovery promised to have much wider implications, the initial reason was to expand the limits of the shadow shell. After getting somewhat used to this new way of existence, Sonny called upon the deep shadows shrouding his room, manifesting them into the shadow-spawn shell. Layers of shadows flowed up his jet-black body, wrapping tightly around it. Soon, a towering, four-armed fiend was standing in the middle of the room. This time felt different, though. Instead of being nestled within the shell, Sonny felt as if he had become an integral part of it. His own shadow form was still the heart and driving force of the horned creature, but it was as if he had actually become the fiend. The outer layers of the shadow spawn were like armor, and protected safely deep within was his vulnerable soul. Not bad. Combining these two abilities was a perfect way to both remove the limitations of the shadow shell and protect his soul from harm. If there was one negative side to this solution, though, it was that Sonny's essence was being consumed at twice the speed. He would not be able to sustain this double transformation for long, for now. In the future, though, as his soul grew more powerful, Sonny would most likely be able to use these abilities much better, and one day, perhaps, his soul would grow so vast and powerful that he would not need the protection of a shell at all. Chapter 1142. Tangible Shadow Form. A few days went by in a flash. Nothing serious seemed to have happened, but grand and dire events were being set in motion in the shadows. St. Madoc had transported several cohorts of Valor retainers into the Dream Realm, and then disappeared. Of course, no one was told about his absence. In fact, Clan Valor made a good show of pretending that he was still around, supporting the Awakened in the Dream Realm. It was a believable lie. Awakened, Ascended, and Saints were affected by the call all the same. If they traveled to the Dream Realm near a nightmare gate, they would be brought to the area surrounding the seed instead of to where their anchor was. However, there was a big difference when a transcendent was actually involved. That difference was that saints could return to the waking world by just using their innate powers, while awakened and masters needed to find a gateway to come back. Another, no less important distinction was that the pull of the call was not precise. If an awakened fell asleep near a gate, they could be transported right to where the seed was, but just as easily to a spot dozens of kilometers away. They could even be dropped right into the middle of a horde of hungry nightmare creatures. So, if a cohort of awakened wanted to use a nightmare gate as a pathway to the dream realm, they would be scattered over a large area and risk finding their doom long before reuniting with their fellow warriors. A saint could follow the call first, establish an anchor in a safe place, and then transport the members of the cohort there one by one. A saint could even clear the way to the seed if the cohort was truly planning to challenge it. That was how the nightmare gates that opened inside the human cities were usually dealt with, unless there was no one to challenge them. In that case, they were simply contained, surrounded by a fortified exclusion zone and guarded day and night. So everyone had been led to believe that that was exactly what Whispering Blade was doing, guiding the awakened warriors of Clan Valor to the seeds of nightmare in order to conquer them. Sonny, however, knew better. He knew that Madoc actually left to infiltrate Song's territory and secretly take out Mordred. The awakened cohorts the fearsome saint had transported to the dream realm had been left to their own devices, presumably supporting Knight Stad in pursuing a mysterious objective. The war between the great clans was starting in earnest. Blood had already been spilled, and much more of it was going to flow very soon. Sonny himself, meanwhile, had spent these days experimenting with his newfound ability. He was in a real rush of excitement about it, simply because the potential of the corporeal shadow form was all but limitless. In theory, in practice, there were still conditions to what he could do with it. For example, Sonny managed to turn himself into the Shadow Fiend without the help of the Shadow Shell, relying solely on his own form. That was more or less the extent of how large he could make himself, though. For now, it was also an inferior solution to calling upon the ambient shadows to become the outer layer of the spawn, since he was vulnerable without them. He also experimented with becoming smaller. That was a much easier change, although not without its limitations either. The smallest he managed to become was about the size of the imp, which induced quite a reaction from the little wretch. Sonny also tried other things like staying more or less his natural size but changing various aspects of his appearance. Facial features were easy to shift around, as were other things like the length of his hair, his body type, and so on. It would have been a great subterfuge tool if not for the fact that all these permutations were still of a matte jet black color. I won't be masquerading as other people anytime soon. Of course, his experiments went beyond cosmetic changes. His interest was mostly combat and stealth, after all. So Sonny started by adding 2 more arms to the corporeal shadow form and transitioned to more extreme shape alterations from there. His ability to shapeshift was limited by his knowledge and experience. Sonny did well with smaller alterations, like adding sharp claws to his fingers or turning his teeth into wicked fangs. However, when he tried to grow wings, the result was borderline disastrous. He had never lived with wings on his back, did not know their anatomy and how it engaged with the rest of the body, and had the vaguest understanding of the principles of flight. So he had no hope of soaring in the sky like Kai or St. Tyrus any time soon. Sonny was far away from becoming truly shapeless and formless. He did come closer to reaching that goal, though. The funniest thing he did, however, was fulfill his old desire to become taller. Granted, it too was not easy. When Sonny simply made himself larger, the proportions of his body seemed a bit off. When he elongated his limbs, the result was even more off-putting. Finding the right balance was really hard. He did manage to achieve an acceptable result, though, and was currently looking at himself through one of the shadows, giggling. Damn, it's such a pity Effie can't see me right now. The look on her face would be priceless, especially since she would be looking up at me. Oh gods, I can just imagine it. The tall version of Sonny was really weird. He wasn't sure that he liked its lanky silhouette that much. It was really amusing to see, though, especially because the corporeal shadow form was entirely matte black, except for the hair. His hair was actually white, because Sonny had summoned the autumn leaf to see if it worked on him in this state. I should probably explore purchasing more cosmetic memories in the future. They seem to be working on this form, which can be of use. He glanced at himself one last time, then dove back into the shadows and emerged from them in his usual human form. Truth be told, while being a manifested shadow was certainly fun, he felt much more comfortable in his real body. It was nice, cozy, and familiar. He felt really rather attached to it. Sometime later, Sonny was preparing to go to sleep, but then suddenly froze in the middle of washing up. His face grew cold and dark then. A dangerous smile appeared on his lips. Well, what do we have here? A frightening darkness flooded his eyes. That was because a few moments ago Sonny had felt something before. His perception had been split between 5 points of view, his own and those of his 4 shadows. But then a 6th perspective slowly came into focus, which meant that the 5th shadow had returned. The gloomy shadow was now within the walls of the siege capital, and that meant that the Assassin's Clan's song had sent were here too. Chapter 1143, Collateral Damage. Sir Amaran, one of the exalted knights of the great clan Valor, was standing on top of a newly constructed dormitory tower, looking at the expanse of the city below. There was a long stretch of industrial buildings between him and the looming barrier of the defensive wall that protected the siege capital from the ravages of the Chain of Nightmares. There were plenty of civilian shelters and dormitories, too. With the start of the evacuation, even industrial areas like this one had been put to use, accommodating numerous refugees. The refugees were moving far below him like tiny ants. The thunderous booms of firing railguns did not seem to spoil their moods. After months of continuous siege, The people must have grown used to its clamor. Knight Amaran grimaced. Collateral damage will be high, but that was war. None of these people would have had to die if the enemy had abided by the agreement to keep the hostilities away from the cities. But now that the Song clan had made their move, the hands of noble warriors of valor were tied. The lives of mundane humans were like water anyway. No matter how much he sacrificed to achieve victory, it was just a drop in the ocean. Amaran didn't feel happy about the human cost of his inevitable victory, but he was also not particularly sad. Knowing what he knew, their deaths were insignificant. He heard light footsteps behind him and looked over his shoulder. One of his awakened approached, bearing news. There was an expression of dark excitement on her face. "We have confirmed the location, sir," he nodded. The band of Song's assassins had infiltrated the siege capital with one of the supply convoys. The original staff had been slain, and the impostors assumed their identities. After getting past the gates, they disappeared into the chaos of the overpopulated city without a trace, or so they thought. In truth, Valor had long anticipated this attack. The subterfuge the assassins employed was pointless. They had only managed to enter the city because that was where Lady Morgan wanted them. It would have been easier and much more bloodless to deal with the servants of the Queen of Worms at the gates, but then some of them could escape, so they were allowed to enter deeper into the trap. And now Knight Amaran was entrusted with the honor of delivering Valor's retribution upon the wretched cowards. What did it matter if there was collateral damage? He turned around and glanced at the valiant, awakened gathered on the roof, with warriors like these fighting by his side. The dogs of Song stood no chance. A cold smile appeared on Amaran's lips. Prepare, then? We strike as soon as they make their move. In a dark and empty production hall of a decommissioned underground factory, a group of people were sitting around a ghostly fire. Its flames were blue and burned without producing any smoke. A pleasant fragrance was spreading from the fire, but the gathered people did not seem to notice. The leader of the group was a woman wearing simple civilian clothes, with a pale scar crossing her otherwise beautiful face. She was Ascended Moro, a retainer of the great clan Song. Currently, Moro was listening to quiet scratching sounds that seemed to be coming from somewhere under the floor of the factory. The faces of the awakened around her were a little tense. There was a newcomer among them, a man in the uniform of the evacuation army that listened to the sounds, too, his eyes growing a little wide. He was their contact within the siege capital. After a few moments of silence, the man spoke. "That thing? It's not going to break free, is it?" Ascended Moro smiled. "Of course it will, when I command it." She lingered for a second and then added, "Have no worry, though. The thralls of Sister Beastmaster are very obedient. Granted, this one is more powerful than her usual pets." The man chuckled wryly. "Ah, I see. Good, then. Poor fool did not even know that he, too, was one of the thralls. Anyway, have your people completed the preparations?" The soldier hesitated for a bit, then pointed at the map being projected by his communicator. "Yes, that tunnel right there. It will be empty for about 24 hours starting from now. As you can see, my lady, the tunnel stretches all the way to the inner city without crossing any other major logistical hubs. It is also wide enough to transport that thing you brought to where you need it. The last few kilometers leading up to the Valor compound are too well guarded, though." Moro shook her head. "Leave that to us. Worst case scenario, we will be forced to unleash the thrall a few minutes earlier than planned and let it tear its way toward the compound above ground. Summer Night won't be able to make it back from the wall in time, and since Whispering Blade seems to have indeed gone to the Dream Realm, the casualties the creature will cause Valor will be severe. She would have loved nothing more than to slaughter the ignoble hypocrites serving the King of Swords personally, but sadly her mission was simply to deliver Beastmaster's present to Morgan of Valor, striking both at the enemy's troops and reputation, after all. What kind of incompetent fool would allow a nightmare creature to rampage in the middle of their city? The man cleared his throat. But I must warn you, my lady, the awakened of Clan Valor seemed restless recently. A few cohorts vanished without a trace." I don't think that we've been made, but it's better not to linger. Ascended Morrow studied his face for a while, then nodded. Sound advice, we were going to wait until summer night engages with the terror that is approaching the city, but our diviner has turned ineffective all of a sudden. With this added uncertainty, it is better to accelerate the plan. She glanced at her, awakened, and smiled. Time to act, my kin. Prepare to enter the tunnel. You two, go relay my order to those watching the creature. They need to get it ready for transportation as soon as possible. We are moving to attack on the first floor of the dormitory tower. Knight Amaron was surrounded by the awakened warriors of valor. One of them was making a report. The enemy seems to have started moving. They must be aiming to enter the network of logistical tunnels under the city. If they do, catching them all would be problematic. Amaron nodded. Indeed, the wretches can't be allowed to burrow deeper underground. No, we need to force them to the surface. Get ready to attack. We'll blast through the factory roof and slaughter them all. There was a shadow watching him say these words. There was a shadow watching Ascended Morrow give orders to the assassins as well. Some distance away, Sonny sighed and gulped down what was left of his coffee. Then he thanked the owner of a refugee cafe, rose and walked out, yawning lazily. It was time for him to begin, too. Chapter 1144, Theater of Shadows. In the decommissioned underground factory, the ghostly fire had been extinguished. Dozens of awakened were moving, preparing to depart. All of them had summoned luminous memories, and the dancing lights made the shadows populating the vast production hall reluctantly retreat. Ascended Morrow was standing in front of a sturdy wall, looking at it with a somber expression. Eventually, she nodded and glanced at one of her subordinates. This is the spot. Isolate it. The awakened nodded and raised his hands. Soon, a strange silence fell upon them. It was not the mundane kind of silence many memories could create, though. Instead, it was the manifestation of an ability that could cut a stretch of space from the rest of the world, subduing all tremors and sounds that would escape it. The city was constantly being monitored by countless seismic sensors on account of nightmare creatures often burrowing underground, so nothing less would do if they wanted to remain unnoticed. Satisfied, Morrow raised a hand and clicked her fingers. A moment later, a violent sonic boom resounded, and a large portion of the wall in front of her shattered into dust. Behind it, an entrance to a tunnel was revealed, drowned in darkness. Cold wind entered the production hall, making the awakened shiver. Even Morrow herself suddenly felt uneasy, for whatever reason. With a frown, she lowered her hand and said evenly, "Clear the debris. The entrance should be wide enough for the cage to fit. Second cohort scout out the tunnel and make sure that there are no blockages there." 7 awakened jumped down into the darkness, while the rest of her subordinates got busy preparing the hole she created for the creature's cage. The cohort in charge of keeping an eye on the abominations was going to bring it any minute now. Lowering the massive containment device down would not be easy. But they had come prepared. The man in the uniform of the evacuation army watched the process with a worried face. After a minute, he cleared his throat awkwardly. "Well, I will be going, then. My job here is done." Morrow glanced at him indifferently. "Go." The thrall was of no use anymore. Their escape from the city would be handled by a different sleeper cell. If it was up to her, she would have gotten rid of the man and his people to clean up loose ends, but they could become useful in the future. Even mundanes could do a lot of harm if armed with the right tools. Although Morrow felt it was beneath her to use vulgar weapons of the bygone era in the grand scheme of things, not even crude instruments like that could be neglected. Others might not have known, but she understood what was at stake. The man disappeared, and the entrance to the tunnel was cleared. Their exodus from the underground factory was being dragged out, however, because the creature cage was slow to arrive. Morrow felt irritated. What is taking them so long? She thought about sending someone else to fetch the guard cohort, then decided against it and took out a special memory. Although using it required some essence to be spent, right now, time was more important. The memory was called the Reaching Hand and consisted of a scattering of finger bones. Each of the 4 cohorts under Morrow's command was in possession of a phalanx, and she held the fifth one. People who touched the ancient phalanxes could communicate with each other across small distances. Ironically, the reach of the reaching hand was not large. However, it possessed the unique quality of being shielded from most divination abilities, which was very valuable for the sort of mission they were currently on. Morrow gripped the bone and spoke, mentally connecting to the cohort that guarded the creature cage on another level of the factory. "Mont, where are you?" Soon the leader of the cohort responded, her voice resonating in the vast production hall. "Sister Morrow, we are guarding the creature. Has something happened?" Morrow suddenly felt a bad premonition. "What do you mean? Have you not received my order?" Awakened Mont lingered. "I'm sorry, sister, what order?" She gritted her teeth. "I sent 2. But then Morrow grew silent. The 2 awakened she had sent to relay the order. Why were they not back yet? She had assumed that they had stayed with Mont to help move the cage, but why would they not good? She hesitated for a split second, then said calmly, "Get the cage here right now." What had happened? Had the enemy already discovered their location and silently infiltrated the factory? How could they without disturbing any of the wards she had placed on all the entrances? If the soldiers of valor were already here, she glanced at her subordinates and barked, "Assemble into a battle formation. Prepare for an attack." A moment later, Morrow reached through the phalanx to the cohort that had gone forward to scout out the tunnel. "Rikus, return immediately." There was a short span of silence, and then she heard the familiar voice of awakened Rikus. "Yes, sister, we are coming." Concerned, the warriors of song swiftly assembled into a defensive formation. They stood near the entrance to the tunnel, looking nervously into the darkness of the production hall. The factory was silent. Soon the silence was disturbed by a loud noise. With a screeching sound of rusted metal, a cargo elevator arrived. Its doors opened, revealing a massive cage of enchanted alloy. 7 awakened used all their strength to roll the cage forward. Morrow secretly let out a relieved sigh. At least the creature is secured. Now they were only missing the 2 messengers and the cohort that had entered the tunnel. "Rikus, how long before you arrive?" There was a stretch of silence again before he responded. "Sister, we are coming." Morrow frowned. The familiar voice persisted. We are. Something was very, very wrong with it. "We are coming." The voice, it did not come from the phalanx. Instead, it came directly from the dark entrance of the tunnel. She looked into the hole, seeing only a boundless expanse of shadows. Then something rolled out of the darkness. It was the severed head of awakened Rikaz. Chapter 1145, Slither of Fear. Morrow stared at the severed head for a split moment, feeling cold terror creep into her heart. The clean cut, the hollow emptiness of his dead eyes, the dark entrance into the tunnel behind. Were they all dead? A whole cohort of experienced, battle-hardened, awakened warriors of the great clan song, wiped out in such a short span of time without making even a single sound. Had a human done that? No, that was impossible. Only Whispering Blade would have been capable of slaughtering them in such a manner. But then Maddock would never lower himself to play with his prey. What kind of abomination was it then? How had the dogs of valor allowed a monster like that to live freely under their city? Then Morrow scowled. Why was she scared? What was there to be scared of? Neither death nor nightmare creatures had ever frightened her before. Her people seemed to be shaken too, so unbecoming of the elites of a great clan. A mental attack. The creature must have been employing some kind of beguilement. She growled, "Activate the mental resistance enchantments." At the same time, she raised her hand and clicked her fingers, sending a devastating sonic shockwave into the tunnel. A deafening boom rolled through the production hall, and a fountain of stone dust and debris shot out of the dark entrance. The awakened of song poured essence into the protective charms they carried. Instantly, it was as if they could breathe again. The memory of terror still lingered, though gnawing at their willpower. There were 20 of them left, gathered in a circular defensive formation that had no blind zones, with the massive cage placed in the center. Morrow stared in the direction of the tunnel tensely. wondering whether her attack caught the creature or not. When the echoes of the sonic boom died down and an unnerving silence settled over the production hall, she lingered for a moment, then gave the order to dismiss luminous memories. Trapped in a circle of light, they were too vulnerable. Instead of relying on natural vision, the messengers of song sacrificed a bit of essence to activate enchantments that granted them the ability to see in the dark. Instantly, the whole production hall was unveiled before them. Nothing could escape their gazes. But the hall was empty. There was nothing within its dark expanse except for old machines and shadows. Morrow raised her hand, brought her thumb and middle finger together, and then said loudly, "Show yourself, creature." There was a moment of silence, and then a moment more, and then the severed head laying in the dust beside her spoke, its mouth unmoving, "Creature, creature, creature." It spoke in Morrow's own voice. The awakened threw unsettled glances at the head of Rikus, which stared back at them with hollow eyes. What kind of a trick? Don't pay any attention to it. It's a distraction. She snarled, then looked away from the morbid visage of the speaking severed head and concentrated on the production hall, trying to predict where the attack would come from. The awakened followed her example too, except for one. The man who had been the furthest from the entrance to the tunnel swayed slightly. Then his head slid from his shoulders and fell to the floor, rolling through the dust as the body toppled behind it. In that short instant, when everyone had gotten distracted by the creature mimicking Morrow's voice, another awakened was mercilessly slain, and now there were only 19 of them. Damn it! Morrow clapped her hands together, unleashing the full force of her aspect. A destructive sonic shockwave spread like a ring from the formation of the awakened, obliterating a large swath of the production hall. The concrete floor cracked, the old machines were torn apart, the steel conveyor belts were ripped, and shreds of alloy flew away like jagged bullets. Nothing within the circle of destruction could have escaped unscathed. In the silence that followed, the severed head of Rikus spoke again unperturbed. "Pay, pay, pay, pay." Ascended Morrow gritted her teeth, calmly analyzing the situation. Where was the enemy? What were its capabilities? There was something else beneath her calmness, though, a slither of fear. This time, one that had nothing to do with an insidious outside influence. A moment later, two things happened. First, a loud metallic click came from somewhere within the defensive formation, from the massive cage that contained the enthralled abomination. Second, a section of the production hall's ceiling suddenly collapsed, and armored figures poured through the breach. A short time earlier, many levels above the production hall of the underground factory, Knight Amaron was standing in the middle of a wide corridor. He was surrounded by awakened of valor who were stealthily moving forward. A woman in light armor fashioned out of abomination leather was making a report. "Sir, we have dismantled the outer layers of the detection wards. The enemy should be right below us by now, but moving further, unnoticed, will be hard. The elevator shafts are especially problematic." He looked down, then nodded. "Try your best." His subordinate moved to return to her task, but at that moment the floor trembled slightly. Amaran frowned. "What? Why would the enemy abandon caution now?" He raised his head to give an order, but at that moment something flashed in the corner of his eye. Amaran swiftly turned, noticing the back of a small creature, some sort of a gremlin, scurrying into the darkness. His face darkened. "Our presence has been discovered." There was another tremor, this one much stronger than the first. The worms had to be trying to collapse the wall of a tunnel in a hurry, hoping to escape. If so, he was going to have to disappoint them. Amaran had been planning to proceed further down quietly, even if it took more time. But now that such an approach was off the table, there was a need to accelerate things. There was a sword on his belt and a war hammer on his back. Unsheathing the sword and pulling the hammer from its loop, Amaran bellowed, "Warriors of valor with me." Then he called upon his aspect and slammed the warhammer into the floor. A wave of crushing force traveled downward, piercing through multiple levels of the underground factory and opening a ravaged path to the main production hall without a moment of hesitation. Knight Amaron grinned and jumped down into the dark breach. Death to the enemy, let no one escape.